Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku was reincarnated as a demon's grandson with One for All story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. If there is anything certain in life, it is death. Nothing lives forever and nothing should want to live forever. People live. People die. Some die with regrets. Some die after living their life to its fullest. Some die alone. Some die surrounded by loved ones. It's the natural order of the world, the natural cycle of humanity. But nothing ever stays the same. Just as the seasons change, so does the world. Everything has a beginning and an end. As time flows, as seasons change, as the world continues to rotate on its axis, society evolves. Thus is the truth of evolution. Just as new ages cannot begin until old ages end, life cannot begin without death, but death cannot occur without life. One cannot exist without the other. Humanity cannot exist without either. No one knows what truly lays beyond death's door. Paradise. Purgatory. An endless void of nothingness. The possibilities are endless. Different cultures have different views on what lays beyond, and one such view is reincarnation. When one's life ends while that person has unfinished business, some believe they are reincarnated in order to fulfill that unfinished business, whatever it may be. It's a second chance but also a new life. And new life brings with it new possibilities. If there is anything certain in life, it is death. But when one is faced with the approach of death, one should strive to live their life to its fullest. Some were not given this chance. Some lives ended with unfinished business, no matter how big or small, how trivial or significant. Some are blessed with another chance to live life to its fullest. But society has evolved. An old age came to an end and a new age began. Centuries later, tales begin anew. There are lotuses in her hospital room. Delicately pink-petaled flowers resting in a ceramic pot by her open window that sway in the slight breeze drifting past the ajar glass pane. The pleasantly sweet aroma wafts toward her, helping to soothe her in spite of the uncertainty going through her. She rests her hand on her swollen belly as her eyes trace over the lotus's petals, trying to quell her uncertainty and her anxiety because that won't help. She needs to be calm. She needs to be patient. Her children are counting on her to get through this, to forge past her own uncertainties and fear. 𝐒𝐿 was pleasantly surprised when her doctor told her she was carrying twins. She never expected that, mostly because there is no history of twins in her family, or in her husband's family, so she never even considered the possibility of carrying twins. She had a feeling she was going to have a boy, since it's a common trend in her husband's family for boys to be born more so than girls, but having 2 boys is even better. Having 2 children, 2 results of her and her husband's love, is even better. She wishes Hisoshi were here with her, but he had to go overseas again and, while a part of her resents him for not being there for the birth of her children, she does understand. His work is the reason why they are financially stable, is the reason why they can bring children into this world and ensure they are taken care of. She focuses on the flowers. Lotuses represent purity, prosperity, beauty, and rebirth. It's fitting that they be present while she is about to bring her appealing children into this world, into a world where she prays they will thrive and live long, fulfilling lives. Thus is the wish of any mother for their children. She isn't alone in that longing. She will never be alone in that longing. The door to the hospital room opens and she turns her head as Dr. Okiyeri makes her way into the room with a clipboard resting in her hands. Her short dark brown hair flows to the nape of her neck and she adjusts the glasses resting on the bridge of her nose, the golden frames bringing out her brown eyes. "Good afternoon, 𝐒𝐿, she greets with a kind smile as she places her clipboard on the side table. "My team is preparing the room so it won't be long now. How are you feeling?" "Nervous," 𝐒𝐿 admits, resting a hand on her belly and chewing on her lower lip. "That's common. But you'll be fine. This procedure has been done for centuries, and with my quirk, the recovery process will be far quicker," says Oki as she grabs the swivel stool and sits down, reaching out a hand and resting it on 𝐒𝐿's arm. "Is there anyone you want to be present? I noticed you came here alone." 𝐒𝐿 shakes her head. She lost contact with her entire family not long after she married Hisoshi. They never approved of him, though she doesn't know why since they never deemed it necessary to tell her, and they cut all ties with her after the wedding. It's a wonder they even showed up to the wedding at all, but she doesn't care. She loves Hisoshi and nothing will ever change that. She won't be alone for much longer. Her children, the result of her and Hisoshi's love, will soon be with her. I'm fine if it's just you, Oki, she says kindly. You've been with me every step of the way of this PSY, so I'm okay with you and your team being the only ones there. Oki chuckles, a grin stealing its way onto her lips as she pokes 𝐿𝐼nko in the arm. Are you sure you're not just saying that 'cause I sneak you sweets whenever you're having a craving during your appointments, she teases. 𝐿𝐼nko laughs with her. For some reason, ever since she got 𝐵 she's noticed that her cravings always seem to flip-flop between katsudon and anything sweet, and she does mean anything. It doesn't really matter because if it's sweet then she is going to want it, when she isn't wanting katsudon anyway. I don't know, but I think one of my babies is going to end up with a sweet tooth, she comments. And the other one will probably really like katsudon, says Oki with that teasing grin still on her lips. Sweet and savory. I guess it makes sense, in a way. Or you're just weird. Hey! 𝐿𝐼nko pouts at her doctor, but her bright green eyes twinkle with amusement because she knows her doctor is simply teasing her. In truth, 𝐿𝐼nko and Oki have been friends for years, well before Oki became an BSTTRCN. The two of them and Mitsuki have been inseparable since they were in middle school, to the point that they all got married around the same time, though Oki ended up being the first one out of the three of them to become a mother. Her little girl, Shoko, is turning 1 in August. Mitsuki ended up being the next one to become a mother. Her little boy Katsuki was born this past April. And then there's 𝐿𝐼nko, here about to bring twins into the world. I'm a bit jealous that you get 2 though, says Oki with a huff. 𝐿𝐼nko chuckles. Aren't you and your husband planning on trying for another one, she asks. In a few years, when Shoko is a bit older, says Oki. She taps the earpiece resting in her ear and nods. Okay. We'll be right there. She rises to her feet and picks up the clipboard. They're ready. Are you ready? 𝐿𝐼nko takes a deep breath and glances at the delicately pink lotuses. It's relaxing to just study those flowers, and she is able to swallow some her nerves as a result and nod. With her doctor's help, she gets to her feet and makes her way out of the room. As it turns out, she doesn't have anything to worry about. As it turns out, her doctor really is amazing. Even though she doesn't really remember anything from the procedure, she also doesn't feel any pain after she is brought out of her anesthesia. She is a bit disoriented though, but Oki's voice helps her to reorient herself, and she is able to remember where she is, why she is there, and that she is okay. You back with us, 𝐿𝐼nko? Oki asks. 𝐿𝐼nko blinks a few times but nods slowly and, with Oki's help, she sits up. My babies, she asks. Both born healthy, says Oki with a grin. Do you want to see them? Yes, of course. She chuckles but, straightening up, turns and walks to the other end of the room and reaches down to gently lift 2 bundles into her arms. She turns and walks back to 𝐿𝐼nko said, gently holding out the twins, and 𝐿𝐼nko takes them, resting both of them in the crooks of her arms. She gazes at them with wide eyes because they really are appealing. One of them has tufts of dark green hair while the other has tufts of snow-white hair. Both of them have a light complexion, though one seems a bit paler than the other one, and they are both breathing easily as they sleep while comfortably nestled in her arms. Which one was first, she asks, because that is how she decided she was going to name them after she found out she was carrying twins. She already had her names picked out, one she decided on one while the other is one that her husband picked out, and she decided to give the one born first the name her husband chose. Him, says Oki, nodding to the boy with the white hair and paler complexion. He certainly was the louder one, crying almost immediately. The other one was a bit quieter. 𝐿𝐼nko giggles. I'm blaming Hisoshi for one of my babies being loud already, she says teasingly with a fond, sad smile on her lips. She gazes at the baby with the white hair and whispers, this one. I'm naming him Satoru. Satoru. It's the name Hisoshi wanted to give his child if it was a boy, says 𝐿𝐼nko. She turns to the green-haired baby and adds, and I wanted to name my child, if it was a boy, Izuku, so that's this one's name. "Satoru and Izuku," says Oki. "They match in a way." The white-haired baby shifts a little and 𝐿𝐭 gasps when his eyes flutter open. They are the most vibrantly vivid and mesmerizing blue she's ever seen, as if the sky and the sea collided within their depths. I don't think I've ever seen a baby's eyes be that bright right after they are born," she says. "He probably has an optical quirk then," says Oki as those bright blue eyes blink a few times before the baby yawns and promptly goes back to sleep. "Still though, you're right. I don't think I've ever seen eyes that vibrant before. When he gets a bit older, I'll talk with one of my colleagues and we can see just what kind of quirk he actually does have." 𝐿𝐭 nods and turns her gaze to her other son when he shifts and his eyes, which are the normal milky color that most newborns have, flutter open. Unlike his twin, Izuku immediately starts crying and 𝐿𝐭 starts cooing as she rocks him to get him to calm down. The rocking motion doesn't even cause Satoru to stir. "Funny how their positions are reversed now," says Oki with a light laugh, reminding 𝐿𝐭 that Satoru is the one who was born screaming while Izuku was born quiet. "Well, I'm just glad they're healthy," she says as she shifts her grip on her twins now that Izuku is finally calming down enough to go back to sleep. "They really are appealing." "They are. Maybe, if you want, we can schedule some play dates when they get a bit older. I have no doubt Shoko will be happy with some playmates. I can ask Mitsuki too." "Sounds good. For now, why don't you rest? I'm going to go finish up the last of the paperwork and, while I'm going to keep you here overnight just to make sure you and your babies are doing good, you should be good to head home tomorrow." "Thank you, Oki." Oki gets to her feet and, smiling gently at the sleeping twins, turns on her heel and walks out of the hospital room. 𝐿𝐭 settles back against the headboard of her medical bed and gazes lovingly at her twins. "Hisoshi, I really wish you were here, but I know you're going to love our children when you finally meet them," she whispers. Lotus's present purity and prosperity and rebirth. There is something strangely calming about having a pot of lotuses in her apartment, even though she's never really been into flowers herself. Maybe it's the sweet, airy fragrance. Maybe it's the appealing color. Maybe it's simply because of what those flowers symbolize. She doesn't know. All she knows is that, ever since her twins were born, she's been keeping lotuses in her house whenever possible. Her twins are now 4 and they are starting to show themselves to be a true perfect mix of 𝐿𝐭 and her husband. Izuku is quiet until he gets excited, usually when heroes or quirks are mentioned, then he starts rambling excitedly about either topic. Most of the time, his excited ramblings blend together that it's very difficult to comprehend what he's really saying. Satoru, on the other hand, is almost the exact opposite. He is the more social and far more outspoken, one of the two who doesn't hesitate to say what's on his mind, even if it ends up being nonsensical or incredibly blunt and even occasionally rude. He doesn't even seem to care what anyone thinks about him, though he definitely has something to say when his classmates say anything about Izuku. His eyes are as incredibly brilliant as they were the day he was born, making 𝐿𝐭 wonder if he truly does have an optical quirk. She suspects she will find out when she takes her twins to speak with Oki and the specialist she brought in to help them figure out what Satoru's and Izuku's quirks are. With the exception of Satoru's unnaturally vibrant eyes, neither child has shown any signs of a quirk. Mom. 𝐿𝐭 pulls herself out of her thoughts and turns her head as her twins scamper into her room. Izuku is waving a piece of paper in his tiny little hand while Satoru is snacking on a bag of gummy bears. "Yes, Izuku," she says even as she holds out a hand towards Satoru, who pouts at her. She gives him a stern look and he whines but hands over the bag of gummy bears anyway. "Look what I drew. It's All Might. He's my favorite," Izuku exclaims as he waves the drawing around. Satoru snatches the drawing out of his hand and, when Izuku whines in protest, he pokes him in the cheek. "She can't see it while you're waving it round like that, silly," he says as he holds out the drawing toward 𝐿𝐭 while Izuku pouts, but there is a faint dusting of red on his cheeks. He rubs at his eyes with his free hand and 𝐿𝐭 studies him, noticing his eyes seem a bit red and he keeps wincing too as if his eyes are hurting. She's going to have to bring that up with Oki during today's appointment. 𝐿𝐭 takes the drawing and smiles. It's a childish drawing, as one can expect of a 4-year-old, but she loves it anyway. "It's wonderful," she says with a big grin. I'm gonna put it on the fridge right next to Satoru's drawing. Yay! Izuku cheers and he hops onto the couch and peers at 𝐭. I wanna be a hero just like All Might. I know you do. I'm gonna be super All Might. Izuku cheers, waving his little hands in the air. Satoru, flopping onto the couch on 𝐭's other side, promptly sprawls out across 𝐭's lap and pokes Izuku in the side. What about me? I thought we were gonna be heroes together, he protests with a slight whine even as Izuku yelps at the sudden poke. Of course we're gonna be heroes together. Izuku says with a bright smile. You can be super All Might too. 𝐭 laughs as she reaches out a hand. I don't think you both can have the same hero name, she says. But I'm still Super Mom. And I say it's tickle time. Izuku shrieks while Satoru tries to launch himself off 𝐭's laugh, but she grabs her twins both before they can leave and start tickling them, causing both of them to shriek with laughter as they struggle to escaping her tickling fingers. She tickles them for a few minutes before she finally lets up, raising an eyebrow when Satoru tumbles off her lap with a yelp to land in a heap on the floor. He sits up, a slight whine escaping his lips, as he rubs a hand through his messy snow-white hair before he rubs his eyes again. Izuku shifts until he's on his knees and peers down at his twin. Why are you on the ground, he asks. Satoru flops onto his stomach. Why aren't you, he retorts. 𝐭 chuckles but gets to her feet. Let's get ready, she says. You have an appointment with Dr. Oki today. Yay! We get to see Auntie Oki again. Izuku cheers as he bounces on the couch, only to yelp when he ends up bouncing himself off the couch and he lands in a heap on the ground. Satoru pokes at Izuku. You okay, he says, tilting his head to the side. Izuku nods and pokes Satoru back. 𝐭 chuckles. She really is so happy that her twins are getting along as well as they are. They are so incredibly close, far closer than regular siblings, in spite of how different they can be in terms of how they act. They are still very much alike in their shared longing to help others, in their shared kindness, in their shared compassion. Even if she has to raise them on her own, since her husband is still overseas and doesn't seem like he's going to be coming home anytime soon, she is happy. Her twins make everything so much better, they are the bright lights in her life. Go get dressed, she says to her twins as they continue to poke at each other from where they lay sprawled out across the carpet. Okay. They say in unison as they jump to their feet and bolt toward their shared bedroom, nearly trampling over each other in their haste to get to their room first. It's adorable, truthfully, because she knows they aren't doing this to be mean to each other. In the last 4 years, 𝐭 has learned that her twins will never hurt each other. In truth, Satoru is incredibly protective of Izuku to the point of standing between him and bigger kids who try to pick on him, while Izuku always puts himself between bigger kids and other kids who are being hurt or picked on. They are both, in their own way, little heroes in the making, and 𝐭 is looking forward to seeing them grow into the fine men she knows they are going to be. One thing lotuses represent is overcoming adversity. That is to say, it represents a person's struggle to overcome any challenge placed in their path because, just as a lotus blooms from murky, dark warm water, so can an individual bloom from the adversity they are faced with in their lives. Whether those challenges are mundane or catastrophic, lotuses represent the possibility of overcoming those challenges. So it is rather fitting, in 𝐭's eyes, that she finds a ceramic pot filled with a blooming lotus within Oki's office on the day she finds out one of her twins is quirkless. I'm sorry, Midoriya-san, Dr. Okotsu, the specialist Oki called in whose quirk allows her to determine the type of quirk an individual has and general knowledge of it whenever she touches a person's bare skin, says quietly as she retracts her hand from Izuku's arm. Izuku is staring, shell-shocked, at the specialist, the All Might figurine he insisted on bringing with him falling from his limp fingers. Satoru reaches out a hand and grasps Izuku's, giving him a concerned look in his slightly red but still vibrant blue eyes. He raises his free hand to rub his eyes, wincing again, and 𝐭 makes a note to ask about that after she gets all information on what Dr. Okotsu is referring to. My quirk shows me the type of quirk an individual has, Dr. Okotsu explains. They show up as different colors depending on what they are, but whenever I touch someone who is quirkless, the color that shows up is black. And that's what I see when I touch Izuku. He doesn't have a quirk. I suspect if Dr. Yeri did an X-ray exam of your son's foot, she'll find the extra toe joint that is also an indication of quirklessness. Izuku tightens his grip on Satoru's hand, though he is clearly still trying to overcome his shock. It hurts 𝐭𝐽 to see such a despondent look upon her youngest son's face. She knows he's been eagerly looking forward to the day when his quirk comes in. He watched when Shoko's quirk came in and watched when Katsuki's came in and has been eager to get his. This must be heartbreaking for him, but 𝐭𝐽 is glad Satoru is there. His presence, his hand resting in Izuku's, seems to be helping. Thank you for breaking this news gently to us, 𝐭𝐽 says quietly. Of course, Okotsu says with a kind smile. Unlike Dr. Garaki, I always try to be sympathetic when breaking news like this. Now then, I'm going to check on your other son. 𝐭𝐽 doubts Satoru is quirkless, not with those vibrantly bright blue eyes that are still red and still seem to be hurting him. But she isn't expecting Okotsu to look shocked when she retracts her hand from Satoru's arm. What is it? She asks worriedly. I don't think I've seen such a complex quirk before, says Okotsu with surprise in her voice. Complex? I thought he had an optical quirk, because of his eyes, says 𝐭𝐽. That isn't his quirk. That is a part of his quirk. 𝐭𝐽 is surprised by that. She doesn't think she's ever heard of a quirk that had multiple parts to it that aren't hybrid quirks that usually come about from quirk marriages, something she's read about during her college years, and she knows Satoru's quirk isn't one of those. Or, at least, neither her quirk nor Hisoshi's quirk are connected with the eyes anyway. I've been curious about those eyes for a while now, Oki admits. They are incredibly familiar to something I read about while getting my medical degree. They are eerily similar to a pre-quirk ability that was passed down through the generations of an ancient clan family whose existence dated back to the Heian era. 𝐭𝐽's eyes widen. The Heian era is an era that ended almost 900 years before the dawn of the Age of Quirks, which was around 400 years ago. Of course, she's heard of the ancient clan families. There weren't a whole lot. 3 major ones existed in the waning years of the age before the Age of Quirks began, but she never knew there were special abilities that were passed down in those clans. How do you know that? She asks. Oki smiles faintly. My ancestor was a very close friend of the head of one of the major clan families in the waning years of the last age, she says. Since he passed without an heir, that clan died out. But the other 2 major clan families also died out as a result of the dawn of the Age of Quirks, though the old stories my family passed down to me never told me why. Either way, it's curious that your son has the eyes that were part of the ability passed on through that clan family. What was that ability? Asks 𝐭𝐽. It's known as the 6 eyes, says Oki. An ability that is constantly active and constantly grants the user extrasensory perception. They are able to see and perceive far beyond what normal human eyes can see and perceive, and their minds are constantly being fed information on what their eyes perceive. Tell me, Satoru, when you look at me, what do you see? Satoru blinks at her, rubbing his eyes as he tilts his head to the side. You're tall and pretty, but not as pretty as Mom. 𝐭𝐽 blushes while Oki blinks and then barks out a laugh. Okay, beyond that. Don't look at my looks. What do you see that isn't my appearance? She says. Satoru blinks at her again. You mean that weird light? He says, tilting his head to the side as he rubs his eyes again and winces. Oh. Cover his eyes, 𝐭𝐽, says Oki. 𝐭𝐽 frowns but reaches around Izuku to gently place her hands over Satoru's eyes. She is surprised when Satoru lets out a soft sigh of relief and practically melts in her hands. She gives Oki a questioning look. 6 eyes is constantly active, Oki explains. So, whenever his eyes are uninhibited, the flow of information his eyes are feeding his brain is pretty strong to the point where not only are his eyes strained but his brain can become overwhelmed. This usually results in strained, burning eyes and massive migraines. Or, at least, it did with the last user of 6 eyes whenever he went around too long with his eyes uninhibited. Quirks are different from the abilities that existed in the age before this one, but I suspect the general process for 6 eyes is still the same. So what do I do? Asks 𝐭𝐽. Oki walks to her desk and reaches into it, searching through it before pulling out a pair of dark sunglasses. Have him wear these. If he keeps his eyes covered, the flow of information his eyes takes in will be duller, muted, and won't overwhelm and hurt him. 𝐭 nods and, taking the sunglasses, hands them to Satoru as she removes her other hand. Go ahead and wear these for now, Satoru, she says gently as Satoru takes the glasses and turns them over a few times. They are heart-shaped, he says puzzled. Oki laughs. It was all I had. It's just for now, she says with a faint smile. Satoru blinks but pokes at Izuku, who blinks at him. Don't tease me, he says as he puts the sunglasses on and lets out another soft sigh of relief. Izuku leans against him. I think they look nice, he says quietly, still somber from the revelation he is clearly still overcoming. You said the 6 eyes were only part of his quirk, 𝐭 says, returning her attention to Okotsu. What is the rest? Since it is likely his quirk is, essentially, the quirk version of the ability that came from that clan family, says Oki. I suspect his quirk is space manipulation, down to an atomic level. A atomic level. It would make sense, from the general information my quirk gave me about Satoru's quirk, says Okotsu. It's so complex that the only thing my quirk was able to glean is that there are 2 applications of his quirk that can be done to the atomic level. And if it is, at all, like that clan ability, then that means those 2 applications are repel and attract, or, in the notes that my ancestor kept from that clan's last head, red and blue. Red and blue. Red to repel, blue to attract. I'm afraid I don't know much beyond that, especially since quirks are so different from the abilities that existed before our current age, says Oki. I can give you the notes on the ability if you wish to look through it. It should, at least, give you a bit of an insight of what to expect. Yes, thank you. That would be appreciated. 𝐭 doesn't think she will be able to truly figure her son's quirk out if she doesn't have some starting line to start at. I'll get that for you and send it to your house. Thank you. There is a lotus in the room Izuku and Satoru share with each other. The symbol of purity and prosperity and rebirth and overcoming adversity. It's fitting that such a flower be found in the twins' room on the day they found out one of them is part of the minority in this world, is part of the 20% of the world's population that doesn't have a quirk. 𝐭 hovers in the doorway of the room, gazing at her youngest son, who is gazing at the computer where All Might's booming laughter is echoing over the computer's speakers while an onlooker proclaims that he's saved more people. He's still, but there is a slight tremble to his shoulders, and 𝐭 knows he is trying desperately to hold in his cries, something he's been doing since the news was broken. Satoru is sprawled across his twin's lap, poking his cheek and quietly saying something 𝐭 is too far away to hear, and she, curious, moves closer. "'Cause you don't got a quirk doesn't mean nothing," Satoru is saying as he continues to poke his twin in the cheek. "We're gonna be the strongest together, quirk or no quirk." Do you really mean that?" Izuku whispers, voice hitching as those cries he's trying to keep at bay threaten to tear free again. "I do mean that," Satoru says firmly with a sharp nod as he pushes the heart-shaped sunglasses Oki gave him onto his head and peers up at Izuku. "We're both gonna be heroes no matter what." But I don't got a quirk." "I don't care. We're gonna both be heroes no matter what." There is such confidence in Satoru's voice as he says those words, as if he truly believes those words, but 𝐭 is feeling despondent, sad, because she just doesn't think it's possible. Being a hero without any sort of power to help in fights or in protecting people. She just doesn't know, and she finds herself wishing things were different, wishing that her youngest son could have been blessed with a quirk. But she doesn't say that because Izuku is latching on to Satoru and sobbing and saying, "Why? Yeah. Let's be heroes together no matter what." Satoru holds his twin close. "We're gonna be great and we're gonna be strong," he says with a firm, confident nod as Izuku continues to sob against him. 𝐭 doesn't have the heart to say anything now. She doesn't have the heart to voice her own misgivings, her own doubts, because she doesn't want to break her son's heart even more than Dr. Okotsu's news already did. The lotus is a sign of overcoming adversity. Perhaps, its presence within the Midoriya twins' room is a sign that Satoru is right, that they both will overcome this challenge and end up becoming heroes like they wish to do. Izuku Midoriya learned at a very young age that all men are not created equal. In a world where 80% of the population is granted a special power known as a quirk, he is part of the minority. He is quirkless. He doesn't have a special power to his name. As such, He is often treated pretty badly by the vast majority of his classmates at 𝐴ldera Junior High or treated as fragile like a porcelain doll by the adults who happen to know about his lack of an ability. The only exception are his teachers, who are just as bad as his classmates because they turn a blind eye to the bullying he experiences. The only one he has in his corner is Satoru. Satoru is his twin brother. Even though Satoru is taller than him by a good amount, and has snow-white hair and the most mesmerizing and vibrant blue eyes Izuku has ever seen in his life, they are still brothers and they are still twins. They have been inseparable since the day they were born, and even Izuku's quirklessness hasn't changed that. If anything, Izuku's quirklessness has only made Satoru even more protective of him, and Izuku still can't figure out if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But he finds it doesn't matter because he still has his brother at his side. Even though everyone else turned their backs on him, including his childhood friend Katsuki Bakugo, Satoru never did. He remained at his side, even when their classmates tried to draw him away, even when their classmates tried to insist that he didn't have to spend time or hang out with Izuku just because they were brothers. Satoru still hung out with and spent time with Izuku because he wanted to, not just because they were brothers but because they are friends too. Today is the first day of his final year at 𝐴ldera Junior High, and Izuku will admit he is looking forward to getting this year over with because, next year, he and his brother are going to be applying for 𝐈 High School. They are both going to train to become the greatest heroes they can possibly be, and it is something Izuku is looking forward to. Come on, Izuku, we're gonna be late if you don't pick up the pace, Satoru whines, and Izuku, shaking himself out of his thoughts, huffs and increases his speed to catch up with his twin. The tall white-haired boy has longer legs, and thus a longer stride, and Izuku supposes he should count himself lucky his twin isn't making a short joke. Ever since he shot up like a weed in his most recent growth spurt, taking him to nearly 2 meters tall, he's taken to short jokes more often than not. We wouldn't be late if you didn't stop at that bakery on 3rd, Izuku says with a grin as he pokes his twin in the arm that is currently carrying a bag of mochi donuts. But they're so good, Satoru protests as he reaches into the bag, pulls out another mochi donut, and biting into it. Izuku chuckles. Satoru has such a massive sweet tooth that if their mother didn't constantly monitor what he ate, then he would probably be living off a diet of pure sweets. A bit too sweet for this early in the morning, Satoru, he says. So. Izuku shakes his head in amusement as the twins swiftly make their way toward the crowd of people in Tatooine Station, since they have to cross by that station in order to get to the street that will take them to their school. They do still have some time, but Satoru's detour into the bakery is definitely going to make it a close thing. A crash sounds followed by a roar and Izuku gasps, eyes wide upon seeing a massive being causing a ruckus in the middle of the street they are approaching. It's a villain, he gasps and, grabbing Satoru's arm, immediately bolts toward the attack while Satoru, not even the slightest bit fazed, just keeps on eating his mochi donut as he stumbles after him. This isn't the first time Izuku has dragged Satoru with him to observe a villain and the heroes who end up defeating the villain. He enjoys observing these fights because he gets to learn more about the various kinds of quirks that exist in the world, the ones wielded by villains and the ones wielded by heroes. He's always been a quirk enthusiast and enjoys scribbling his observations and his theories down in his various notebook. In truth, he already has 13 of them and is probably going to be starting on the 14th one soon because the one he's currently working on is filling up fast. As he finally manages to get to the head of the pack, he is just in time to see the giant villain swipe at the hero attempting to apprehend him, turning into a monster. What a crazy quirk, one person exclaims from nearby. Another person is talking on the phone, explaining to someone that he is going to be late because a villain started rampaging in the street he is using. Kamu Woods, a new and upcoming hero who just made his debut a few weeks earlier, is currently there, using his quirk to try and keep the villain at bay. He can't help but feel giddy with excitement as he watches the fight while cheering Kamu Woods on along with everyone else. Kamu Woods is the popular young superstar. Izuku exclaims in excitement. A running commentary, here. Are you a fanboy, kid? The person next to Izuku says in amusement. Yup, Satoru says around his mochi donut as he leans back on the heels of his feet. He'll talk your ear off if YA let him. Satoru, Izuku whines, nudging his brother in the side before going back to watching the fight with huge eyes. Kamu's attempt to use his powerful move is quickly thwarted by the arrival of a massive blonde woman who slams a sharp kick straight into the face of the giant villain, knocking him out cold. Izuku is surprised because he wasn't expecting a newcomer to show up in the middle of this fight, nor is he expecting the sudden clicking of cameras. He and Satoru turn to see a crowd of cameramen snapping photos of the newcomer quickly. "Where the heck did you come from?" Satoru deadpans as he swallows the last of his donut. "Today's my debut. Pleased to meet you all," the massive woman says as she turns to face the crowd. "You can call me Mount Lady." Izuku w's out his notebook and immediately starts scribbling down everything he just observed about Mount Lady while muttering to himself so swiftly that his words spiral around his head. Satoru chews on another mochi donut as he raises a pure white eyebrow. "Never ceases to amaze me how quickly he can write down everything he is saying," he muses. "Taking notes. I guess you want to be a hero yourself," the man next to Izuku says. "Good luck." Izuku beams brightly at the man. "Thanks, I'll try," he says brightly. Satoru pokes his cheek and he winces. "Come on, Munchkin. We're gonna be late," he says. Izuku groans. He really hoped he would actually get through this entire day without a short joke, but, in all honesty, his surprised Satoru lasts this long before unleashing a short joke. "Don't call me that," he mutters. "Okay, midget." "Satoru." Satoru just laughs and Izuku grumbles but smiles at his twin in fond exasperation. He will take Satoru's constant short jokes and teasing and carefree nature any day if the alternative meant he would be left alone. It doesn't take them long after the villain attack to make it to Aldera Junior High. They are even on time and manage to slip into the classroom and take their seats at the back of the room before the tardy bell rings. Tanaka, their teacher, makes his way into the classroom and rests the stack of papers on the table. "So, you are all third years now," he says, tapping the pile of papers resting on his desk, but Izuku only pays attention with half an ear as he scribbles more notes about the villain attack in his notebook. At least until Satoru throws a wadded-up piece of paper at his head. He hisses out a quiet yelp and gives his brother a pout as he picks up the wadded-up piece of paper and opens it. "Career test thing. Did you put down UA?" Izuku casts a glance at his twin who is tapping his pencil against the desk while resting his chin on the palm of his hand, looking incredibly bored but still paying rapt attention. He scribbles a yes on the paper and, wadding it up, tosses it back at his brother while the teacher continues to talk about possible paths to take after they graduate middle school. Satoru reads the paper. But, before he can write his response, the teacher says, "But, let's be honest. We all know all of you are aiming for the hero course." The classroom erupts into cheers, most of the students showing off their quirks as they do so, but Satoru just leans back in his seat and folds his arms behind his head. His sunglasses slip down the bridge of his nose as he rolls those vibrantly mesmerizing blue eyes and, catching Izuku's eye, mouths, show-offs to which Izuku stifles a snicker. It's not as if his brother is wrong. Everyone is showing off and Izuku has to wonder if they even know that it's illegal for them to be using their quirks in a public place like this school. But he supposes that if the teachers don't care then no one is going to report them and nothing will really change. "Hey, teach! Don't lump me in with the rest of them extras." At the loud, arrogant proclamation from one Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku turns toward him. The spiky blonde-haired boy is currently leaning back in his seat, much like Satoru, but his legs are draped over the top of the desk and there is an arrogant smirk on his lips. Satoru rolls his eyes behind his sunglasses again and fake GGS as Katsuki continues to talk about how he isn't going to some second-rate hero course like the rest of their classmates, that he is going to be going to U, which is the premier high school for future heroes to attend. Izuku gives his twin a long look. "Be nice," he mouths. "No," Satoru mouths back. Izuku resists the urge to sigh. There is no denying Satoru hasn't liked Katsuki Bakugo. Even though the twins grew up with Katsuki Bakugo and have been around him since they were babies, ever since Izuku's quirkless diagnosis, things have changed and Satoru has admitted he doesn't like how Katsuki treats Izuku even though Izuku has always insisted it's fine. He knows Katsuki is going to be a great and powerful hero in his own right. Even though all three of them were supposed to be heroes together, that changed when Katsuki changed after his quirk came in and Izuku's didn't. But Izuku still feels that way, still admires Katsuki, still looks up to him. "Oh, it says here that Izuku Midoriya and Satoru Midoriya want to go to you too," says Tanaka. There is pure silence, then everyone bursts out laughing. "Satoru Midoriya I can understand. He, at least, has a quirk," one student exclaims. "Yeah, and he's pretty strong with it." "But Izuku Midoriya doesn't even have a quirk," another student gasps around his laughter. "Yeah. Why would they let a quirkless kid apply?" Another student exclaims. They changed that so quirkless kids can apply," Izuku says meekly. More rambunctious laughter erupts. "As if you could ever be a hero, you quirkless wannabe," one student exclaims around their laughter. Satoru narrows his eyes. Izuku catches his eye and shakes his head. Satoru frowns. Izuku shakes his head again. It's not worth it. He doesn't want his brother to get into trouble after all. Satoru huffs and leans back in his seat, folding his arms across his chest. Katsuki is suddenly out of his chair and storming toward Izuku's desk, and he yelps when Katsuki slams the palms of his hands on his desk and generates an explosion. The explosion is enough to send Izuku flying away from his desk to land in a heap on the ground. "What the F do you think you're doing? You're even lower than those lowly extras. You're quirkless," Katsuki exclaims. "Don't think you can stand in the same ring as me." It's been my dream to be a hero my entire life," Izuku stammers out. Katsuki snarls, but before he can say anything, Satoru is there, holding out a hand. "Back off, Bakugo," he says firmly, using his free hand to lower his sunglasses and fix the full force of his 6 eyes on Katsuki. His eyes may be mesmerizing and vibrant and, yes, very appealing, but, up close, they are also very intimidating to the point where they even cause Katsuki Bakugo to hesitate out of wariness. TCH. Katsuki swats Satoru's hand away and, pivoting, storms back to his seat. Fing lowlife Deku and his stupid protective brother. "Fu2, Kaken," Satoru calls back, purposely including a mocking lilt to his tone when he says that last word. Katsuki responds by throwing him the middle finger, and Satoru responds to that by giving him a salute with his own middle finger. "All right, class, that's enough. Everyone, back to your seats," Tanaka calls out, and, while those who did stand up, return to their seats, Satoru turns and holds out a hand to Izuku. He takes it. "You didn't have to do that, Satoru," he says quietly as he pulls himself to his feet and, with Satoru's help, rights his desk before he retakes his seat. "Of course I did. Can't stand that hot-headed egotistical prick," says Satoru with a shrug as he wanders back to his seat and throws himself into it, while Izuku, letting out another long sigh, gives his brother a long look. His brother gives him an unashamed smile in return. Honestly, he is insufferable sometimes. But Izuku loves him anyway. Classes go by without incident after that blow-up during homeroom, and Izuku finds himself eager to get home so he can start delving more in depth into his observations about Kamu Woods and Mount Lady's debut. He is glad he doesn't have to worry about chores today, since it's Satoru's turn, so he can work on his homework and on his notes as soon as he gets home. As the final class ends, he starts gathering his stuff only to yelp in surprise when Katsuki snatches his notebook off his desk before he can put it away. "Kaken," he protests, holding out a hand toward the notebook. "We're not done from earlier," says Katsuki as he waves the notebook around. One of his lackeys peers at the title and barks out a laugh. "Hero analysis for the future number 13. How pathetic is that?" he says. It's just observations," Izuku protests and winces when Katsuki slams the notebook between his hand and generates an explosion, successfully burning through several of the pages before tossing it toward the window. That was mean," Izuku protests and winces when Katsuki places a hand on his shoulder. "Listen to me, you Fing nerd," Katsuki says with a sneer crossing his lips. "I'm the only one from this shitty school who is going to get into UE. So don't bother on applying, and tell your annoying twin not to bother on applying either, K." He smiles as he says that, but it's not a nice smile, and Izuku winces when Katsuki burns his shoulder. Katsuki suddenly winces when a textbook smacks him upside the head. "Yeah, I'm not gonna listen to YA. I'm still applying for UE anyway," says Satoru with a shrug as he tucks his textbook under his arm. And Izuku is gonna reply too. So why don't you back the F off, Kaken, before I chug you through a window? Satoru, do not throw Kaken through a window, Izuku scolds. I'll catch him. You haven't exactly perfected blue yet, Satoru. You might not catch him. Satoru clicks his tongue and huffs. Don't gotta call me out, Aizu, he whines. Katsuki glares at him as he rubs his head before he storms toward the entrance to the classroom. He pauses in the doorway and casts a glance at Izuku over his shoulder. You know what, there is an easy way for you to get a quirk, he says. Why don't you pray for one in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof? Satoru lunges toward Katsuki and Izuku, shaken by those words, only just barely manages to grab his twin around the middle before he can reach the spiky-haired boy. Satoru does succeed in throwing his textbook though, and Katsuki doesn't dodge out of the way in time before the corner of the textbook slams right into his eye. He hisses in pain. You thing BSE, he yells as he clutches at his eye as the textbook falls to the ground. Be glad Izuku is holding me back or I would have thrown your butt through a window, you thing BSE, Satoru yells back, vibrantly blue eyes blazing behind his dark sunglasses. Satoru, calm down. It's fine, Izuku exclaims as Katsuki and his lackeys quickly hurry away from the classroom door, with the spiky blonde still snarling out a string of curses under his breath. It's not fine, Satoru says with a huff as he finally calms down enough to where Izuku is sure he can release him without worrying about him charging after Katsuki. Suicide baiting. How low can that BSTRD get? I mean seriously. It's fine, it's not fine. Satoru runs a hand through his wild snow-white hair with an aggravated sigh. Izuku chews on his lower lip. He is sure Katsuki actually didn't mean it but decides against pointing that out because he has this odd feeling it's only going to make Satoru even more upset and angry and he doesn't want that. Come on, I gotta go get my notebook and then we can head home, he says. Satoru holds up the burned notebook. Izuku stares. I caught it with blue, says Satoru brightly. See? I've been practicing. Izuku takes the notebook and frowns when he notices it's still a little wet. It got wet, he says. I didn't say I caught it before it hit the koi pond. I just said I caught it, says Satoru with a shrug before he drapes his tall, lanky form over Izuku who yelps at the sudden weight. Come on, Aizu, let's hit up that mochi stand on second. They've got a new lavender mochi ice cream I've been dying to try. Izuku huffs as he shoves at his brother but, as expected, he doesn't even budge his taller twin. Fine. Now get off, he grumbles. Ah, you do love me, of course I do, dummy. You're my brother. But you're still insufferable many times. I know, Izuku rolls his eyes but he is glad for the distraction. He doesn't even really think Satoru does it on purpose but talking with his brother, and listening to his brother be insufferable and carefree and, yes, annoying, always helps to take his mind off whatever is bothering him. Don't fill up on mochi ice cream though, Satoru, or mom is gonna be mad, he says. That was one time. Satoru huffs as he straightens up and the twins make their way out of the classroom. There is something incredibly chaotic about walking down the streets of a city overflowing with quirk energy. Maybe it's the fact that the energies are always different. Some are strong. Some are weak. All of them are perceived with different textures or shapes or colors. None of them are the same. They are just a kaleidoscopic blur of designs and colors but they all have a very similar bubble-like characteristic, and they all seem incredibly light and airy. Such is the way Six Eyes perceives quirk energy. It spirals and flows around the various individuals striding down the sidewalk, chatting with their friends or on their phones or window shopping in the various shops they are walking by. Different colors. Different textures. Different characteristics. Even after all these years, Satoru Midoriya will admit that the chaotic onslaught of different quirk energies is still difficult to handle. The constant flow of information his Six Eyes feeds to his brain is always jam-packed to the point where he has to constantly keep his eyes covered in order to ensure that jam-packed flow is muted and dulled so it won't overwhelm him. But it is still rather interesting in a way, even if it feels odd to be perceiving something so light and so airy as if it's a stark contrast to what Six Eyes used to perceive. But, at the same time, his quirk may be similar to an ability that existed before the dawn of the age of quirks, but he's sure it isn't the same. And, even if it is, how would he even know what that ancient ability was able to do? He shakes his head as he and Izuku make their way down the street, finishing up the last of their mochi ice cream as they near the tunnel they usually take to get home quickly. Since their mother wants them home by 5 at the latest, they use this shortcut often, especially when they take day tours, as they have a habit of doing because of Satoru's massive sweet tooth, and the fact that he always saves his allowance to satisfy his massive sweet tooth. Something wrong, Satoru? Izuku asks, peering up at Satoru. Izuku is the one person in this city that Satoru doesn't see the flow of quirk energy around. Whereas everyone else has that airy and bubble-like flow of energy that is different depending on the person he is focusing on, Izuku doesn't. The energy Satoru perceives around him is muted and dull, a gray in color and lacking in any significant characteristics that differentiate him from other people. Satoru's always known Izuku was quirkless simply because he never had the same airy, light, bubble-like flow of energy that their mother or Dr. Oki had. Even before he knew that energy his 6 eyes perceived was quirk energy, he knew Izuku was different. It's not like it changes how he feels because Izuku is still his brother. I'm fine. This is so good, Satoru says around the last bite of his ice cream before he throws it away in a nearby trash can as they enter the tunnel. Izuku studies him but nods. Are you okay? After earlier, Satoru begins because it still boils his BLD to know that Katsuki Bakugo, someone whom Izuku still sees as a friend even though Satoru doesn't know why, considering how badly that Morin treats him, actually suicide-baited Izuku. He really wants to just up and deck the BSD, but he promised himself that he wouldn't until Izuku finally plucked up the nerve to just do it himself. He doesn't think that's going to happen anytime soon, but he can hope, right? Oh. That. Yeah. I'm fine, Izuku assures him. Satoru studies him. Really? I'm fine. Satoru continues to study him. He is sure that isn't true, and Izuku is just putting on a brave face like he always does when he doesn't want to worry anyone. Izuku lets out a long sigh and looks away, wringing his fingers together. Okay, I guess it did hurt, he admits finally. But, really, I'm over it now. Are you really? Izuku flinches and looks down now, studying his bright red shoes for a long moment. It was just a surprise, really, he says finally. Kaken has never said anything like that to me, and yet. I guess that's probably why it hurt. I just never expected Kaken to say anything like that to me. He doesn't deserve your friendship, Satoru deadpans. He's still gonna be a great hero and I still admire him, Izuku insists. Satoru knows Izuku will defend Bakugo if he even attempts to protest against that statement, so he opts to say nothing. He, personally, doesn't think anyone who is willing to tell another person to kill themselves is hero material. In fact, he doesn't think anyone who treats others who are weaker than themselves badly deserve to be heroes. The strong are supposed to protect and save the weak, not belittle them and hurt them and tell them to kill themselves. Heroes are supposed to be strong, but if heroes don't protect and save those who are weak, then they don't deserve to call themselves heroes. He tenses when 6 Eyes detects a rapidly approaching flow of quirk energy. Its bubble-like feel also feels incredibly slimy, and he grabs Izuku's arm and bolts down the tunnel. What? Satoru, Izuku begins. Someone's coming, Satoru says and curses when the flow of quirk energy erupts so close behind them that he has to throw himself and Izuku backwards before they are both engulfed by the eruption of slime emerging out of the saw grate they were about to pass. Izuku shrieks in fear. Oh, a medium-sized invisibility cloak, 2 of them. The slime villain surges toward them and Satoru grabs Izuku's arm and dives out of the way, but the slime villain is quick and he yelps when tendrils of slime suddenly slam into him and send him flying. Soto, Izuku's words are cut off with a sharp gasp, and, as Satoru skids to a halt, he jars his head up and his eyes widen upon seeing the slime is completely engulfing Izuku's form and flowing down his throat. Izuku claws at the slime, but, as expected, that does absolutely nothing. Satoru scrambles to his feet with a curse escaping his lips. Think, Satoru, think. He can try to use blue, but there is no telling if attracting the slime to him will be enough to free Izuku. If he can figure out how to use red, then he might be able to get the slime away from Izuku, but he hasn't been able to figure out how to use red. Think. You have to do something. He can't just let his brother die. He darts forward, ducking under a tendril of slime while activating the infinity barrier that he learned, a few years ago, is also part of his quirk. It causes things to slow down so much so that it's as if they come to a complete stop mere centimeters from his form. He may not be able to keep it up constantly, but he should be able to keep it up long enough to get close. If he can just use red, if he could just figure out how to use red. He doesn't even know why using the red aspect of his quirk is so hard. Attraction came as easy as breathing to him, but repulsion is making nuclear physics look like child's play. He goes to try and use red, but his infinity barrier decides to deactivate, thus allowing the slime villain's tendrils to slam into him, and he yelps as his scent flying into the wall of the subway tunnel. He slumps down with a groan of pain, one hand resting on his head, but he scrambles to his feet and swiftly dodges out of the way of more tendrils. Get away. I only need one, the slime villain yells as it swipes its tendrils toward him. He ducks to avoid it and, activating his quirk, attempts to utilize the red aspect. He isn't sure what is missing when it comes to that, but it's clear he's still missing something because it doesn't work and a tendril slams into him and sends him flying into the opposite wall. He slumps to the ground but tries to get to his feet because he has to do something. He can't let his brother die. The sound of metal clattering against stone sounds and Satoru looks up, eyes widening upon seeing a very familiar form emerging out of the saw tunnel. His blonde hair is styled upward like bunny ears, a broad, bright smile dominates his lips, and, even though he is dressed casually in a white shirt and black briefs, his muscular form and big smile are recognizable. All Might. Do not fear, for I am here. All Might declares as he surges forward. Wait, what? How did you? The slime villain doesn't get the chance to finish his statement as All Might slam a fist straight through it, causing it to explode and sending Izuku flying. Satoru darts forward in an instant, catching Izuku and grunting as his weight knocks him off his feet and sends them both skidding out of the tunnel. He adjusts his grip on his twin, turning his gaze to All Might, brow furrowing. He didn't notice All Might's quirk energy because he was so focused on the slime villain, but now that he is focusing on All Might himself, he can't help but find the flow of All Might's quirk energy to be incredibly odd. It's powerful, there is no doubt about that, like a crystalline force of pulsating power, but it seems to be overwhelming the non-quirk energy that all humans have coexisting alongside their quirk energy. Satoru doesn't know what to call that non-quirk energy, so he just refers to it as non-quirk energy. It's just a different kind of energy that exists in all humans, the same energy that is prevalent throughout Izuku because he doesn't have any quirk energy to coexist alongside it. But has never seen anyone with such overwhelming quirk energy and only slivers of non-quirk energy. No, that's a lie. The last time he saw someone with slivers of non-quirk energy was when he visited his mother and auntie Oki at the hospital they both used to work at, before Oki and her family moved to Okinawa, and he encountered a sick person. The person was so sick that, while their quirk energy was still the same, that non-quirk energy seemed to be far smaller than in other quirked people he's seen. Is this man sick then? He sits up, shifting Izuku so he is resting more comfortable on his lap, as he watches All Might gather the slime villain up in 2 soda bottles he had on him. He supposes even heroes have to make do with what they have on them when they have to apprehend a villain while not officially working. Are you okay, young man? All Might asks as he approaches after tucking the soda bottles away. He picks up the notebook that Izuku must have dropped when he was flung away from the slime villain and, after flipping through it, signs the first empty pages he finds. He holds it out to Satoru, who takes it and rests it beside them. I'm fine, Satoru says. He actually aches, but he ignores it because it's really just bruises. He's pretty sure he didn't break anything anyway, and, while his head is throbbing, a single touch to the back of his head reveals there is no BLD. He nudges his brother and Izuku stirs before blinking open his eyes. Satoru, he whispers. Hey, glad to see YA awake, Satoru says. Did you save me? Nah. Tried to. Didn't work. He did, Satoru says, gesturing and promptly covering his ears because he knows his brother. Just as expected, his right and Izuku lets out the loudest shriek of utter shock Satoru has ever heard in his entire life, one that probably woke up the entire neighborhood. All Might, he exclaims as he scrambles out of Satoru's arms. Oh my God. You're All Might. Where's my notebook? I've gotta get an autograph. Satoru picks up the notebook beside him. Already done, he says brightly and winces when Izuku shrieks in happiness, mostly because Izuku is still incredibly close so it does radiate into his ear. Oh thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's gonna be a treasured family heirloom. Izuku exclaims as he bows so rapidly that Satoru is afraid he's going to bang his face into the concrete. All Might clearly doesn't know how to respond to that, so he simply gives them a thumbs up and an overly bright okay before he holds up the 2 soda bottles. And you do not need to worry about the villain. He has been safely contained. Now I must bring this fellow to the authorities. You can catch me again on TV. He starts stretching as Izuku scrambles to his feet. Wait, is that it? Izuku stammers out swiftly. Until next time, All Might declares, and Satoru starts when Izuku suddenly lunges forward. Thanks for the support. All Might is gone in a whoosh, but Satoru can only stare at the spot where his brother was standing moments earlier because now Izuku is gone too. Did he really just? Satoru groans as he rubs his temples and looks to the sky, but by this point, All Might is already gone. He knows he won't be able to catch up with him. Even though those notes his mother got on the ability his quirk is strongly related to indicated that he can use the blue aspect of his quirk to move at swift speeds, he hasn't quite figured out how to do that yet. Truth be told, he only just barely managed to teach himself how to manipulate space down to the atomic level enough to attract people or objects to each other, or to him if need be. His quirk is so complicated, but, at least, those notes are giving him a little bit of a better understanding, even though he knows his quirk isn't exactly the same as that ability that existed before the dawn of the Age of Quirks. He shakes his head as he starts walking. He won't be able to catch up with Izuku, but he, at least, can head toward Tatooine Station, since they both have to pass by that station to get home, so he may be able to meet up with him there. It doesn't take him long to reach Tatooine Station and, as he weaves his way around the crowd with ease to his 6 eyes letting him perceive where they are even though the dark sunglasses he wears make everything incredibly dark, he notices the flow of a specific quirk energy. There are some quirk energies that Satoru is able to differentiate from others as easily as breathing, due to how long he's been around the users of those quirks. His mother is one, Izuku's lack of quirk energy is another, Oki and her daughter Shoko are another, and then there is Katsuki Bakugo, whose quirk energy is always perceived as a crackling firecracker by his 6 eyes. So he knows Katsuki and his lackeys are nearby, but he decides to ignore them as he scans the area, looking for his twins' large amount of non-quirk energy. He doesn't know where Izuku and All Might ended up, but he would like to believe they didn't go that far before All Might realized Izuku is clinging on to him for dear life. Haven't you known him since you were kids? One of Katsuki's lackey friend's voice says from a nearby street as Satoru nears it. Yeah, you went too far today, another lackey says. I'll say. Satoru scoffs at that. It's his fault for messing with me, Katsuki says with a huff. Seeing him so full of stupid dreams like when we were kids just sizz me off. And seeing his dumbass twin being so fing protective is so fing annoying too. Well, I guess. Wait. Katsuki. A scream erupts from the street and Satoru jumps, eyes widening as 6 eyes immediately detects a presence he just felt not even an hour ago. It must have been there for a while, but, since he wasn't focusing on it, he didn't detect it until that scream, until his attention was focused on the area of the scream. But he recognizes that slimy quirk energy. The slime villain. But how? All Might captured him. Someone, call the heroes. One person yells. They are here. Another voice calls out as Satoru darts to the head of the street only for Backdraft to stop him and the other curious onlookers with a barricade of fire hoses. Stay back, Backdraft orders while Death Arms and Kamu would dart forward where the slime villain is currently engulfing the familiar spiky blonde-haired form of Katsuki even as Katsuki unleashes explosions out of explosions that prevents anyone from really getting closer. Katsuki Bakugo may be many things, a bully, an arrogant prick, and someone Satoru would gladly deck for a corn chip, but that doesn't mean he wants the other boy dead. But, at the same time, he was helpless to do anything against the slime villain earlier and, unless he can randomly figure out how to use red, he will still be just as useless now. He curses under his breath, wishing he was stronger. He's supposed to be strong. He truly feels that he is supposed to be stronger than he is, even though he doesn't know why he feels that way. It's just a feeling, one that has been prevalent within him ever since he started uncovering more and more truths about his quirk, or maybe even before that as a child. Death Arms surges forward, but his attempt to punch the slime villain doesn't work while Backdraft is trying to put out the fires caused by Katsuki's rampaging explosions, and Kamu Woods is attempting to grab the people who are stuck in the street itself. None of them seem to have any possible way of attacking the slime villain, their quirks aren't suited for it, and Satoru can only wonder why they aren't trying to look outside the box. There has to be another way. Some way that doesn't involve a quirk. His eyes travel to the slime villain's eyes. They are the only part of the slime villain's body that is exposed, and, as his quirk reads the slime villain's quirk energy, he knows that is his weak spot. Even if it won't defeat it, it will distract him enough to release its hold on Katsuki, at least long enough for the boy to breath. He still has his messenger bag on him, but there really isn't anything in his bag that he can use. Katsuki manages to break free enough to double over and let out a muffled scream as he unleashes a few more explosions. But his eyes are flaring and he's trying to break free, his eyes are flaring with determination. He wants to save himself. Satoru throws himself over the barrier, using his quirk to call a rock toward his hand, lugging it at the slime villain's eye. It strikes it and the slime villain rears back. Movement erupts beside him before a very familiar yellow backpack goes sailing forward and one of the textbooks flies out of it and strikes the slime villain's other eye. The slime villain rears back and Satoru latches onto the arm he sees while the familiar form of Izuku latches onto the other arm. What are you doing here? Katsuki yells once the slime is no longer covering his mouth. Saving your butt, duh. Just cause you're an arrogant, loud-mouthed prick doesn't mean I'm gonna just let YA die. Satoru snaps. You looked like you were calling out for help and Kaken, I couldn't just watch you die. Izuku yells. They both yank with all of their might as they struggle to pull Katsuki free from the slime's grip. Just a little bit longer. So stop getting in my way, the slime villain yells as he lashes out at both Izuku and Satoru, and, while the heroes yell out and start forward and Satoru is about to try to use part of his quirk again, he doesn't have to. There is movement and then All Might is there, grabbing all three of their arms in a single grip while his other hand is gripped into a tight fist. The lesson I left you with. I should practice what I preach. All Might declares as he rears his fist back. A pro should always be ready to risk his life. Detroit Smash. He slams his fist into the slime villain while wrenching Satoru, Izuku, and Katsuki away from the slime at the same time. In an explosion of power, the slime erupts all around them as the power surges away from All Might's form and flares so brightly, so powerful, so like a flaring crystalline flame that Satoru's head starts throbbing painfully. He's never perceived such powerful quirk energy before. It's so powerful, so bright, and pulsating with such energy that his 6 eyes, newly exposed since the force of the attack conjured up a shockwave that knocked his sunglasses off, is overwhelming his mind with the influx of far too much information far too quickly. This quirk. It is, by far, the most powerful quirk he's ever perceived with uninhibited eyes, and his mind isn't able to handle the sudden onslaught of information, causing a black tide to crash over Satoru, and then there is nothing. Izuku groans as he slowly regains consciousness. He is laying on a rain-soaked floor and he aches everywhere. He isn't sure as to why he aches, only that he does, but memories of what happened suddenly flood his mind. He sits up sharply and winces as he does so because his head is hurting. It's not throbbing but it's still aching. He gazes around, relieved to see Katsuki is regaining consciousness nearby, but he is a bit concerned when he sees Satoru is still unconscious. He reaches for his twin, brow furrowing, as he rests a hand on his arm. Satoru's face is paler than usual and there is a faint gleam of sweat coating his forehead while his eyes are squeezed tight as if in pain. Oh. He must have lost his sunglasses, and 6 eyes probably saw the full power of All Might's quirk, rather than the muted, dulled version. Izuku grimaces because he doesn't want to think about the reason why this happened. It's his fault. He knows it is. If he hadn't grabbed hold of All Might, because of his desperation to know if All Might thought someone who is quirkless could be a hero or not, then All Might would have never lost the villain. Then Katsuki would have never gotten caught. Then Satoru would have never gotten hurt too. This is all my fault. I guess. All Might's right. Being a hero without a quirk really isn't possible. All I did today is cause problems, and now my brother and my friend are hurt cause of me. He nudges Satoru. Satoru, he whispers as he rests his free hand over Satoru's eyes. Satoru. Satoru groans, but Izuku feels his eyes flutter open beneath his hand. A soft sigh of relief erupts for his lips, probably at the welcoming darkness brought on by Izuku covering his eyes. Izuku, he says as he slowly sits up while Izuku keeps his eyes covered. I'm here. Are you okay? Izuku asks. Got a raging migraine and my eyes are burning, though you covering them is helping a heck of a lot, but, other than that, I'm just peachy. Movement sounds and Izuku looks up to see Kamu Woods and Death Arms walking toward them. Both of them are sporting the same frowns of disapproval while Kamu Woods has his arms folded across his chest. Are you injured? Death Arms asks. No, just some bruises, Izuku says. Do you have any sunglasses or something that Satoru can use to cover his eyes? They're really strained by right and need to be covered so they don't hurt. The two heroes look at each other before Kamu Woods moves off. He comes back with gauze. It's the closest thing we could find, he says as he hands over the roll of gauze. I guess it'll have to do, Satoru says, and Izuku feels him close his eyes. Let me know when you're done. Izuku nods and, lowering his hand, starts gently winding the gauze around Satoru's eyes until the gauze is thick enough that Satoru won't be able to see beyond them. Is that enough? He asks his brother. Satoru hums. Yeah, that's fine. The pain's easing, he says. Izuku, letting loose a soft breath, ties off the gauze and, ripping it free from the roll, hand the roll back to Kamu Woods. So long as you are okay, but what you both did was incredibly reckless, says Death Arms sternly. There was absolutely no need for either of you to put yourself into danger. Izuku winces and ducks his head before clamping a hand around Satoru's mouth when he opens his mouth, probably about to protest. He shakes his head when his brother glances at him and, while he seems a bit annoyed by that, he huffs and nods his head. Thankfully, they don't get scolded too much more beyond that, and, once the paramedics determine they are all right, they are allowed to leave. So, any particular reason why you decided to hitch a ride on the #1 hero of Japan? Satoru asks casually as they both stride down the street toward their apartment building. Izuku yelps and his face goes red in embarrassment because, in hindsight, that wasn't a good idea. Well, I wanted to ask All Might if he thought someone who is quirkless could be a hero, he says. Satoru glances down at him in bewilderment. Of course you can. Isn't that what we decided? We're both gonna be the strongest, and be the best heroes we can possibly be together, whether you have a quirk or not. That's what we wanna be, but I just wanted to know if All Might thought it was possible. What we want isn't the same as what is possible. Nah. I think anything's possible if you really put your mind to it. So what did he say? Well, you. A loud yell sounds and Izuku jumps before whirling around as Katsuki storms toward them with fury on his face. I never asked either of you to save me. Katsuki yells in fury. As if you could, Deku. Here. Well. I could have beaten him myself. How dare a quirkless failure like you pity me? Trying to win me over. Don't you dare mock me. Stupid nerd. He whirls around and storms off while Satoru gives his retreating back an incredulous look. Wow. That's the thanks we get. What a prick, he deadpans. Satoru, Izuku scolds. Well, he is. Anyway, come on, Aizu, let's get some eclairs at that bakery on 3rd to celebrate not dying today. Izuku rolls his eyes, but he supposes that does sound good. If anything, it'll take his mind off everything that's happened. Izuku wasn't able to change anything, but is glad because this just means that he can start moving toward a more realistic future, even if it's not the future he wanted to have. Even if it means he won't be able to be a hero with his brother like he's always wanted to. I am here. All Might declares as he zooms forward out of absolutely nowhere, and Izuku jumps up with a shriek of surprise. Where the hell did you come from? Satoru blurts out. Oh, young man, I did not realize you weren't alone, All Might declares in his booming voice. Might I have a word with you in private? Satoru tilts his head to the side. Even though his eyes are covered by thick gauze, Izuku has the very good feeling All Might is being studied intently. It's okay, Satoru. I'll catch up, he says, because he has no doubt All Might can't hold his buff form for much longer and doesn't want to risk anyone else finding out about his true form. While Izuku trusts his twin with his life, this isn't a secret he wants to force All Might to reveal to someone else unintentionally. He's already done it once today. Izuku doesn't want it to happen again. Satoru tilts his head toward him, then smiles brightly. Okay, I'll try not to eat all the eclairs before you get there, he says brightly and skips off. You better save me at least one. Izuku yells after his brother. Satoru laughs as he waves his hand dismissively. Izuku huffs. Something tells me I'm going to have to order my own order of eclairs when I catch up to him, he mutters before turning his gaze to All Might, who, once Satoru is out of sight, releases his buff form. But, weren't you surrounded by reporters earlier? Shaking them off is nothing to me, All Might declares before he coughs and adds, Kid. I've come to thank you and revise what I said earlier. Also, I have a proposal. Here. Without you, if I hadn't heard your story, I'd have been nothing but fake muscles and insincerity, so thank you. All Might says. That. No. I mean, it was all my fault from the start. I got in your way, even though I'm quirkless. I dared to ask if, Izuku begins. Exactly. All Might cuts him off. Of all the people at the scene, it was you, timid and quirkless, and your brother who acted. You both spurred me into action. Most of the top heroes show signs of greatness even as children. Many of them claim their bodies simply moved before they could think. Izuku feels a tremble rush through his form. He finds himself thinking back to when he was first diagnosed as quirkless, to when his mother looked at him with pity when he asked her if he could still be a hero like All Might, to when the only person who still stuck by his side was his brother. His brother told him they are both going to be the strongest, quirk or no quirk, and, while that did help him with his shock, it wasn't exactly what he wanted to hear. That's what happened to you back there, yes, says All Might, and Izuku feels tears start stng down his face as he doubles over, manages a nod. Young man, you can be a hero. All Might declares. And Izuku cries. For the first time in his entire life, someone, and not just anyone but his actual idol, just told him the words he has been craving to hear. He can be a hero. I believe you're worthy of inheriting my power, All Might adds. The tears dry up in an instant and Izuku jars his head up and gives his idol a puzzled look. What? All Might bursts out laughing. What's that face for? It's a proposal. The real work begins here. Listen, my boy, I'm asking you if you want to try accepting my power. His power. What is he saying? This concerns my quirk, kid, says All Might, startling Izuku again. The tabloids like to guess that it's super strength or boost power, and I avoid the question in interviews by making jokes. Because All Might, the symbol of peace, has to come off as a natural-born hero. Wait, All Might isn't a natural-born hero. But my quirk. It was passed down to me like an Olympic torch. Passed down to you. Really? Izuku says in surprise, eyes widening. Yes. And now it may be your turn. Hold on a second. To be sure, All Might's quirk is one of the 7 great mysteries of the world, and there's been endless debate over what it might be. There isn't a day that goes by without some new theory on the internet, but... well, now he says it was passed down to him. Naturally, I have no idea what he means, but more than that, that's not even a theory that anyone proposed before, and that's mostly because 𝐒𝐻 still knows so little about what quirks are in the first place. I mean, we use the term quirk to begin with because each power of characteristic is so particular to a single person. The rest of Izuku's words spiral around his head in a mutter storm that probably has All Might's head spinning. You really doubt me that much, All Might exclaims, cutting Izuku's muttering off. Nonsense. Izuku begins, but All Might is going on before he can finish. I have many secrets but I never lie. I have the ability to transfer power. That's the quirk I inherited. It's called One for All. He holds out a hand and Izuku can almost picture a pulsating power resting in the palm of that hand. 1. 4. All, the first person cultivates the power and then passes it to another. The next refines it and pass it on again. In this way, those crying out to be saved and those with brave and true hearts link to form a crystalline network of power. But all this. Why? Why me? Izuku stammers out because he just doesn't understand it. He's just a quirkless nobody. He doesn't have a like of power, not like his brother, not like Katsuki, not like any of his classmates. I've been searching for a successor for a while now and I believe that you are worthy, says All Might. You may be quirkless, a mere hero admirer, but back there, you were more heroic than anyone else, barring your brother. Izuku swallows as he rubs the tears that are welling up in his eyes and scrambles to his feet. But, of course, it depends on you. What do you say? All Might asks. He told me so much. He's divulged his greatest secrets to me. Do I have a reason no to accept? No. Not at all. He lowers his arm. I have no reason to refuse. Yes, I accept, he says. All Might grins at him. A quick answer. I expected nothing less, he says, and Izuku knows that this most definitely going to be the start of something new, and, while he is nervous about what he is going to face, he doesn't regret it. Because, this way, he can be the hero he wants to be. This way, he can be the strongest with his brother. This way, he can fulfill his and his brother's dream to become the greatest heroes they both possibly be. This is his chance to fulfill his and his brother's shared dream, and he is not going to pass it up. The bar is dingy and in dire need of repair. Walls are cracked. Windows are stained. Dust covers every single surface from the bar counter to the splintering tables laying scattered upon a wooden floor stained with BLD and alcohol and vomit and other questionable substances. No one comes here for a drink or to hang out with friends. No. It's one of the many meeting places of the less than savory characters in the world. Jiran just so happens to be a broker who cares little about who he helps so long as he gets paid for it. He will help betray his own mother if it means getting a decent paycheck out of the deal, and everyone knows it, just as everyone knows his connections in the criminal underworld are incredibly long. He is someone who knows everyone. He is someone who can get one into even the most highly restricted areas. He deals in everything. Black market deals. Assassinations. Blackmail. It doesn't matter because he has a hand in every single aspect of the criminal underworld, which is why he is one of the first to be notified of a new bounty that is about to spread throughout the underworld like a wildfire. He hums as he lets out a puff of smoke while lowering the cigarette resting between his index finger and middle finger as he picks up the folder with his free hand. A 10 million yen bounty on the head of this kid, he says, studying the image resting on the very first page of the stack of papers within the folder. Yes, the man sitting across from him says with a nod. We have reason to believe he is going to be a threat to the entire criminal underworld, and thus he needs to be taken out of the equation as quickly as possible. A threat to the entire underworld. Or a threat to your organization in particular, says Jiran with a raised eyebrow. The man leans back in his seat and smirks, raising one hand and brushing thick locks of dark blonde hair out of his face, and Jiran's eyes trace over the odd stitches wrapped around the man's forehead like a crown. Can it not be both, he says, and, lowering his hand, leans forward and taps a finger against the folder. That boy holds a power within him that has the potential to make him the strongest, to make him even more powerful than All Might himself. More powerful than the symbol of peace himself. Jiran echoes. Yes. I see. He pulls his cigarette to his lips and, inhaling it, blows out another puff of smoke. Why now? Simple. His existence was not discovered until recently, says the man. He taps his head, adding, it's been so long that it took far more time than anticipated for my body to adjust, so I could not actually track the boy down until I was adjusted. And, truth be told, I didn't even know if the power existed in this day and age until I did my search and found out it did. You do know most of what you said doesn't make a lick of sense, right? Oh, I know. Nonetheless, it is a very generous fee, yes. I know some villains who won't hesitate to go after the kid for this kind of money, or just because they want to, but there are others who would frown upon it. Still though, it's a pretty massive bounty for taking out a 14-year-old boy who probably doesn't even have full control over his quirk. That is why I made it as lucrative as I could, because this is the time to actually strike against the boy, while he has yet to MSTR his ability. Trust me when I say now is the time to strike, because if the boy MSTRs his quirk, then nothing will be able to challenge him. You speak highly of this boy's power. Let's just say I have experience with this power. And, this time, I do not wish to lose. Jiran hums but leans back in his seat as he takes another drag of his cigarette and releases it in a plume of smoke. I can't keep the bounty up forever, he says. No bounty can stay up forever. It's just not the way the underworld works. That I am well aware of. Until next year. They have until the very first day of April next year to accomplish this task. If it is not completed by then the bounty will be taken down, and I will deem the villains to be far weaker than anticipated and come up with another plan. Deal. Very well. Jiran studies the image on the front page of the contents, taking in the boy's snow-white hair, incredibly pale complexion, and vibrant and mesmerizing blue eyes. 14 years old. Born on July 15th, eldest of twin boys. I'll pass on the information on the boy and on the bounty. Whether they succeed or not is up to them, so long as I get paid for posting this bounty, and get a cut should the bounty actually be completed, he says. Of course, the man says as he rises to his feet, gathering his long black trench coat around his slim, dancer's body. And just what name will you be going by? For the records, of course, says Jiran as he also rises, closing the folder and tucking it under his arm. The man smirks and turns, striding away as he says over his shoulder, "Call me Kenjaku." Satoru flops face first onto the couch, burying his face into the couch cushion with a groan while his mother glances at him with concern. He doesn't move from his spot, even though his legs are dangling over the armrest and one of his arms dangles off the side of the couch. He is so tired. His brain is hurting. His eyes are burning. And he is still nowhere near close to figuring out how to MSTR Red. Satoru, were you training with your quirk again? 𝐒𝐽 says with stern disapproval in her tone. Satoru winces but doesn't remove his face from the cushion. Well, I gotta figure it out somehow, he says into the cushion. But it's so hard. I can't even begin to figure out why I can't figure it out when I figured out blue like right away, and it's so annoying. Satoru, you know I don't like it when you practice with your quirk so much that it leaves you exhausted, says 𝐒𝐽, and Satoru feels a hand run through his hair as she adds, I know you want to figure this out but you've got time. But not enough patience, Satoru quips. Lord knows that's true. Izuku clearly inherited my patience and you got your father's stubbornness along with his impatience, says 𝐒𝐽 with a long sigh, but she keeps stroking Satoru's hair. Listen. I agreed to let you practice with your quirk, but I also insisted that you had to not go overboard and take breaks so you don't exhaust yourself like you did today. I know, Mom. I thought I had it but, well, yeah, I didn't. You'd have been in a far better mood if you did, 𝐒𝐽 says in amusement and, retracting her hand, adds, take a nap, Satoru. In a few hours, I want you to help me make dinner. Satoru turns his head. Is Izuku still doing that new diet plan he randomly told you about last week, he asks. Yes. I am grateful Izuku is eating more healthy, unlike someone I know. I had some fruit yesterday. Sorbet is not considered healthy, son. Satoru pouts and rolls onto his back, covering his eyes with his arm while swatting at the coffee table in the hope of snagging his sunglasses without having to get up. He manages it and slips them on as he adds, I'm surprised Izuku is trying out a new diet plan though. He didn't tell you why. No. Honestly, I haven't really spoken with Izuku much beyond in school since last week, Satoru says. It's weird. He and Izuku have been inseparable since they were babies. They've always been incredibly close that Satoru feels like has been set adrift now that there is this distance between them. They don't walk home from school anymore. Izuku is always busy, leaving right as soon as school ends for the day and coming home exhausted and too late to really do much beyond eat dinner and going straight to bed. They haven't really talked since last week and Satoru just doesn't know what's wrong, or if he did something to upset him. Sure, he's always been very outspoken to the point of saying what's on his mind even if it comes off as blunt or incredibly rude, but he doesn't think he's said anything to make his brother upset with him. Sure, he's threatened to deck Bakugo, but he does that all the time, so that can't be it. Did you two have a falling out? Asks 𝐭𝐴. I don't even know, Satoru says with a sigh as he tilts his head to gaze at the ceiling. I mean, I don't think I said anything to upset him. He's just been so busy, and I don't know what's keeping him so busy, cause he hasn't said nothing to me. It's weird. Like really weird. Considering you two used to share everything together, I can see why it would be weird. But I'm sure he'll come around. You are brothers and you love each other, says 𝐭𝐴. Now go take a nap. Okay, Mom. Satoru rolls onto his side and closes his eyes, not even bothering on taking off the sunglasses, though he does feel it when his mom does it for him. He tries to sleep. He does, but, for some reason, it's not as easy as he thought it would be. Considering how tired he is, he thought he would be able to fall asleep pretty quickly, but it's as if his mind won't stop. But, at least, he can try and rest his eyes and try and relax. Maybe if he can just relax, if he can just think about something like snow or sand or something simple, then it will help shut his mind down and he can sleep. His mother is the one who suggested that as a form of meditation to help him shut his mind down when it won't shut up on its own. So he focuses on snow. He isn't sure why snow is relaxing, but he finds it is. Just picturing the pristine white flakes falling from a pure white sky, feeling their cold kiss as they land against his skin, marveling at the beauty of the land covered in a thick blanket of pure white. Winter's always been his favorite season. He isn't even sure why, but it almost feels as if that is when his birthday is supposed to be. He knows it isn't, his birthday is in the middle of July, but it's odd that he feels like it should be then. Like around December, maybe even that first week, and it's weird that he feels that way. But he guesses it's enough because he ends up falling asleep and doesn't wake up until he feels a nudge in his shoulder. He blinks open his eyes and winces until sunglasses are placed in his hand, and he immediately puts them on as he blinks his eyes a few more times and turns his head. Izuku is kneeling by the couch, peering at him in concern. Oh, hey, Izuku. Whoa, you look terrible, Satoru exclaims because Izuku does. He smells like he fell into a dumpster and he has questionable substances in his hair and stains on his clothing, and he's pretty sure that's a banana peel resting in his head. Thanks, Izuku deadpans as he sits back on his heels. I kind of fell into a trash heap on the way home. Yeah, obviously. Satoru picks up the banana peel and Izuku's face flushes. You didn't even notice that, did ya? No, Satoru chuckles and tosses the banana peel, whooping when it manages to land in the garbage can all the way in the kitchen. Satoru, next time, get up and throw it away properly, 𝐭𝐴 scolds from within the kitchen. Satoru snickers. Okay, Mom, he calls back as he swings his legs off the couch and peers at his brother. So where have you been anyway? He hopes that, since Izuku doesn't look that tired right now, he might be willing to tell him, that he might be willing to actually talk with him. Oh, just doing some community service, nothing too big, yeah, Izuku says swiftly, far too swiftly, and Satoru frowns. Izuku never lies to him. If there is one thing they both agree to do, it's to not lie to each other. They are too close for that because they are always able to detect if the other one is lying to them. And, even if Satoru wasn't capable of detecting the hint of dishonesty in Izuku's voice, it's pretty clear with the way he fidgets, the way his eyes avoid meeting Satoru's, with the way he wrings his hands together. Why are you lying to me? He deadpans. Izuku jumps. I'm not, he begins. Izuku, we've been inseparable since we were babies. We always know when the other is lying. You know that, so why? It's not important. Really? It's not. He waves his hands frantically as he says that, and Satoru narrows his eyes because that doesn't sound like the truth either. Izuku, he begins. It's not important. Just drop it. The sudden shift in Izuku's tone, from desperate to annoyed, startles both of them into silence because Satoru doesn't remember Izuku ever snapping at him before, and it's clear Izuku is just as surprised by his snap as if he wasn't expecting that either. But it's clear Satoru is annoying his twin, so he decides to just leave the matter be. Yeah, fine, Whatever, he says and, jumping to his feet, strides toward the kitchen. Hey, Mom. Do you still need help with dinner? 𝐿𝐭 glances at him. Everything okay with you and Izuku, she asks. Hell if I know, but he doesn't want to talk about it, so why bother on pushing? Satoru says, and there are hints of disappointment and annoyance in his own tone. He isn't used to this, to not being able to talk with his brother, to there being such distance between them. It's only been a week, but that's just a week too long in Satoru's opinion. Language, Satoru, 𝐿𝐭 scolds and, holding out the ladle, she gestures to the stove and, as Satoru takes over. Stirring the miso water, she adds, just give him some time. Okay. Satoru focuses on the water. It isn't long before dinner is ready and everyone is seated at the dining room table. Izuku is now all washed up and in clean clothes and seems to have let go of his earlier annoyance. He does peer over at Satoru though. I'm sorry about snapping at you earlier, Satoru, he says. Satoru, in the middle of blowing on a spoonful of miso soup, pauses and glances at him. It's fine, he says and, spooning the soup into his mouth, swallows and adds, we haven't talked in a while, so I guess I just wanted to talk again. Oh, right. Sorry. I've been busy. But, do you want to join me on my morning jog tomorrow? Satoru grimaces at the thought of getting up early in the morning, before the crack of dawn, since that's when Izuku likes to go jogging, but he would like to spend time with his brother and try to close the distance that appeared between them this past week. Maybe he can really figure out why his brother is keeping his distance, if he did or said something to upset him without realizing it. It's not as if it would be the first time he's said something without thinking about it after all. Okay, he says. Izuku beams. Great, he says and goes back to eating while Satoru does the same. Dagobah Beach. A trash heap that has become a dump site ever since debris started being carried onto it from the ocean itself. Izuku knows he is tasked with clearing out a portion of it and has been steadily working on that, but he can tell it's slow going. You're doing really well though, my boy, says All Might, who is currently standing off to the side in his true scrawny form. Teeth, thanks, All Might. Izuku chirps with a big grin because he can't help but be proud of what he has accomplished so far. He turns his attention back to the beach as he makes his way onto it. He already did his warm-up exercises after his morning jog with his brother earlier and, while he does feel bad for not telling his brother about what he's really up to, he knows he can't. All Might's secret is his to share and, while he never actually said Izuku had to keep their training a secret, he knows his brother well enough to know he will want to join him. It's not that he doesn't want to train with his brother. It's just that he doesn't want to risk exposing All Might's secret. It's not his secret to share, so he shouldn't risk exposing it to anyone without All Might's approval. But he knows it's causing some distance between him and his brother, and it is a distance that he isn't used to considering how close they've been since the day they were born. They've been virtually inseparable since they were born, and Izuku really doesn't like keeping anything from his brother. It's not like his brother ever keeps anything from him. He knows about Six Eyes. He knows about Limitless, the true name of Satoru's quirk. He knows about how much Satoru is struggling to master Limitless due to having only ancient texts that talk about a power that is similar to his quirk but not the exact same. He knows about how incredibly complicated Limitless actually is and how Satoru is only just now starting to dig beneath the surface he's been scratching at since he was 4. But he can't tell Satoru about One for All. He can't tell his brother about All Might's true form, about All Might choosing him to be his successor, about the fact that he is going to eventually inherit All Might's quirk. It's not his secret to share, so he has to keep it from the brother he normally shares everything with. It's been tough, but he's managing. He just doesn't want the distance between him and his brother to grow any wider, which is why he asked Satoru to join him on his morning jog every morning since he started training with All Might. He loves his brother a great deal and will try and close the distance that appeared between them without either of them meaning for that to happen, without exposing All Might's secret. For now, he focuses on clearing out the beach, following the all-American dream plan All Might crafted for him. He was surprised when he found out the plan even planned out his sleep schedule and his diet, but he knows his mother is happy that he's eating healthier, and that his new diet is something even Satoru is accepting, though that's probably because he still gets to eat his sweets. It is difficult because there are many things on the beach. All of them require different muscles to lift up or carry or even move because they weigh differently or they are bulky or they are numerous, but he is grateful to see that, a few months into the training program, he is making it work. It's hard to believe that it's been a few months since he started training with All Might. They are already well into summer and, while Izuku knows he may have gone a bit overboard a few weeks ago to the point of passing out, at least All Might was willing to adjust his training regime to incorporate his longing to get stronger quicker without overdoing it. It's already the end of June. School will be ending its first term in a few weeks, and that means Izuku will have a full month free of schoolwork to continue to work toward clearing out the portion of Dagobah Beach All Might assigned to him. He is grateful for the progress he's making, and how he is starting to actually fill out and gain muscles in places he never thought he would ever gain muscles. He's pretty sure he could bench press a fridge, but he is not going to try it, lest he accidentally hurt himself by trying that too soon. He throws more pieces of trash onto the dump truck they are going to be taking away from the beach once he's done with his training for the day, catches the water bottle All Might tosses him, takes a drink and tosses it back, and goes back to work. It's around noon that All Might calls for him to stop, and he, jogging over to join his mentor, accepts the water bottle and bento All Might gives him. "Not bad progress today, young Midoriya," All Might says as he and Izuku sit down and start eating. "I think we can stop for the day after this." "I can go on for a while longer," Izuku says as he picks up a fried shrimp between his chopsticks. "Didn't you say that you and your brother were going to head into the city today?" Izuku falters because he forgot about that. He and his brother, in an attempt to try to close the distance that has spawned between them since Izuku started training with All Might, agreed to go into the city and catch a movie that afternoon. But he feels that he can get more done today, and he isn't even tired yet, and if he can put more work today, then that will lessen the amount of time he will need to finish. He'll understand. "He knows I'm training and getting ready for the entrance exam," Izuku says. He finally told his brother that's what he is doing that is keeping him busy after a few weeks of being racked with guilt over constantly worrying his brother, who only wants to know why he is so busy out of concern. Satoru doesn't know who Izuku is training with, only that he is training in such a way to help him gain endurance and stamina and strength. It's not the same as what Satoru is doing, since Satoru has been attempting to delve even deeper into his quirk to try to uncover what is missing about the two aspects of his quirk, one of which he still can't use. Since they are training in different ways, they can't really train together, or, at least, that's the logic Izuku gave him in his effort to keep All Might's secret. "Perhaps it would be better if we called it a day," All Might suggests. "I do not wish to be the reason why you would cancel plans at the last minute with your brother." "He'll understand," Izuku says. He can be just as stubborn as his brother. It's probably the one trait they both share, even more so when Izuku gets set on accomplishing a goal he's set for himself. It's the reason why he passed out from overdoing it a few weeks ago, because he became so determined to fulfill his goal that he went overboard. He puts aside the bento and picks up his phone, dialing his brother's number and resting the phone against his ear. "Yo, Izuku," Satoru says cheerfully, and Izuku smiles a bit. "So I'm at the theater now. Not a lot of good selections, but I think I found something we'd both enjoy." Izuku's smile falters because Satoru sounds so happy. This is going to hurt him because he knows they haven't really hung out in a while beyond their morning jogs, and Izuku knows Satoru only does those morning jogs because it makes Izuku happy, even though he absolutely hates getting up before the crack of dawn. "Hey, little bro. You still there?" Satoru asks. "Little? I'm only 2 minutes younger than you," Izuku deadpans. "I was in reference to the fact that you're like way shorter than me actually," Satoru says in a sing-song voice. Izuku groans. "Why must you constantly remind me of that?" he says with a huff. "Just 'cause you sprouted like a weed, what can I say? It's funny, munchkin." "Satoru, or beansprout." Izuku sputters. "Do not call me beansprout," he protests. "Why not?" Satoru, light laughter erupts over the phone. Okay. I'll stop for now," Satoru says cheerfully. "So, anyway, are YA heading over? Both movies I was thinking about start in about 30 minutes, and Mom said that she wants us both home early today." "Did she say why?" Izuku asks while briefly glancing at his phone to see if he got any texts from his mother. He sees there is one that hasn't been read and resolves to read it after he is done talking with his brother. She wants to have an early dinner cause she was called in to work. They need her for the graveyard shift so she wants us home by 5, says Satoru. He hums over the phone and adds, well, that narrows down the movies to decide from cause one ends after 5 and the other ends at 4:30 so we can go with that one. Izuku hesitates but he knows it's now or never. Actually, Satoru, I was thinking that we can just do this another time, he says. I know we've been wanting to hang out cause both of us have gotten so busy with our respective training that we hardly ever get the chance to talk and hang out like we used to, but I feel that I can get more done with my training if I stay a bit longer today, so can we reschedule? You know, you kinda made it sound like you were canceling a date, Satoru says in amusement. And that's NCST, just so you know. Izuku sputters, face going red. That's not. I wasn't. Satoru. He cries even as laughter erupts over the phone. Why do you always mess with me? Cause it's way too easy to do so, you know. Also, it's my job as the older brother to mess with my baby brother, says Satoru brightly. I'm literally only 2 minutes younger than you. I'm not a baby brother, Izuku protests. You're small enough to be one, Izuku groans. I am so stealing your sweet stash when I get home, he says. Do not touch my sweets, Satoru whines. But, yeah, that's fine. We can just go next weekend or something. I think we get half-price tickets or something if we go on our birthday so we can go then. Yeah, that'll work, Izuku says, and, while he doesn't bring attention to it, that doesn't mean he isn't aware of the disappointment and resignation and acceptance in his brother's voice. He winces because it sounds almost as if his brother was fully expecting this to happen. I am sorry but, nah, it's fine. Oh, Bakugo's here. I'm gonna go drag him into watching this movie with me. He's gonna hate it and it's gonna be hilarious. I'll see YA at home, baby bro. Stop calling me, click. And he hung up on me. Izuku huffs as he puts his phone away and shakes his head. His twin really is an insufferable, carefree idiot sometimes, but Izuku doesn't mean that in a mean way. He means that in a fond but exasperated way. It's really no surprise that he is the more responsible between him and his brother. His brother is the kind of menace who would sell someone, and by someone Izuku means Bakugo, to Satan for a corn chip. You and your brother are close, All Might comments. Very, Izuku admits as he jumps to his feet. I guess that might be the main reason why Satoru is a bit disappointed that I had to cancel, but I'm sure he understands. I'm gonna get started again, All Might. He jogs off, heading toward the section of the beach he was working on before they had their lunch break. That was the worst movie I have ever seen in my Fing life. Why the F did I let you drag me to see it? It was completely wrong and those characters didn't make Fing sense and even the setting was Fing off. Bakugo is raging as he and Satoru make their way out of the movie theater while Satoru, snacking on a pack of Twizzlers, laughs at the spiky blonde's furious expression. Truth be told, he knows the only reason he was able to convince Bakugo to watch that movie with him is because it was supposed to be a scary movie and he said Bakugo was too chicken to watch the movie. And Bakugo took that as a personal challenge and stormed into the movie theater, saying he is going to watch it and not get scared and prove Satoru wrong. It may have required a little bit of manipulation, but it was well worth it for this response. And why the F did they not get into the car? They hid behind the Fing chainsaws and get Fing talking like it was the most normal Fing thing in the world in spite of the fact that the killer was literally right within earshot. They should have kept Fing silent or, better yet, go into the Fing car that was right there. Bakugo is still going on, his voice getting even more furious as he storms several paces ahead of Satoru while Satoru just continues to snack and enjoy the show. This is even more entertaining than the movie itself. For some reason, he gets the odd feeling there is someone who actually likes these kinds of stupid movies, but he shakes that feeling away. He isn't sure as to where that thought even came from and simply pushes it aside. And how is it that the blonde always gets killed off? I feel that's like a Fing stereotype or something, cause blondes are not stupid. I'm not stupid, for example. And it's so Fing annoying to see that happen, and it wasn't even just that movie. And Bakugo continues to rant while Satoru continues to eat his candy and enjoy himself. Bakugo cuts himself off and glares at Satoru. This is your Fing fault, you know, Fing Snowhead, he snaps. Snowhead. Satoru raises an eyebrow. That's new. It's usually dumbass or freaky eyes. Shut the F up. I am never getting those thing hours of my life back, and I know you did that on purpose cause you always F with me, says Bakugo in annoyance. Ample payback for all the times you hurt Aizu, without actually decking you cause I'm waiting for Izuku to do that first before I do it, says Satoru with a shrug. TCH. How the F you two are twins, I will never know. Well, you see, when a mother and a father love each other very much, that is not what I think meant and you think know it. Satoru barks out a laugh, vibrantly bright blue eyes twinkling in amusement behind the dark sunglasses resting on the bridge of his nose. He tosses the empty candy bag into a nearby trash can and leans back on the ball of his feet. I hear they're coming out with a sequel to that movie next year, he says and grins when Bakugo groans and starts ranting about how that is an absolutely terrible idea even as he storms away from Satoru. Nice hanging out, Kaken, he calls after the spiky blonde-haired boy. F you, Snowhead. Bakugo yells back at him even as he flips him off while walking away. Satoru laughs but trails after him. Don't follow me. Bakugo yells at him. I live in this direction, dumbass, Satoru retorts, rolling his eyes. Or did you forget your family and my family have basically been neighbors their entire lives? He gets the middle finger thrown at him for that and snickers but continues to walk after the spiky blonde. Bakugo just stuffs his hands into the pockets of his briefs as he storms ahead of them while slightly slouched. They enter one of the busy streets cutting through the heart of the ward they've lived in their entire lives. There are so many people with their unique flows of quirk energy spiraling or flowing around them, but Satoru is able to ignore them by simply not focusing on them. He still perceives them, but his six eyes doesn't flood his mind with more than simple snippets of those flows while his eyes are covered, and while he isn't focusing on anyone in particular. But it is when they are about halfway down the street that Satoru frowns. It's odd because he could have sworn he just caught a snippet of a rather vile flow of quirk energy. Dark. Deadly. What in the world? The crack of a gunshot sounds and Satoru's eyes widen when one of the pedestrians near him falls with BLD erupting from the bullet hole in his head. Screams immediately erupt and Satoru shakes away his surprise as he darts toward Bakugo, who must have heard the gunshot and is staring at the fallen civilian with wide eyes, and grabs his arm. Come on, we should get out of the street, he says. Don't tell me what to do, Bakugo hisses, yanking his arm free but bolting toward the nearest building, an arcade, and Satoru follows him. They both shoulder the door opens, noticing they aren't the only ones who are fleeing into the inside of buildings as more bullets spray into the crowd. The windows of the arcade shatter and Satoru and Bakugo dive behind a nearby arcade game to avoid the spray of glass. What the F? Bakugo growls. Villain. Satoru asks, peering around the arcade game and trying to find the culprit, if only to see if those bullets are from the culprit's quirk or if it's an actual gun. What else would it be, idiot? Bakugo huffs. That dark, deadly vile flow of quirk energy is getting closer and Satoru jerks his head back when the door to the arcade shatters by a spray of bullets. Those bullets land on the ground and Satoru can immediately tell they are the source of that quirk energy. That means the person who is attacking has a quirk associated with those bullets. Bakugo clearly realizes they need to move because he starts crawling away and Satoru immediately follows him, moving as quietly as they possibly could to try and get to the back of the arcade. There has to be a fire exit back there that they can use to get out of there and get away from the villain, preferably before the villain realizes they're there. Those bullets suddenly rise up and surge back the way they came and Satoru grimaces at the realization that the quirk user can control those bullets at will. His six eyes are easily informing him of that fact, of the fact that the quirk allows the user to fire a set number of bullets but cannot control the trajectory unless it's at point-blank range and can recall each bullet after it has been fired. But if he can't control the trajectory, then he can't control where it goes. Does that mean this is just a random attack? He doesn't know, but he doesn't want to stay and find out, so he keeps moving. He and Bakugo end up in an aisle between two rows of arcade games when Satoru sees them. Two girls who can't be older than 6 or 7, one has brown hair while the other has black hair. They are clinging onto each other with terror filling their eyes. Movement sounds and Satoru ducks to press himself against one machine at the end of the aisle while Bakugo presses against the machine across the aisle. The culprit points his gun at the two girls and fires off 5 shots, but Bakugo is suddenly there, throwing an explosion straight in the path of the bullets, forcing the villain to recall the bullets before they can get swallowed up by the explosion. Satoru swiftly darts forward and gestures to the girls. "Come on," he says swiftly. The girls scramble to their feet and dart toward Satoru, who shoves them in the direction he and Bakugo were heading. They stumble toward it and, turning around, they mouth "thank you" before they run. Gunshots rang out. 5 in total. Pain. It rushes through him and his eyes widen, one hand going to his side where the pain is radiating, and he retracts it and stares in surprise at the BLD coating his fingers. And is even more surprised by the BLD erupting from his mouth as his legs give out on him and he crumples to the ground. He grits his teeth as he tries to get up. He is grateful he can still perceive Bakugo's firecracker quirk energy, so he, at least, is still alive, even if he isn't too sure as to where the spiky blonde-haired boy is. Or if he's injured or not. He manages to turn his head but is surprised by the massive deja vu that rushes through him at the sight of the villain with the gun, black hair and dark blue eyes and a scar cutting across the corner of his mouth. He doesn't know why he recognizes this man, but that sense of familiarity, that deja vu, is the last thing he feels before a gunshot rings out and then there is nothing. Katsuki Bakugo grew up with the Midoriya twins. They have been around each other ever since they were babies. They grew up together along with Auntie Oki's daughter Shoko, and, once upon a time, they did consider each other friends. Things changed when they all turned 4 and Katsuki's quirk came in, and Satoru's quirk came in, and Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless. Katsuki knows that is when everything changed between them. That is when he started looking at the nerd and only seeing someone who is constantly looking down on him and constantly wanting to stand in the same ring as him and who is constantly at risk of dying because he doesn't have a power to help him in his longing to become a hero. And then there is Satoru. The elder of the Midoriya twins, Satoru is the more protective of the two, but also the less responsible. He is the carefree, sweet addict who will say what is on his mind even if it comes out as blunt or rude. And there is no denying that Katsuki can't stand Satoru because of that fact, because of the fact that Satoru will stand up to him if it means keeping his twin safe, that Satoru is as annoying as he is clever and will mess with him just because he feels like it. But just because he can't stand Satoru doesn't mean he wants the other boy to die. He can only stare in horror as he tries to get to his feet, one hand resting on his leg where the second of the 5 gunshots the villain unleashed hit. The first one had gone straight through Satoru's side while the other 3 had speared through the arcade games. He tires to get to his feet, tries to get to Satoru before the villain does, but he doesn't make it in time and can only watch as the villain unleashes 5 bullets directly into Satoru's body at point-blank range. Satoru crumples to the ground, BLD flowing from the 5 wounds torn through his neck and chest and starts flowing around him in a pool. His snow-white hair is stained with it. His entire body is stained with it and he isn't moving. His eyes, on full display since he lost his sunglasses at some point, are dull and listless, which is such a stark contrast to how they normally look. Katsuki stumbles and crumples to the ground, cursing as a black tide rises up and he tries to put pressure on his leg as he watches the villain walk away. He immediately does what he can to commit the villain's appearance to memory. Taking in his black hair, his narrow face, his dark blue eyes, the scar at the corner of his mouth. He takes in the short-sleeved black trenchcoat the man is wearing, the dark blue shirt and matching breeds he is wearing underneath. He takes in the sleeve of zodiac symbols tattooed all along his right arm. He commits it all to memory because Katsuki is going to be a hero and he can't be a hero if he lets a villain get away, especially after such an attack as this. He crawls towards Satoru's motionless body as he shakily pulls out his phone, as he shakily calls the authorities. He shakily tries to ignore how still the other boy is, how he is still losing BLD, how he can't see the rise and fall of his chest, how chances are high that if he attempts to feel for a pulse, he might not feel one. "What is your emergency?" the operator says. "Villain attack," Katsuki says and swiftly gives the address to the arcade. "My classmates is hurt, really hurt. He was shot multiple times and I was shot too. Hurry. Help is on the way. Please, stay on the line with me. What is your name?" The operator says gently. 𝐂𝐸𝐲 Katsuki manages to get out, but his vision is starting to swim. His head is starting to spin, he is losing blood rapidly. But he forces himself to answer the operator's questions, to stay on the line with her, to try to remain conscious. He hears sirens. He hears movement. He watches as several paramedics hurry into the arcade with several stretchers and, while some go to the other victims within the arcade, 4 paramedics with 2 stretchers hurry toward them. One paramedic grimaces upon seeing Satoru but immediately moves to the snow-white-haired boy's side and rests a hand on the side of his neck. Her eyes widen. Get the trauma kit now. And get Okiyama over here. He's still alive. She calls sharply. Katsuki's eyes widen. Still alive. He gazes at Satoru because, with how many times he just shot, including getting shot through the neck, and he's pretty sure one of those shots actually did pierce his heart and probably a lung too, he's still alive. That doesn't make any sense. Lay down, one of the paramedics says to Katsuki, and he, shaking himself out of his shock, does as the paramedic tells him to, and the paramedic starts working on his own injury. It takes time, but, before long, both Katsuki and Satoru are loaded into the back of an ambulance. It seems they are the only survivors, though how Satoru is still alive is still something that is completely confusing Katsuki. With how serious those injuries are, he shouldn't be alive, and yet, somehow, the paramedic said he is. I just don't understand. How? But he doesn't have an answer to that, and something tells him he isn't going to get an answer to that. He stands at the crossroads of an airport, gazing at the airfield stretching out as far as the eye can see, watching the various planes take off. Some are heading south. Others are heading north. But they are all flying away from the lush, peaceful land laying around him. He leans back on the ball of his feet, vibrantly bright and mesmerizing blue eyes turning to gaze at the cloudless blue sky above. You are here too early, you know. He doesn't turn, but he recognizes the voice. I guess I missed your lovely voice, he says teasingly. A scoff sounds. You know as well as I do that there is only one voice you miss. He's right, and Satoru knows he is right. This airport, that airfield, those airplanes. He's been here before. He remembers. He remembers everything that led up to the first time he found himself standing on the edge of the airfield with planes flying either south or north. You shouldn't be here, another familiar voice says quietly. Not like I had a choice, Satoru says with a shrug. You know as well as we do that you do have a choice. You are Satoru Gojo. Not anymore. Maybe not in name, but your soul is that of Satoru Gojo. You chose to go north and you were granted another chance as a result. Don't waste that other chance by staying here. Even more so because of him, your brother, the first voice says. I know, Satoru says, and, finally, turns around to face the 2 who are standing behind him. A tall blonde man with broad, muscular shoulders and a shorter dark-haired man who is grinning at him with bright eyes. You didn't choose to follow me. I am content where I am, the blonde says. I'm happy where I am, says the dark-haired man. But everyone else? Well, I'm sure you'll see soon enough. Satoru raises an eyebrow. You know more than you're letting on, don't you, he says. Of course. We're dead. We know everything. You're not dead yet, so you don't know everything, the dark-haired man says with a shrug. He points and adds, your plane is about to leave. Head back north. There are more than just your brother waiting for you to find them. And don't come back here anytime soon. I'm enjoying my peace, the blonde says with a huff. Satoru gives them a faint smile and, raising his hand, gives them a 2-fingered salute. Good to see YA2, Kento, you. Later. He turns and strides toward the airfield, heading toward the plane that will take him back north from whence he came. Throughout heaven and earth, I, alone, am the honored one. Satoru's eyes flutter open. They feel crusty, but he expects that to be the case since he doesn't know how long he's been asleep, or unconscious, or dead. He knows he's still alive, he hurts too much to not be alive, but he doesn't know if his heart did stop or not. All he knows is the memories of a life he once led merging with the memories of the life he is leading now. All he knows is that his decision to head north, a decision decided for him when a certain someone patted his back as he wanted him to, is the reason why he is here, why he is alive and well in this quirky new age. But remembering his past life is not something he expected to happen. While memories of his past life also brought with it memories of every single skill he ever learned in his past life. Thus he is finally able to slot in the missing piece of his knowledge on how to control a certain aspect of his quirk. It does leave him with a raging migraine. Or maybe that's just the overwhelming flood of information from the various flows of quirk energy spiraling within his 6 eyes range and the lack of anything protecting his exposed eyes from that flood. Or maybe it's both. It's probably both. He still hurts. He is covered in bandages and, while he knows what saved him is the self-healing aspect of his quirk, the self-healing aspect is his quirk's version of the reverse cursed technique he had in his last life. That doesn't mean the wounds don't still ache. That's a difference he will have to get used to because quirks have drawbacks whereas his technique back in his last life didn't really have any drawbacks itself. He rubs his temple as he slowly sits up. This is going to take some getting used to, but Satoru was the strongest in his last life, and can still be the strongest in this life, and he can handle it. He can handle having memories of a whole other lifetime coexisting alongside the memories he has made in this lifetime. The door opens and he glances toward it as the doctor makes his way into it. He seems surprised that Satoru is awake and sitting up but moves closer to the bed. "You were really lucky, young man," he says, "that your quirk saved your life. How do you feel?" "Like I got run over by a bus," Satoru says with a grimace. His voice is nasally and hoarse. "How would that even?" "No, never mind. All right. I'm going to run a few tests and then there are some people who wish to see you if you feel up for visitors," says the doctor as he hands him a glass of water and Satoru takes it and takes a long drink. He, who is already picking out his mother's familiar flow of quirk energy and Izuku's familiar flow of non-quirk energy and, surprisingly enough, Bakugo's familiar flow of quirk energy, nods. He suspects his mother was called pretty quickly and, since Bakugo was present and might have gotten hurt too, that explains why he's in the hospital too. Why he wants to visit Satoru though, he doesn't know. After he run the tests he needs to run, the doctor leaves and, as expected, his mother, his brother, and Bakugo make their way into the room. Bakugo is currently clad in a hospital gown with an 4-drip machine resting next to him, but he doesn't seem bothered by the bulky machine the doctor probably insisted he had to take with him if he wanted to visit Satoru. "Satoru!" 𝐒𝐭 latches into him with tears erupting from her eyes as she sobs. Izuku latches onto him from his side other as he also starts crying. Satoru does what he can to lift both of his arms and wrap them around his mother and his brother, trying hard to ensure he doesn't accidentally pull his own fore out. "Hey, I'm okay, he says. "Finding out my son is in the hospital was the worst possible call any mother can ever receive," says 𝐒𝐭 as she lifts her head. They said it was a miracle you survived and they said it was your quirk that saved you. That's what the doctor told me," Satoru says, wincing because his eyes really are hurting and his head is still throbbing painfully. "Apparently, my limitless quirk has a self-healing aspect to it I didn't know about till this happened." How did you not know about that?" Izuku asks. Satoru knows the real reason why, now anyway. It's because the last time he unlocked his reverse cursed technique in his last life, it was when Toji Fushiguro essentially killed him. He can't be sure if it's pure irony that the same thing had to happen in this life for that aspect of his quirk to activate or not. "I dunno. Maybe I never needed it or something," he says instead. It's already hard enough for him to push aside those memories of his past life so he can do without making it harder on himself by actively calling them up. "I guess, yeah, maybe." Izuku's brow is furrowing in thought, but whatever theories are spiraling in his head remain in there as the doctor re-enters the room. Detective Tsukochi, the lead detective in charge of this case, wishes to speak with you, Satoru-kun, the doctor says. "If you are up for it, that is." "Have they caught the BSTRD who attacked?" asks Bakugo. "With the incredibly detailed description you gave them, they were able to apprehend the perpetrator," says the doctor. "But the detective will update you on what they have discovered if you are willing to speak with him." "Yeah, sure," Satoru says. He does want to know what happened and why it seemed like he was targeted. "So long as I can remain present," 𝐒𝐭 says firmly. "He's still a minor after all." "Yes, of course," the doctor says. Satoru hums but realizes that just because his soul is the soul of someone who has already lived a life beforehand, that doesn't mean he isn't still a 14-year-old boy. His soul and his knowledge and his memories of a whole other lifetime are still something he will have to come to terms with on his own time too. The doctor leaves and a tall black-haired young man in a beige trenchcoat with a matching hat makes his way into the room. He inclines his head in greeting as he comes to a stop at the head of the medical bed. "Good evening, Midoriya-san, Satoru-kun," he greets. "I'm Detective Naomasa Tsukochi, the one in charge of this case. What can you tell us?" Inko asks worriedly. "Why was my son hurt? Was he just in the wrong place at the wrong time?" "I wish I could say that was the case," Tsukochi says quietly, and, when Inko's face goes pale with fright and Satoru narrows his eyes, he goes on. "But the contacts I have in the criminal underworld gave me a report that matches with the information we were able to get out of the perpetrator. I am informing you of this because of the steps we need to take in order to keep your son safe." "Safe from what?" "There is a 10 million yen bounty on your son's head that has spread through the criminal underworld like a wildfire, according to the perpetrator and my contacts," says Tsukochi. Inko lets out a little cry of shock and fear. "A bounty? Again?" Satoru grimaces. The only difference is that, unlike in his last life where he had a bounty that was ironically enough the same amount on his head from the moment he was born, this time the bounty wasn't placed on his head until he was 14. He doesn't get it though. In his last life, he understood, but not in this life. "So we are going to be assigning a security detail to you and your family," says Tsukochi. "According to my contacts, and the perpetrator, the bounty will only be up until April of next year. We also know the identity of the villain who posted the bounty, but..." "Who?" Satoru asks. "Do you think we know who they are?" "That's not possible," Inko says with a firm shake of her head. "Perhaps," says Tsukochi. "But... does the name Kenjaku ring any bells?" Satoru stills. His face pales. His eyes widen. Images of his best friend, his one and only, with those dreaded stitches wrapped around his forehead like a crown appear in his head. "My 6 eyes may recognize you as Suguru Geto, but my soul knows otherwise. Who are you?" The revelation that this bestiality, that Kenjaku hijacked Suguru's body and used it as a puppet to enact his plan, a plan that involved sealing Satoru within the prison realm, still hurts. Even more so because he knows that move is what ultimately unleashed a chain of events that eventually lead to Satoru's own death at the hands of Sukuna. Kenjaku. He's still alive. He's still around. But, at the same time, Satoru doesn't think Six Eyes would just suddenly lose its ability to see cursed energy just because it is now capable of seeing quirk energy. Just because he doesn't have a cursed technique anymore, instead a quirk version of his cursed technique, doesn't mean Six Eyes has changed. Six Eyes was never a cursed technique powered by cursed energy to begin with. It was just an ability that granted him extrasensory perception. And that perception, back in his last life, let him read the flow of cursed energy. In this life, it lets him read the flow quirk energy, but, at the same time, it should still let him perceive and read the flow of cursed energy if it was still around. But he hasn't seen any sign of anything that even resembles cursed energy in the almost 15 years he's been alive in this life. Of course, he could be wrong. Of course, his Six Eyes could have lost the ability to see cursed energy when he was reborn in this world with a quirk version of his limitless technique, but he just doesn't think that's it, or maybe that's just wishful thinking. Either way, Kenjaku still being alive and around is going to make things a hell of a lot more complicated. "You do know that name," Tsukochi says. "No, why would you say that?" Satoru says, pushing aside those thoughts and those memories. "You're lying," says Tsukochi, and, when Satoru opens his mouth to insist he isn't, he adds, "My quirk, lie detector, immediately informs me if you tell a lie. Do you know who this Kenjaku person is?" Satoru grits his teeth because his head is starting to throb. Memories of his last life rear their ugly little heads and start to clash with the memories of his currently life. His eyes are burning and feel so incredibly strained, and he's starting to find it difficult to think straight. "That's enough. Satoru didn't do anything wrong, so why are you interrogating him like he did?" Inko snaps, standing up and giving Tsukochi a firm glare while Izuku reaches out a hand and covers Satoru's eyes. He practically melts in relief, a soft sigh escaping his lips as the pain slowly begins to ease. "I apologize, Midoriya-san," Tsukochi says quietly. "I'm simply trying to help. If your son knows anything about the person who placed this bounty on his head, then it will go a long way to helping us locate him. You won't be able to find him if he doesn't want to be found," Satoru says with a huff, deciding that he may as well give them some information so they can understand that if they attempt to try to track down Kenjaku, he is liable to just disappear to the wind and come back in another body to throw them off his tail if he doesn't want to be found. He may not have done that in Satoru's last life, but his explanation of how, and why, he took over Sugoro's body suggests that he has done that many times before. And that would explain how he has lived as long as he has. His power lets him transfer his brain into different corpses and, essentially, reanimate those corpses to use as his hosts whenever he wants. His ancient, existing as far back as the Heian period, well over 900 years before the dawn of the Age of Quirks. "Satoru, how do you know that?" asks 𝐭𝐽. "You'd be surprised at what you find when you get curious and look into the dark web," says Satoru, deciding that he will go with that and hope Tsukochi doesn't detect the lie since he isn't talking directly to him. He doesn't know as to how Tsukochi's quirk works, but, whether it works that way or not, Tsukochi doesn't call him out on that lie. "I will look into the matter more in depth," says Tsukochi. "For the time being, until the bounty is lifted next April, we will have heroes patrolling your neighborhood, and I strongly suggest that Satoru-kun remain at home when he isn't at school." "Great. House arrest," Satoru grumbles. That doesn't seem very fair to him. "None of this is his fault," 𝐭𝐽 protests. "I understand that, but this is simply to ensure his safety," says Tsukochi. Satoru rests a hand on his mother's arm when she opens her mouth to protest. It's not as if this is the first time he's had to be isolated away from the world because of a bounty on his head. He knows that, now that he's unlocked the missing pieces that was preventing him from mastering his quirk, all he needs is to practice with it more, and he should be able to get to the point where keeping infinity up constantly will be as easy as breathing again. "It's fine," he says, and, when 𝐭𝐽 glances at him, he smiles at her. "I'll be fine, Mom." "Really? It won't be forever." 𝐭𝐽 chews on her lower lip but sighs. "I still don't like it, but I suppose I would rather you be safe," she says. "I know. It'll be all right, Mom. It will. And Satoru is going to ensure that. He will master his quirk just like he mastered his limitless technique in his last life. He will get to the point where he can keep infinity on whenever he wants without risking himself. He will even learn how to use Hollow Purple one way or another, because that is one of the most powerful weapons he had in his arsenal in his last life, and it is one that he definitely wants to have in his arsenal in this life somehow. But, for now, he'll just focus on ensuring that he can keep himself safe so as to not worry his mother and his twin again like he did today. That is what is more important. Mastering his quirk is what is more important. He can focus on everything else, on his memories of his last life, on the revelation that Kenjaku is still around later. If there is one thing Satoru doesn't like about essentially being on house arrest until the bounty on his head is taken down, it's the lack of things to do. There are only so many movies he can watch, so many board games he can play with his mother and brother whenever they are home, so many books or mangas to read. In truth, within only a few weeks of the house arrest, Satoru has already gone through the majority of the movies they own, even watching some of his favorites more than once in a day, and has even managed to finish reading all of the mangas he and his brother own. And, since his mother is constantly doing double shifts at the hospital where she works as a nurse recently and his brother is still out training until incredibly late, he can't even play board games with anyone. It's boring. So incredibly boring. Satoru huffs as he hangs upside down over the couch with his long legs dangling over the couch's back, his dark sunglasses resting on his head as he flips through the pages of his textbook. He's that bored that he's actually reading through one of his textbooks, and he hardly ever does that. He only ever reads his textbook when he has to for homework or a class assignment, but now he's already read 5 or so chapters past where the rest of his classmates are. This boredom is really causing him to go a little stir-crazy. Or maybe it's just the nightmares. Satoru should have known the nightmares would come back. Getting every single memory of a past life suddenly crammed into one's head after basically dying, and having many of those memories not be at all pleasant, is bound to trigger nightmares. It's gotten to the point that Satoru is not sleeping and is only managing to hide the fact that he's not sleeping because the self-healing aspect of his quirk really does work almost identical to the reverse cursed technique he had in his last life. There are only a few differences, one being that his quirk does leave scars whereas his technique never did, while the other being that while his technique does heal the wounds swiftly and painlessly, his quirk is a bit slower and not as painless. But the one aspect of his quirk that is identical to his old technique that he is constantly using now is the fact that he can use it to constantly refresh his mind. His self-healing. He has it activated around the clock, just like in his last life, which is keeping him with a fresh brain at all times. This means that not only does it prevent his mind from being fried from too much information and too much power flowing through it, but it also prevents mental or physical exhaustion from setting in. It's the only way he was able to get away with little to no sleep in his last life. This way, neither his mother nor his brother will know about his lack of sleep. He doesn't want to worry them ever again. He can still remember their cries, the way they clung to him so tightly, and he can only imagine how horrified both of them were when the hospital called and told them he was in the hospital with severe injuries. He closes the textbook with a huff and tosses it into an armchair as he swings his legs off the back of the couch. He really is bored, and being left alone with his thoughts isn't helping matters at all because his thoughts are constantly ping-ponging between his past life and his current life. It's lonely too. Normally, he would be with his brother, listening to Izuku talk about the newest hero he saw in action or the newest quirk he saw being used, or playing games with him or studying with him. But, once again, that distance is still between them. It's almost as if the attack on Satoru has only caused that distance to get wider and he doesn't know why. It's not as if that attack was his fault, it's not as if it's fault that Kenjaku decided to be in but and place a bounty on Satoru's head. Hell, he doesn't even know how Kenjaku even knew about him. He can't even be sure if the ancient former sorcerer knew that Satoru was the actual reincarnation of the Satoru Gojo from before the dawn of the Age of Quirks, or if he just knows 6 eyes was granted to a child who isn't part of the Gojo clan. Really, at this point, it's kind of a toss-up between the two. And, yet, still Satoru hasn't been able to detect any cursed energy or cursed spirits, and he just doesn't know if it's because 6 eyes can't detect cursed energy anymore, or cursed energy no longer exists. The latter just doesn't seem likely because Satoru knows that cursed energy is created from a human's negative emotions and humanity will always have negative emotions. But, at the same time, it's almost as if it's, perhaps, overwhelmed by the sheer abundance of quirk energy, and it is a well-known fact that the strong will overpower the weak. If quirk energy is stronger than cursed energy, then, perhaps, it overpowered cursed energy. But it should still be around. This is why I hate being on house arrest. Satoru complains out loud as he rubs his temples. He hates being alone with his thoughts, with his theories, with his memories. He wanders into the kitchen, deciding to try and distract himself by getting something to eat. He opens the fridge and studies the contents, eyes landing on a container with a note attached to it. It's a container of Japanese cheesecake with a note from Izuku saying, "I knew you'd like this, so I asked Mom to pick one up for you." "Oh, my baby bro is so sweet," Satoru gushes. And isn't that even more mind-boggling? In this life, he has a brother, and, not just any brother, he has a twin. He's never had siblings before. The closest he had to a sibling was Shoko because he did see her as a sister and he knows she felt the same way about him. But Izuku is his honest-to-God's BLD-related twin brother. He takes the cheesecake out of the fridge and, flopping onto the chair next to the dining room table, he starts digging into it. As expected, it is so incredibly sweet that he is in absolute heaven, but, then, he usually is whenever he is given something sweet. He doesn't think he's found a single sweet thing he doesn't like. But eating the cheesecake only distracts him for all of 10 minutes and then he's back to being bored out of his mind and trying desperately to not think about his past life. He flops face first onto the couch, wishing he could just go for a walk to the park or to one of the many bakeries he likes frequenting down on 2nd, or, hell, he'd go to Bakugo's if it meant he could get out of this DMN house. And I have to deal with this until April of next year. Since he knows it's only the first week of August, he still has about 9 months of this stupid house arrest to get through. I'm gonna die of boredom. He rolls off the couch and, jumping to his feet, moves toward the window and peers out of it. He knows the officers who were part of the security detail that was assigned to him told him to stay away from the windows, but he just wants to see sunlight, even if it's only briefly. A knock sounds on the door and Satoru jumps, surprised that Six Eyes didn't pick up on the newcomer before deciding he was probably too focused on the sun and the cloudless blue sky to notice the arrival. He huffs. He needs to work on that again, which is going to be oh so much fun, and, yes, the sarcasm in that thought was fully intentional. He wanders over to the door and peers through the eye hole, as the officers told him to do every single time anyone knocks on the door. He sees the hero license being held up in front of the eye hole and opens the door just enough to study the newcomer. He certainly doesn't look like a hero, more like a perpetually tired hobo with his unkempt black hair, rumpled black uniform with a white scarf wrapped around his neck, and bags beneath his eyes. "I'm pro-hero Eraserhead. May I come in?" The hero says in a gruff, tired voice, but even though he sounds tired and his face screams exhaustion, his eyes are far sharper and far more alert than Satoru anticipated. Even the flow of quirk energy spiraling around his form seems to flow like ribbons that alternate between white and gray. Here, his quirk energy is weird. It feels similar to non-quirk energy even though it's quirk energy. Sure, I'm all for a distraction from my boredom. "Oh, wait, officer said you gotta hand over the hero license so I can confirm that it's real or whatever," Satoru says, remembering Tsukochi told him to do that so that he can ensure no one pretending to be a hero steps foot in his apartment. Eraserhead holds out the license and Satoru scans it, searching for the telltale signs of a real hero license before nodding and handing it back once he sees it. He closes the door and, unlatching the deadbolt, opens it enough to allow the perpetually tired hero into the apartment. He closes the door and deadbolts it again as he wanders toward the couch. "Make yourself at home. Anything to drink?" "Coffee," Eraserhead says. "Sure. Any sugar or milk?" "No. Just black is fine." Satoru gives him an incredulous look. How can anyone drink that bitter but stuff without anything in it? "It literally tastes like gasoline or something similarly awful," he says with a grimace as he wanders into the kitchen and pours Eraserhead a mug of steaming coffee. Eraserhead doesn't deem it necessary to respond to that, and when Satoru re-enters the living room and holds out the steam mug, he takes it with an incline of his head to show his gratitude. Satoru throws himself back onto the couch while Eraserhead takes a seat on the armchair. "Is your mother home?" asks Eraserhead. "Nah. She's got a double shift at the hospital today, probably won't be home till closer to midnight," says Satoru as he sprawls out on his stomach across the couch and studies Eraserhead, his six eyes reading the flow of the hero's weird quirk energy. Of course, the more he focuses on it, the more information Six Eyes provides his brain with, and he tilts his head to the side. "Whoa, your quirk's pretty cool. Being able to erase the quirk of anyone YA look at so long as you don't blink is really cool. No wonder Izuku likes YA so much, 'cause I'm guessing you fight quirkless quite a bit since your quirk isn't a combative one," he comments. Eraserhead raises an eyebrow. "And how do you know that?" he asks. Satoru points to his sunglass-covered eyes. "The one aspect of my quirk I can't turn off," he chirps. Six Eyes lets me see the flow of quirk energy and read that flow and sends like a flood of information about the flow straight into my brain. But only if I focus on someone, 'cause that would really SCK if it happened with every single flow Six Eyes perceives. And I would rather not have a constant migraine cause those thing SCK. Such language for a 15-year-old, Eraserhead notes. Satoru shrugs. "I grew up with a walking explosion whose every other word is a curse. It's really a miracle I don't curse more," he says. "So, yeah, what brings you here?" "Not that I don't mind. Having someone else to talk to after literally just talking to myself is great." "I was in the area," says Eraserhead, "when Detective Tsukochi contacted me and told me to check up on you. I don't know why he didn't ask one of the officers, as that would be the more logical route to go, but I agreed." "Well, thanks for checking up on me. I'm still dying of boredom," Satoru says with a slight sing-song tone in his voice in those last few words. "It is not possible to die of boredom. Wanna bet? Or, better yet, wanna play a game? 'Cause I'm really bored." Eraserhead sips at his coffee, studying him with perpetually tired dark eyes before he finally lets out a long sigh. One game, he says. Yay. Satoru all but throws himself off the couch and bolts toward his and Izuku's shared bedroom to start searching through the various games for something he can play with Eraserhead. He makes a mental note to get an autograph because he has no doubt Izuku will want one. How have things been going with your brother? All Might asks as Izuku tosses a tire into the back of the truck. He may have only been training for about 4 months now but has been getting stronger with each passing day. He can now pick up tires and car doors without straining, and he is steadily working up to being able to pick up an actual fridge, but he suspects he still has some time before he can do that. He considers All Might's question as he jogs back to the pile of debris he's been steadily working on all day. Well, he says. Bored out of his skull cause he can't leave the house for anything except school, but he's doing good. I see. If you wish to cut today's training short, that won't be a problem. You're making such good strides that we could lose a few hours today, says All Might. No, I'm fine to keep going. In truth, ever since the attack that nearly cost him his brother's life, Izuku has been throwing himself even more into his training. He has to get stronger, he has to prepare his body for one for all quicker because it's the only way he can ever hope to help keep his brother safe. He still remembers his mother's hysterical phone call, the way she was crying so hard that he barely managed to hear her say that Satoru was in the hospital with severe injuries. He still remembers seeing Satoru covered in bandages and looking so tired, and yet alive, and how he nearly just melted with relief right then and there. And he still remembers the guilt. If only he had been there. But, at the same time, he's still quirkless. He doesn't have any power to his name right now. If even Bakugo's own powerful quirk couldn't do anything to stop that villain from hurting Satoru, then what hope did Izuku have? Even though he realizes that, even though that is an actual truth, that does absolutely nothing about the guilt. And so he's been throwing himself into his training because the sooner he gets strong enough to handle one for all, the sooner he can start being less of a burden to Satoru. He needs to get on the same level as his brother so that he can also protect him and make sure what happened at the arcade a few weeks ago never happens again. He can't lose his brother. He won't lose his brother. He will get strong enough to keep his brother safe, just as his brother has always done for him. Are you sure, my boy? All Might asks. I'm sure. Izuku starts working again, gathering more tires, this time trying 2 at once and finding it easy to do, and jogging toward the dump truck. He keeps this up until the sun starts to dip beyond the horizon, and, only then, does All Might call for him to halt for the day. Wiping beads of sweat from his forehead, he catches the water bottle All Might tosses at him and takes a long drink. We can tomorrow off if you wish, since you did far more than was planned today, his mentor says as Izuku finishes drinking the water and pours what little is left over his head to cool himself down a bit. No. I'm okay to train tomorrow. We're on summer vacation anyway, so it's not like I have to worry about classes, and I want to get stronger quickly. It's like I told you before, All Might. I have to work harder than anyone to make it or I'll never catch up. Very well, young Midoriya, All Might says. Then I shall see you here, bright and early. Yes, sir. For now, go ahead and head on home. Get some rest, get something to eat, make sure that brother of yours didn't burn down your apartment out of sheer boredom. Izuku laughs, but, considering he's told his mentor about how Satoru has threatened to do just that because of how bored he is, he can readily understand the concern in his mentor's voice. I'll see you tomorrow morning, All Might, he says, and, jogging to the edge of the beach, he grabs his backpack and starts jogging away from the beach. At the very least, he doesn't end up in any trash heaps on his way back to his apartment building. He is a bit out of breath by the time he climbs the stairs to the 3rd floor and makes his way into the apartment, but is glad to see that he made the entire jog without getting too winded. It's a stark contrast to how easily he got winded back when he first started training with All Might. He is proud of himself. He slips into the apartment. I'm home, he calls as he drops his backpack by the door and kicks off his shoes, making his way deeper into the living room and raising an eyebrow upon seeing Satoru sprawled out upside down on the armchair with his legs draped over the armchair's back and his sunglasses, somehow, staying on his face over his eyes. He has a book open in his hands. Satoru gives him a wave but doesn't move from his position. That cannot be comfortable, Izuku comments. Surprisingly it is. Here. Catch. Satoru throws something at him and Izuku yelps and scrambles to catch it before it smacks him in the face. He blinks upon seeing it's one of his notebooks and he glances at his brother in puzzlement. "Go to the last page," says Satoru as he flips the page on the book in his hands and huffs. "Great. We're gonna be starting our geometry unit when we go back. That SCKS. Izuku blinks and huffs out a small laugh at the realization that his brother is so bored he is actually reading ahead in all of his textbooks. He flips open the notebook until he reaches the last page and his eyes widen upon seeing the 𝐶 scrawled across it. "Is this? No way," he breathes. "Yup. That's Eraserhead's autograph. You're welcome," Satoru says cheerfully as he flips a page in the textbook. That's even worse." "How?" Izuku blurts out. "He was told to check up on me cause he was in the area and I convinced him to play hero trivia with me and give me his autograph for you. Was fun and eased my boredom for a few hours, so that was nice," says Satoru as he flips a page in the textbook and, groaning, slams the book shut and tosses it toward the couch. "I am not looking forward to our next math unit at all." Izuku gazes at the notebook, then at his brother, then back at the notebook. It was thoughtful of Satoru to get him the autograph of his second favorite hero and he can't help the tears that well up in his eyes. "Thank you," he chokes out as those tears fall. Satoru peers at him and huffs. "Get over here, you idiot, cause I am not moving from this position to comfort your butt," he says. Izuku, scrubbing at the tears, chokes out a laugh and moves over to join his brother. He sits down cross-legged and rests his head on the armrest while Satoru pats his head. He huffs at that and swats the hand away. "I'm not a dog," he deadpans. "I know," Satoru says cheerfully. Honestly, but Izuku is glad that Satoru seems to be happy right now. "So what's for dinner?" "We eat whatever the hell we find in the kitchen and hope it doesn't kill us," says Satoru, to which Izuku snickers because that's pretty much what they always end up doing whenever their mother has to work graveyard shifts. Usually this means they stick with sandwiches or they order sushi if Inko happens to leave them some money. Since she's in between pay periods right now, she wasn't able to do that, so they have to stick with a fend for themselves situation tonight. After Satoru finally leaves the chair he was hanging upside down over, and gets over the head rush that is the result of him hanging upside for as long as he was, they enter the kitchen and end up making sandwiches. Izuku is grateful Satoru actually makes his sandwich healthy, even if he does have a side of mochi to go with it. "Sweet addict," he teases his brother. Satoru grins, clearly proud of that, while Izuku laughs and rolls his eyes in amusement. They both eat in silence for a long moment before Izuku says, "So how have you been, Satoru? I know I haven't really been around lately cause of my training, but you're doing okay, right?" "Just dying of boredom," says Satoru with a huff. "I ran out of mangas and books to read that aren't textbooks. I've pretty much watched every single movie in the house, some of them multiple times. And, since the officers told me to stay off the internet just in case, I can't even distract myself with that." "Oh." Izuku winces. He knows the police are just being cautious because of that pretty hefty bounty on Satoru's head, but no, internet seems a bit extreme. "But I guess it's fine. I can handle it," says Satoru. "At least I'm not completely alone all the time." Even though it isn't phrased as a jab against him, Izuku can't help but wince. He knows his training is preventing him from helping his brother with his boredom and his loneliness, but he has to do this. It's the only way to get strong enough to protect his brother and keep him safe and make sure what happened at that arcade never happens again. "You okay, Izuku?" Satoru asks, peering at him over the tops of his dark sunglasses. Yeah, fine. I guess." "Sorry, what are you sorry about?" Izuku sighs and puts his sandwich down. "That I've been so busy even though you've been pretty much by yourself for the past few weeks with nothing to do," he says. "Hey, don't worry about it, baby bro. You're getting ready for the entrance exam and that's important. I understand that, you know. But you don't like it." Izuku has always been incredibly observant, noticing little things that no one else ever seems to notice. He notices the way Satoru doesn't meet his gaze when he speaks, or the slightest hint of disappointment and slivers of resentment in his tone that is nearly completely overshadowed by his nonchalant reassurance. Satoru doesn't respond for a long moment. It's not the same, he says finally. We've been inseparable since we were born, so I guess I'm just not used to there being this distance between us. But I guess that's what happens when you grow up or whatever, so don't mind me. I guess I'm just upset 'cause I can't cream YA at Candyland anymore. You know as well as I do that I always beat you in that game, Izuku says with a huff, and Satoru laughs. This time, the laugh doesn't have any traces of those slivers of disappointment or resentment, and Izuku relaxes. He can see where his brother is coming from, but he knows things will change for the better when they both get into you. By then, the bounty will be lifted. By then, Izuku will have won for all. By then, they both will be at the starting line of their paths to being the greatest and strongest heroes they can possibly be. This distance may be there right now, but Izuku knows it won't be there forever. Satoru will always be his brother, and Izuku will always love him. Nothing will ever change that. Nothing. So are you going to be training tomorrow? Asks Satoru. Yeah, Izuku says as he picks up his sandwich and starts eating again. He pauses, then adds, "Do you want me to try and get some movies for you to watch while I'm out?" "Oh yes please," Satoru exclaims. "I am getting sick of rewatching every single movie we own, and there's only so much educational stuff I can do before I want to burn every single textbook I own. My boredom is going to kill me, I swear." "You are such a drama queen," says Izuku with a shake of his head as amusement glimmers in his eyes, even as his twin whines in protest. Considering neither he nor his brother know much, if anything, about their father, he's just going to blame their absentee father for his brother being so melodramatic. He certainly didn't get that from their mother. "I'll see what I can find and drop it off during my break," he adds. "Thanks, my munchkin of a baby brother." "Of course, and shut up, my butt of a giant brother." All he gets is a laugh for that, but he's okay with that. I just couldn't wear a heartfelt smile, living in this world. If there is one thing 𝐒𝐻𝐼 was not expecting to happen on his way home from school, it was to be suddenly hit with a massive migraine that leaves him leaning against the nearest solid surface he can find while his brother frets over him. He tries to wave Tamaki's concern away as he takes a deep breath and releases it, trying to control his breathing and the nausea rushing through him. "𝐒𝐻𝐼," Tamaki says, gazing at him with concern in his indigo eyes as he holds out a hand toward him. "I'm okay," 𝐒𝐻𝐼 assures his big brother, trying to put as much reassurance into his voice as he can because he knows his big brother well enough to know he will spiral into a panic attack if he doesn't. Tamaki has always been a socially inept, nervous ball of anxious energy that it still boggles 𝐒𝐻𝐼's mind that he is best friend with Mirio of all people, considering how social and upbeat and positive and sunny Mirio is. Just like his little brother, and 𝐒𝐻𝐼 still doesn't even know as to how he ended up friends with Yuji Tagata to begin with, given Yuji's sunshine personality is just like his big brother's, whereas 𝐒𝐻𝐼 is probably the less anxious but more antisocial version of his own big brother. Are you sure?" Tamaki asks. "Maybe we shouldn't have gone out." "No, it's okay." 𝐒𝐻𝐼 takes a deep breath and releases it again, brow furrowing as he turns his gaze to the sky. These headaches have been on and off for about a month now, probably since the last week of June or so, and they are as consistent as his nightmares. Nightmares that are so vivid, so real, that he can't help but remember them every time he wakes up. They always depict him, except an older version of himself, and they always depict some truly despicable things that this older version of himself has done. Of course, there are some scenes in those nightmares that aren't nightmares, that are actual dreams, that are happy and carefree and fun, that always involve that teen with the beautifully vibrant and mesmerizing blue eyes. Somehow, someway, it feels like he knows who those eyes belong to. Somehow, someway, it feels like he should know the owner of those eyes intimately. Whenever he thinks about that person, his heart aches and he doesn't know why. It's almost as if his heart, or, maybe, his soul is reaching out to that person even though he doesn't even know that person's name. Those nightmares, and the dreams woven like snippets throughout them, just keep getting more and more real, more and more vivid, more and more like they belong as memories, and 𝐒𝐻𝐼 doesn't understand it. "𝐒𝐻𝐼," Tamaki says, breaking 𝐒𝐻𝐼 out of his thoughts, and he gives his big brother a reassuring smile again. "Fine. The headache's finally easing," he assures him. He won't worry about those strange dreams and nightmares just as he hasn't worried about them in the month or since they started occurring every single time he closes his eyes. That's good. So, Mom and Dad are working late again. What do you want for dinner? Tamaki asks. Cold soba sounds good. Okay. I'll order so, Tamaki. Tamaki yelps and ducks his face when Mirio appears out of absolutely nowhere, though Suguru is positive he was hiding behind the tree they are about to walk past, and slings his arm around Tamaki's shoulders. Hi. Why? You always do that. Tamaki stammers out. I honestly thought you saw me, says Mirio with a light laugh as he ruffles Tamaki's hair and Tamaki ducks his head as it goes red in embarrassment. Please stop, he whispers. Suguru glances at the blonde and, upon noticing the older boy's brother isn't around, asks, Where's Yuji? He's usually with you. Yeah. He's got a pretty bad migraine, so I gave him some chocolate and told him to take it easy while I met up with you guys. Mirio says with that bright, cheerful smile on his lips. Met up with us for what? Tamaki stammers out. Movie night. We gotta decide on what movie we're gonna see tonight, Tamaki. It's your turn to choose. Right. Whatever you want, you gotta choose. Come on, let's go to the store and see what movies are there. Suguru, come with us. Suguru has this odd feeling Mirio is going to insist, so he nods and trails after him, one hand rubbing his head because, while the migraine is easing, his head is still aching. He doesn't think it ever stopped in the last month. It's just eased enough that he is able to completely forget that the dull ache is still there. But it is still there and, often, it reminds him it's still there in the form of these migraines. Suguru really does wish he could figure out why he's having these headaches. It's not as if the doctors whom his parents took him to were able to figure out the cause of these headaches, only listing things like stress or lack of sleep and suggesting he try to get more sleep each night or try meditation. Neither works. In fact, meditation only causes him to relive those nightmares, and that just makes everything worse. At least, when he has to relive those nightmares. When he relives those dreams, especially with that young teen with those beautifully mesmerizing blue eyes whom his soul is constantly reaching out toward, it's not as bad. It's mostly just confusing really. So are you looking forward to going to U next year? Mirio asks as the three of them leave the store a while later with a bag of movies dangling from Mirio's arm. Suguru, realizing the question is directed at him, hums but nods. He's been looking forward to U ever since Tamaki got into it. He's been wanting to be a hero ever since he first saw the heroes in action on television, because a part of him has always felt that it was the responsibility of the strong to protect and defend the weak, even if they aren't asking for that protection or that defense. It's not something the older version of Suguru that he sees in his nightmares seemed to believe, based entirely on all of those despicable acts that Suguru was forced to witness every single time he closes his eyes. It's really a wonder he's able to sleep at all. As it is, waking up in a cold sweat, and sometimes screaming, has become the norm in the past month. Thankfully, even though they all try to comfort him, neither Tamaki nor his parents ever ask him what his nightmares are about, and Suguru is grateful for that. He doesn't think he can actually talk about what he sees in those nightmares, even more so because of the fact that he keeps seeing an older version of himself. And he doesn't want to even consider the fact that he might actually be able to do all of those despicable acts the older version of himself did in his nightmares. He doesn't want to even consider that he might actually be able to hurt innocent people. He just doesn't see himself as that kind of person. He sees himself as someone who will help, who will protect, who will defend. You okay? Mirio asks. Fine. My headache's just coming back, Suguru says. Tamaki gives him a worried look. I'll be fine, Suguru adds. Odd that you and Yuji are both dealing with pretty bad headaches. Are you guys just trying to get out a movie night? Mirio asks with a bright grin. Suguru, who knows all about Tamaki's little crush on Mirio, can feel his lips quirking into a faint smirk as he nudges Tamaki in the arm. I bet you would like some alone time with Mirio though, he says and grins when Tamaki goes bright red and starts sputtering out what he assumes is supposed to be a protest before he promptly bolts. Just because Suguru is antisocial and doesn't really interact with other people his age, that doesn't mean He doesn't still have a bit of a gremlin side to him. I love myself when I'm pretty and all dressed up. And I love myself when I'm strong. The small apartment is quiet by the time Nobara Uraraka, a huff of exhaustion escaping her lips, makes her way into it, only barely remembering to kick off her shoes as she does so. She runs a hand through her dyed ginger hair as she wanders over to the moth-eaten couch and promptly flops face first onto it. She is so tired, but, then, she wasn't quite expecting to stay out for as long as she did with Moata. She is grateful the training camp she and her classmates just finished is over and done with. It was enjoyable to be able to learn more about her quirk and how to use it to kick, but it would have been far better if she wasn't dealing with constant migraines the entire time. Ever since a month ago, she's been dealing with constant migraines as well as constant vivid nightmares that leave her in a cold sweat every time she wakes up. Sure, not all of these vivid images are bad. There are some fun ones, some enjoyable ones, some where she literally sees a different version of herself in a different uniform hanging out with two individuals who are the same age as her. She always sees herself shopping, which she loves to do even though she can't do it that often because her parents are rather poor right now. Or she sees herself teasing the other two boys with her, or even the older young man whom always seems to act like a kid himself, or even fighting with all three of them, along with two others and a freaking panda, in the same way she fights with Moata and her other classmates. It's so weird because they are always so vivid. Every single image. Every single action. Every single scene. It's as if Nobara is living the scenes every single time she closes her eyes. Even the bad ones. And the bad ones are incredibly bad. Lots of severe injuries. Lots of destruction. Lots of somber moments. And then there is that man, the man with the patchwork face, the man who is the last thing Nobara sees before her entire vision is engulfed in crimson and her 𝐶𝐬𝐶L of nightmares ends only to restart anew in a small town out on the countryside. It's almost as if those vivid nightmares that 𝐶𝐬𝐶L through her mind every time she closes her eyes are telling her a story, a vivid movie where her perspective is the perspective the story is being told through. That would explain why it ends with that burst of crimson and then begins again at the very same place it's been beginning ever since these nightmares started about a month or so ago. Nobara, are you okay? Nobara turns her head as her little sister, Ochako, places the dented tray of teacups and a teapot on the table. Yeah, fine. Just tired, she says as she, yawning, sits up and rubs her orange eyes. You've been tired a lot lately. Are those nightmares still bothering you? Ochako asks. She's the only one who knows about the nightmares because, since they share a room due to their parents' lack of funds making it impossible for them to afford more than the two-bedroom apartment they have, she's been woken up by Nobara's screams whenever she witnesses, and revisits, the latter half of her 𝐶𝐬𝐶L of nightmares. Such as last night, where the 𝐶𝐬𝐶L ended and she knows she is going to be reliving the beginning of that nightmare 𝐶𝐬𝐶L again when she closes her eyes. It's so annoying and she hates it, hates that she can't get a decent night's sleep, hates that her nightmares are keeping her little sister up too. She hates that those nightmares are so vivid and feel so real that she can't stop thinking about them. She can't stop thinking about the stoic black-haired boy who laughs and smiles in the latter half of the 𝐶𝐬𝐶L. Or the pink-haired boy with the sunshine smile and extra eyelids beneath his eyes. Or the extremely tall white-haired young man with a BLNDFLD covering his eyes who is always depicted as an unorthodox, but effective, teacher in the 𝐶𝐬𝐶L. She only sees the pink-haired one toward the end of the 𝐶𝐬𝐶L and it's right before that burst of crimson ends the 𝐶𝐬𝐶L. But it's really weird that a part of her misses them even though she doesn't even know who they are or what their names even are or why she is dreaming about them. Nobara. Nobara shakes her head and gives Ochako a reassuring smile. I'm fine, really. Hey, what do you say we pay a visit to Mom's closet? She did say we could borrow her dresses whenever we want and I was thinking we can go to that mochi stand. It's half price today. I forgot that's today. Let's do it, Ochako says brightly and, as Nobara jumps off the couch, both of them dart down the hallway toward their parents' bedroom. They slip into it and make their way toward the small closet where their mother keeps her fancier clothes. Nobara enjoys dressing up. She always has. She likes wearing pretty dresses or wearing simple makeup that her mother always says brings out her eyes because she likes feeling pretty. It's one of the only times where she feels like herself, The only other time is when she is beating Moeta or any of her classmates in a spa during training. Being pretty and being strong is when she feels truly like herself. She doesn't even know when she first started feeling that way, or if it's just been ingrained in her ever since she was born. She just doesn't know, but it feels right. That want to be strong, that want to be pretty. She wants to be a hero, and she is going to be the best hero she can possibly be, one who is strong and who isn't like the males who dominate the hero scene. She supposes she is feminist in that regard because she truly believes women can be just as strong as men while still maintaining their femininity. Her idols are Midnight and Ryukyu, after all, two of the strongest female heroes in the industry who don't take any SHT from any of the men around them. No, they work together with their male counterparts and fight on equal ground with them, and that is what Nobara wishes to do when she becomes a hero. And she hopes Ochako will follow in those same footsteps herself. She has no doubt Ochako will make it into UA. Her strength and her determination and her quirk will help in that regards. It's funny that, even though they're sisters, their quirks couldn't be the furthest from each other. While Ochako can make anything float when she touches them with the pads of her fingers, Nobara is capable of controlling iron and, as she found out this year, she can even manifest constructs made out of iron from her own BLD. She's been working on using that part of her quirk to manifest nails because, for some reason, that just feels right. She doesn't know why she feels that way, but it does. It's not as if they are actual sharpened nails. They are blunt on the ends, so if they hit someone then they won't actually break skin. She's not a monster or anything like that. Nobara, you've got to try this dress on. I think it'll bring out your eyes, says Ochako, pulling out a navy blue dress with thick sleeves. Oh, cute. Nobara squeals and all but dives toward her sister while Ochako, laughing, tosses the dress at her so she can take it into the bathroom and try it on. It's not about whether I can. I have to do it. If there is one thing Megumi Heido doesn't particularly like about his older adopted sister, it's how much of an airhead she has a tendency of being. Don't get him wrong, he does care for his older sister just as much as he cares for the entire family who took him in when he was abandoned at an orphanage at the tender age of 5. But the fact that Nejaya is so airheaded that she constantly asks questions and then changes subjects so swiftly that it leaves Megumi's head spinning is a bit annoying. Such as today, where she is currently asking questions about the various tattoos even though she's asked this several times, and always ends up distracted by other things before he can even answer. Truth be told, the tattoos on his back have been there since he was a baby. They are associated with his quirk, as the quirk counselor the Heidos took him to see after adopting him told him, but they feel even more personal than just that. All 7 of the tattoos tattooed on Megumi's back feel like a part of him far beyond simple ink forever imprinted on his skin, even far beyond that ink being the conduit from which his quirk manifests the shadow beasts he can control. Every single time he thinks about his shadow beasts, another word always came into his mind, even though he knows it's not the same thing, Shikigami. He supposes his shadow beasts do resemble the Shikigami from Japanese folklore, but, at the same time, they aren't spirits or anything like that. They are solidified shadows who are capable of manifesting themselves in their solid form whenever he wants them to, so long as he has their tattoo on his skin and so long as he has enough stamina. He can only manifest one at a time right now, and he can't even touch Mahoraga right now because of how powerful that one is, but he is working on increasing his stamina so he can manifest more. As expected, Nejaya gets distracted and flounces off to talk with their parents about something that caught her eye, and Megumi lets loose a soft breath. He is glad for the break from his adopted sister's interrogation. He knows she doesn't mean anything by it, even if he has explained his quirk to her before, but, at the same time, her constant questioning is just making his headache worse. The headache has been bothering him constantly for the past month now, ever since last week of June. They are always associated with those dreams and nightmares that have been plaguing his mind every single time he closes his eyes. Vivid dreams. Vivid images. Vivid scenes. It's almost as if he is constantly watching a series of movies on repeat, all with the same incredibly real-like effects and vivid imagery, all with the same emotional impact that makes them feel far more real than they should. Megumi always remembers these dreams but has never remembered his dreams before. But has never had such vivid, real-like dreams before either. He always sees individuals he's never met before in his life. A brown-haired girl about a year older than him, a young man with white hair and a blndfld covering his eyes, a ginger-haired girl, a pink-haired boy with closed eyelids resting beneath his actual eyes. Those extra eyelids on the pink-haired boy aren't there in all of his nightmares. Sometimes, he sees those eyelids on himself just like he sees the black tattoos that covered the pink-haired boy's face and back on himself as well. And he always feels so cold all over, so filled with regret and sadness and despair and self-loathing, whenever he sees those images in his nightmares. Hey, Meji. Why so sad? Did I say something? Or is it those nightmares again? Are they bothering you again? Do you want to call up your dogs? They're so cute. I just want to pet 'em and cuddle 'em. Hey, can you call your dogs? 𝐒𝐲𝐽 exclaims as she skips to Megumi's side and starts poking him repeatedly in the arm as she talks. Megumi rubs his temples, giving his adopted sister an annoyed look that she completely ignores as she continues to poke him and begs him to bring out his dogs. You know I'm not allowed to use my quirk in public, he says. Oh, yeah, that's true. Hey, are you looking forward to you next year? It's gonna be so much fun. I'm sure. I'm having so much fun. I even have friends in Mirio and Tamaki. Hey, did I tell you about 'em? Did I? Yes, you did, multiple times, Megumi deadpans, wincing because his head really is hurting. All right, 𝐒𝐲𝐽. Why don't you come and help me pick out something for dinner? His adopted mother, Hana, says. Okay. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 jogs over to join Hana and Megumi gives his adopted mother a grateful look to which Hana just winks at him as she guides her over-enthusiastic daughter away. His adopted dad, 𝐭𝐚𝐲, moves to his side. Your head has been hurting you constantly for a while now, he says concerned. Megumi shrugs. If the doctors can't figure out what's wrong then they can't fix it, he murmurs. It's fine. I don't think it's as fine as you say it is, but please let me know if they get any worse than they have been, says 𝐭𝐚𝐲 as he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a pill bottle. He shakes out 2 ibuprofen and hand them to Megumi, who takes it and the water bottle 𝐭𝐚𝐲 holds out next to swallow the pills. It's not as if they ever do much to help, but they do, at least, ease the pain a little bit. So far, he hasn't found anything that can really help with the nightmares themselves, except cuddling with his divine dogs, and he can only do that when the safety of his home since quirk usage in public is illegal. Hey, what do you want for dinner, Meji? 𝐒𝐲𝐽 yells. I want your opinion cause I can't decide. Hey, 𝐒𝐲𝐽, what did I tell you about yelling? Hana says with a sigh. Oh sorry. 𝐒𝐲𝐽, sorry. This time, she says it in a quieter voice before she starts enthusiastically waving Megumi and 𝐭𝐚𝐲 over, and Megumi, not for the first time, has to wonder how it is that 𝐒𝐲𝐽 is older than him. He shakes the thought away as he moves over to join his adopted sister and his adopted mother. What do you want to eat? Here. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 asks excitedly. Sushi sounds good, Megumi murmurs. He doesn't really have a preference, but if it can be paired with ginger then he will love it. And sushi is well known to pair really well with ginger. Sounds good to me, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 says. Okay. Sounds good, says 𝐒𝐲𝐽 brightly. Sushi it is, Hana says with a light laugh as she rests a hand on 𝐒𝐲𝐽's arm and guides her down the sidewalk toward a nearby sushi restaurant while Megumi and 𝐭𝐚𝐲 bring up the rear of the group. Maybe getting something to eat will help with your headache, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 suggests. Yeah, maybe. It never has before, but Megumi doesn't say that out loud since he knows his adopted father is simply trying to help. Maybe it will work this time, or, at the very least, maybe having dinner with his adopted family and listening to their conversations with each other will help him get his mind off his nightmares and dreams. I don't know how I will feel if I am dead, but I don't want to regret how I lived. Yuji Tagata is currently miserable. His head is throbbing. His eyes are burning. He feels exhausted to the bone. Everything aches and he doesn't know why. He really hopes he isn't getting sick because he hates being sick and bedridden and unable to hang out outside with his brother, Tamaki, and Suguru. As it is, the thought of being outside right now just causes nausea to roll around in his stomach as his head throbs. This headache has been something he's been dealing with for about a month now. It's been as consistent as the nightmares that haunt him every single time he closes his eyes, nightmares that leave him waking up in a cold sweat and often screaming. He would much rather have the dreams that come rarely in between the nightmares because, at least, those are fun. Even if he doesn't recognize the two teens, and one young man whom is probably in his late 20s, he does recognize the fun time they always have. Even if it's just watching movies with the young man or training, shopping, or just walking with the two teens, it's still enjoyable and relaxing and, yes, fun. He still doesn't know why it feels like he knows those three people, why a part of him feels different emotions whenever he looks at any of them. For the girl with the ginger hair, he feels shock and sadness. For the boy with the black hair, he feels despair and regret. For the white-haired young man, the guilt is so strong that it always startles Yuji awake. He just doesn't understand why he feels this way whenever he sees them, or why he misses them when he doesn't even know them or even know their names, or why he feels he should know them, or why they feel so incredibly important to him. He sighs as he rubs his head. All of this thinking about his nightmares isn't helping his migraine at all. In fact, it just seems to be making it worse, and that's the case. He hates feeling miserable. He really does. Yuji! A shout sounds and Yuji groans, burying his face into his pillow, as his brother steps through the door to his bedroom. He's been practicing with his quirk in the safe confines of his home for a while now, but he's still got a bad habit of losing his clothes when he uses it. So not long does Yuji have to deal with his big brother's incredibly loud voice right now, but he also has to deal with the fact that his brother is currently stark naked. He tosses a blanket at Mirio. "You lost your clothes again," he says irritably without pulling his face away from his pillow. "Whoops. My bad." Mirio laughs. "Man, you're pretty irritable right now, Yuji. You're usually happier." "Mirio, my head literally feels like someone is repeatedly slamming a sledgehammer into it," Yuji groans. "Still." He lets out a whimper of pain in answer. "Oh. Sorry. My shout probably made it worse. My bad." Movement sounds and Yuji feels a hand run through his short dyed pink hair. "Man, I wish I could help." "I know. Thanks for that, really, but even the doctors can't figure out what's up with these headaches," says Yuji. "It's the truth. Medicine doesn't work. Meditation, which his doctor did suggest, only makes it worse. Sleep is pretty much impossible because of the pain and the nightmares. So he's just been dealing with it as best he can because there's really nothing else he can do. Mom and Dad are gonna talk with a specialist and see what they can figure out to help." "Why," Mirio says. "We're gonna figure this out. I know Suguru is dealing with the same thing too. He told me that earlier." "Really? Here. Hey, maybe you two can have a sleepover while Tamaki and I are doing our movie marathon in the living room," says Mirio. "I promise we'll keep the volume down to not wake YA up." Yuji tilts his head and grins at Mirio. "You and Tamaki are gonna be alone," he says with a teasing grin. Mirio laughs as he rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, what of it?" Mirio pokes him in the side. "It's not like that," he says. He doesn't believe that because he does see the way Tamaki looks at Mirio, and he has no doubt his brother does feel something for his best friend beyond simple friendship. So, he just grins at his big brother and pokes him in the arm a few times while Mirio just laughs and swats at his finger. Teasing his brother does help a bit to get his mind off his nightmares and his throbbing head, but not by much. "I'll get YA some ginger tea. That seemed to help ease your migraine last time," says Mirio. "Oh thanks. You're a lifesaver, as usual. Just doing my big brother duty." Mirio ruffles Yuji's hair and, pivoting, walks off with the blanket wrapped around his form. "Put some clothes on too," Yuji calls after his brother, who waves a dismissive hand and, this time, he opens the door and steps out of it. He gathers the clothes that were left just outside of the door and strides off, still wrapped up in the blanket. He knows Mirio is getting stronger with his quirk, but, at the same time, he still remembers when Mirio embarrassed himself on live television a few months ago during the sports festival's second-year stage. Thankfully, he is able to avoid that with his hero costume but not with his normal clothes, unless they have his DNA woven into it like his hero costume. At least he doesn't have to worry about that with his quirk. Considering his quirk basically just increases his strength, speed, and agility whenever he activates it. It's really quite simple and basic, but he doesn't mind. He knows he can be the hero he wants to be with this quirk, as has been his dream since he was a little kid. He wants to help people. He wants to keep people safe. To be a hero is to do all of that, and Yuji truly feels he can live his life without regrets if he help other people. He is a strong boy and he should use his strength to help others. For some reason, that is something he has lived by since he was a small boy, since his quirk first came in. He feels like someone told him that at some point in his life, but, for the life of him, he doesn't know who. It could have been his parents or his brother when he was too young to really remember, but he just doesn't know. But it feels right. Just like it feels right to live his life without regrets, and to live his life surrounded by people. The door to his room opens again and Yuji, forcing himself to sit up, watches as Suguru makes his way into his room. The black-haired boy is currently rubbing his temples as pain flares in his small purple eyes while black bangs flow over one eye. His hair flows down to his shoulders, but he has part of it up in a bun. "Are you letting your hair grow out?" he asks curiously as he swings his legs off the bed. "I don't know why, but it feels nice this long, but I don't think I want it longer than this," Suguru admits as he sits down on Yuji's computer chair. "Mirio told me you have a migraine too." "Yeah. It is," Yuji groans, grabbing his pillow and promptly burying his face into it. "Tell me about it." "Well, I guess we suffer together while giving Tamaki and Mirio some alone time together," says Suguru with a faint smirk crossing his lips. Yuji giggles into the pillow. "You've noticed? You'd have to be blind not to notice." "Yeah, true." "Mirio thinks we're faking our headaches to give him alone time," Suguru adds thoughtfully. Yuji puts his pillow down and points at him. "That is something you would do, you gremlin," he teases. "I am a saint. I can do no wrong," Suguru says calmly but with amusement twinkling in his eyes. "Haha, yeah right," Yuji says because he's grown up with Suguru. He knows how much of a chaotic gremlin Suguru can be when he wants to be. He doesn't draw attention to his gremlin ways, always putting off the image of the quiet, rule-abiding kid who can do no wrong, to where only those who have known him for a long time knows that image is a facade to help him hide his true gremlin nature. He is a chaotic gremlin, but he is so subtle about it that he can literally fool anyone. Though, to be fair, I'm not actually faking my headache. It really does hurt like hell, Suguru adds with a huff as he rubs his temples. "Same, dude, same," Yuji groans and buries his face into his pillow again. He doesn't know why he is having these headaches, or why they have been as constant as they have, but he really wishes he could find out the reason so he can make them go away. Though, truth be told, he would rather have this migraine than those nightmares any day, and that just goes to show how bad those nightmares are if he would rather have this blinding agony instead. But, until his parents can figure out a way to help him with these headaches, Yuji just has to deal with them and hope they don't get worse. That's really all he can do right now. It takes him 10 months, but, at the end of February on the day of the entrance exam, Izuku is finally done with cleaning up Dagobah Beach. He didn't even stop when he finished the portion he and All Might agreed upon. He went beyond his limits and successfully cleaned the entire beach, revealing a appealing view of the glistening, lapping waters of the ocean and the brilliant rising sun laying beyond. It really is a appealing sight, and Izuku, breathing from exertion and covered in sweat, can't help but beam in pride, can't help but scream his happiness into the sky. It took so long, but Izuku doesn't regret it because he knows it did succeed in making him stronger. He knows he is far stronger than he was 10 months ago when he first started learning under All Might. He isn't sure if his body is ready to take on One for All, but he strongly hopes it is. He strongly hopes that he will be able to step up to the starting line his twin brother has been waiting at for years, so they both can start moving toward their dream of becoming the greatest and strongest heroes they can possibly be. His legs give out on him and Izuku fully expects to crash into the sand, so he is more than a little surprised, but too exhausted to show it, when All Might is there in his buff form, catching him in his arms. "Well done," All Might says in his booming voice. Izuku smiles at him tiredly. "All Might, I did it. I did it," he says. "Astounding. You're a real entertainer and a teen no less," says All Might as he gently places Izuku on the ground and, fishing into his pocket, pulls out his phone before pulling up his gallery and showing Izuku the picture he took back when they first started training. It's not the best picture of him, considering he was on the ground and crying and far more scrawny than he is now. Excellent work. Truly. All Might adds as he tucks his phone away. The path forward is ever so slightly clearer. But you're a true blue vessel now. Izuku smiles and glances at his hand, curling his fingers in, but he can't help but wonder if this really was all his doing. He only got this way because he was following All Might's training regime thoroughly, even if he did train a bit more beyond what the plan laid out, so it can't be just him. I feel like I cheated or something. Getting all this help from you, All Might. I've been blessed. He can't even stop the tears that fall from his eyes and mingle with the sweat coating his form as he speaks. All Might laughs. But you've got to quit being a crybaby, he says. Anyway, the time for the award ceremony, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku lifts his head, sudden excitement and eagerness causing the exhaustion to be pushed to the back burner. Sure, it's still there and probably will be there for a while still, but he is able to push it aside to focus on what is more important now. And what is more important is that he is finally, truly, ready to get All Might's quirk. Okay, he says. You know they say there's a big difference between being born with that silver spoon and working your butt off to earn it. All Might goes on as he raises a hand to his hair and pulls a strand free. Take this to heart, kid. You've earned this power, fair and square. Izuku clenches his hand into a fist in determination. All Might holds out the hair. Eat this, he says. Pure silence. Izuku stares at the hair with utter shock in his eyes. Here. Really doesn't matter what it is you eat, as long you get my DNA now hurry, says All Might, and Izuku groans. Now exactly how I thought this would go, he protests. Yes, but you do gotta hurry. You've got 3 hours before the entrance exam. 3 hours? Izuku didn't even realize it was already that late in the morning. He was fully expecting to be back home, dragging his brother out of bed, and getting ready for the day at this time. He's going to be rushing when he gets home, so he snatches the hair, puts it in his mouth, and forces himself to swallow it. It is by far the most disgusting thing he has ever done, and he groans as he snatches the water bottle All Might holds out to him and practically chugs the entire thing. He is glad that he can't tell Satoru about One for All because he knows for a fact Satoru will tease him mercilessly over how he had to obtain it. I don't feel any different, he says in puzzlement afterwards. Well, of course not. That's not how the stomach works. I'm pretty sure you're gonna start feeling it within 3 or so hours, just in time too. So why don't you head home? Take a shower. Get some rest. Get something to eat. Probably make sure that brother of yours didn't burn down your apartment while you were gone. Izuku laughs. It seems his mentor is always saying that, but he knows it's partially because that is a very real fear since Satoru is still stuck on house arrest for 1 more month. It's really a miracle the older Midoriya twin hasn't committed arson out of sheer boredom, though Izuku doesn't know if that's because he wants to be a hero and heroes don't do that or not. He likes to think it's for that reason, but when it comes to his carefree, chaotic twin, he can never know for sure. He knows Satoru is beyond grateful the officers loosened the restrictions enough for him to take the U entrance exam due to it being school-related, but a pro hero is going to be scooting them to U campus. Given that the pro hero is only going to be present because of that security detail that the police placed around Satoru, Izuku is sure it's going to be an underground hero who is known for blending in. After all, the bounty on Satoru's head is still active. Thank you, All Might, he says, giving his mentor a beaming smile. All Might grins at him. It was all you, young Midoriya, he says. You have done well. Good luck. Thank you. Izuku turns and, jogging toward where his pack rests, he throws on his shirt and throws his backpack over his back. He jogs away from the beach, waving at All Might, who gives him a short wave in return. It doesn't take him long to reach his apartment building, and he will admit he is a bit grateful to see it still standing. He jogs past the officers who are always situated close by the building and up the stairs, using his key to unlock the door and slipping into the apartment. I'm home, he calls, though he can't be sure if Satoru is even awake yet. Normally getting Satoru to wake up on days when they don't have school is like pulling teeth, except recently. For some reason, Satoru has actually been getting up before Izuku, but Izuku realizes he didn't really put that into perspective until now. Until he steps into the living room to see his brother bright-eyed and fully alert in spite of the fact that it's only a little after 7 in the morning. His hair is a damp mess on his head as if he just got out of the shower, and he is currently dressed in a black jacket and matching black briefs. He waves at Izuku as he flips through the pages of the textbook resting open in his arms. You're up early, says Izuku in puzzlement. Satoru casts a glance at him and shrugs. Wasn't gonna be late for the UA entrance exam by sleeping in. Besides, this is gonna be the first time I get to actually leave the apartment for something other than school, so I'm definitely too excited to sleep, he says. Izuku chuckles. He knows of how much his brother has been chomping at the bit to finally be able to leave the apartment. Considering he's been confined to it for the past 8 months, he can understand. He would have felt the same way had he been confined to the apartment himself. Satoru wrinkles his nose and points. You stink, he deadpans. Go take a shower. Yeah, I know, Izuku says. And makes his way toward the bathroom, slipping into it. After taking a quick shower and changing into clothing similar to what Satoru is wearing, he joins his brother in the living room. You seem happy and tired, Satoru comments. Oh, well, I kinda just finished my training and just in time for the entrance exam. I feel confident now that I'm gonna do fine, Izuku says. In truth, he doesn't feel that confident only because he hasn't had a chance to truly test out All Might's quirk since it hasn't been fully integrated into his system yet. The entrance exam is going to be his first time testing it out, and Izuku can't help but feel a little anxious over that. But he manages to hide it, or, at least, if Satoru does notice he is more nervous than he is letting on, he doesn't say anything. Well, that's good. Anyway, who's taking us to UA? No idea. Did Mom already leave for work? Satoru nods. She got called at around 5 or so. She told me to wish you good luck. Izuku smiles, then frowns. Wait, what were you doing up at 5 in the morning, he says. He may have left the house at 4, but he's pretty sure his brother was still asleep when he left. Excitement, says Satoru with a shrug as he adjusts the dark sunglasses resting over his eyes. So no nightmares, asks Izuku. He's hoping that's the case. It's been a few months since Satoru last had a nightmare violent enough to cause him to wake up screaming, and Izuku is hoping that they haven't come back at all. Nah. None that were bad enough for me to remember, or to wake me up, anyway, says Satoru. I'm just glad to be able to finally get out of the house and not have to go to school. We're going to UA, which is a school. That's not what I meant, smartass. Takes one to know one. You're right. Izuku chuckles. About an hour later, a knock sounds at the door and Izuku turns toward it. I've got it, he says and moves to the door, peering through the peephole as he knows he's supposed to do until the bounty is lifted. He sees the hero license and, opening the door just enough, he takes the hero license the hero hands him and studies it. His eyes light up, but, before he can say anything, Satoru is there, snatching the hero license out of his hand with one hand and clasping a hand over his mouth with the other. Come on in, he says brightly as he closes the door and, unlatching the deadbolt, opens it again, allowing a tall young man with messy black hair and light gray eyes to enter. He is clad in a dark blue bodysuit with lighter patches covering his forearms and hands, the sides of his thighs, and with a thin stripe under his chest. A belt is wrapped around his waist with a cloth tied loosely around his neck and yellow headgear on his head. Hello, I am pro-hero Mr. Brave, the young man says, to which Izuku is nodding his head eagerly because he knows this already, and his eyes are shining as he thinks about all the questions he wants to ask this hero. Hi, Satoru says. Pretty sure you already know who we are, but I'm Satoru Midoriya. This is my way too enthusiastic for his own good baby brother Izuku. Izuku's excitement evaporates to be replaced by annoyance as he yanks Satoru's hand away from his mouth. I'm only 2 minutes younger than you, he exclaims with green eyes flashing with exasperated annoyance. Satoru just laughs at him. Honestly. We should head out, Mr. Brave says, though there is faint amusement in his voice. The UA entrance exam does begin soon. The Midoriya twins nod in agreement and follow Mr. Brave as he leads the way out of the apartment. Thanks for coming with me. You didn't have to, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 says as Nobara guides her way from the train station and toward the street that will take them to 𝐂𝐻𝐢 High School. Already, a massive crowd of individuals are heading in the same direction, many of whom are teens who are likely heading for 𝐂𝐻𝐢 for the entrance exam as well. Hey, no problem. I'm meeting up with Moata at that new boutique that opened up in the mall anyway. We're gonna try on dresses, says Nobara. She does love it when she gets the chance to dress up, even if she is never able to afford to buy the many dresses she tries on. It's simply nice to be able to see how she would look in those dresses, and try to save up some money to purchase the dress. Her parents aren't exactly rich. In fact, they are poorer than poor. The construction company her parents own haven't been doing very well, which is part of the reason why Nobara and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 both decided to follow the path of a hero. They both want to make money to support their parents, whom have given so much and sacrificed so much to ensure they had a good childhood. Even though Nobara does also want to save people and defend them, which is a hero's priority, she will admit she does have a selfish motivation too. But she is only human and humans are selfish creatures. They always have been. Nothing can ever change that aspect of humanity, even the abundance of quirks can't change that. But it's not like it's a bad thing. It's a motivation and it's not as if it's a bad one. After all, they are doing this for their parents. It isn't even for themselves. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 chews on her lower lip as they make their way down the street. Still though, I can't help but feel nervous, she says as she wrings her hands together, somehow managing to avoid activating her quirk on herself. Hey, it's fine to be nervous but you're gonna do great, says Nobara as she reaches out a hand and rustles 𝐒𝐿𝐴's hair, causing her to squeak in embarrassment. Nobara, she protests. Nobara laughs, amusement twinkling in her orange eyes as she runs a hand through her short ginger hair. In truth, the only thing she and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 have in common in terms of appearance is their height and their natural colored hair. Nobara just prefers ginger to the dark brown she had previously and her parents were okay with letting her dye it. Hey, I'm the big sister. It's my job to encourage you while also embarrassing you, she says with a grin. Haha, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 deadpans but there is amusement in her eyes. They continue to walk, reaching the street in which the majority of the crowd of individuals veer off in a different direction. Those who continue to walk along the street are now primarily teens who are likely the applicants for the 𝐂𝐢 entrance exam. There are many but Nobara isn't surprised by that because 𝐂𝐢 is the best hero school in all of Japan. Still though, it's nerve-wracking, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 groans, running a hand through her hair as her breath comes out in frosty white puffs. Maybe so but you're gonna do great and you're gonna kick butt and show everyone that you're strong, says Nobara. Thanks, Nobara. Of course. They reach the gates and Nobara stops and turns to face her sister, reaching out a hand and resting in on the girl's shoulder. Remember why we're doing this? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 nods. For mom and dad, she says. For mom and dad. Nobara squeezes her sister's shoulder and steps back, grinning and adding, now go and kick some butt. Right. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 turns and jogs past the gates and Nobara watches her go, wishing her another silent good luck, before she turns around and starts walking away. She meanders her way through the crowd of applicants but freezes when she brushes against someone and a spark of electricity rushes through her. She WHPs her head around at the same time that the person she brushed does the same. Orange eyes meet brown. Nobara is suddenly overwhelmed with images of another boy who looks identical to this boy, a boy she only ever saw in those nightmares. The same brown eyes, the same messy pink hair, the same facial structure. The only difference is the boy from the nightmares had an extra set of eyelids beneath his actual eyes and this boy doesn't. But it's still uncanny as to how much this boy resembles the boy she saw in her nightmares. Even though she hasn't had those nightmares, or the dreams interwoven within them, in a few months, the fact that they occurred practically every single night since that day in last June, and were always so vivid and so real-like, meant she knows them intimately well. She could probably quote each scene of the CYCL of nightmares that intruded upon her sleep for months after that day last year. The boy is also staring at her with wide eyes. He begins. Why? Nobara begins. Out of the Fing Wei, extras. A loud voice snaps and Nobara yelps when a boy with spiky blonde hair shoves past her and the pink-haired boy with enough force to send her stumbling back a few steps. She whirls around. JRK, she yells. She gets a middle finger thrown at her and she huffs in annoyance. A swarm of applicants suddenly moves forward and she steps back to let them by as she turns her head, but the pink-haired boy must have been carried away by the swarm because she doesn't see him anymore. She frowns to herself before shaking her head because she shouldn't be focusing on this. It's probably just a coincidence. After all, her nightmares are just that, nightmares. Just because they were vivid and real-like doesn't mean they are real. That boy may resemble the boy she saw in her nightmares, but it's just a coincidence. She stands by that thought, but as she pivots and walks toward the street that will take her to the mall, a small part of her is in doubt. A small part of her doesn't believe that encounter was mere coincidence, and Nobara just doesn't understand why that part of her, while small, still resonates so strongly within her. Yuji is beyond grateful that he manages to get past 𝐂𝐲𝐽's gates without losing his balance and falling, because there is a very good chance he will end up trampled. Considering there are so many people heading toward 𝐂𝐲's main building for the entrance exam, getting trampled is a very likely possibility. But he can't believe he's actually here. This is 𝐂𝐲 High School, the best hero school in all of Japan, and the school his big brother is attending. Yuji is equal parts excited and terrified. Excited because it's 𝐂𝐲 and terrified because it's 𝐂𝐲. There are so many applicants, and, as Yuji meanders his way around them, he finds himself wondering how many of them are going to end up getting into the school. He doesn't think all of them are going to make it, since there are probably like 100 applicants here if not more, but thinking about that fact makes him nervous. There is no denying that Yuji's strength lies more in his physical prowess rather than his intelligence. That isn't to say he isn't smart. He just isn't as smart as his brother, or as Suguru, and he has a hard time studying and paying attention to lectures in middle school. It's really thanks to Mirio's patient tutoring that he is passing his middle school classes, just like it is thanks to Mirio's patient tutoring that is the reason he will hopefully be able to pass the written exam enough to get in. He takes a deep breath to calm his nerves and starts examining the area, looking to see if Suguru has arrived yet. Suguru already messaged him saying that he was running late because he ended up missing his train, so his parents are driving him to 𝐂𝐲 instead. He is due to show up any moment now, but so far, Yuji isn't seeing him in the sea of applicants mingling in the courtyard. Many of them are already heading for the main building, and, while Yuji wants to wait for his friend, he also doesn't want to be late himself. He decides he will save Suguru a seat. He's sure he can do that, and he's sure Suguru is probably only a few minutes out. He makes his way toward the main building, already planning on finding a seat by the window since he prefers the window seats. It's brighter there, with sunlight streaming in through the glass pane that always leaves him warm and comfortable. His phone rings and he, pulling it out of his pocket, glances at it as he opens the double doors and slips into the main building. He answers the call right away upon seeing who it is. "Hey, just the guy I was thinking about," he says. "Where are you?" "Coming up on you now," says Suguru. "Go ahead and head inside. I'm getting out about a block away cause there are way too many people on the street and Mom isn't gonna be able to get any closer to the gates. I'll be there though." "Okay. I'll save 𝐂𝐲 a seat," says Yuji as he rounds the corner, heading toward the room where the written exam is going to take place and wincing when he runs into someone. He steps back, an apology about to leave his lips even as a burst of electricity surges through him, similar to what happened when he ran into that ginger-haired girl whom bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl in those nightmares. Even though Yuji hasn't had those nightmares in a few months doesn't mean they aren't still seared into his head. Given he had them every single night for months after that first night back last June, and they were always just as vivid and real-like each time, he will always remember them. The memory of those nightmares are burned onto the forefronts of his mind. That ginger-haired girl was prominent in many of them. As was the boy he just ran into. He stares into dark blue eyes set in a pale face. The boy stares back at him, eyes widening. For some reason, despair and regret surges through Yuji and he doesn't know why. "You?" the boy begins. "Why?" Yuji begins. If this were any other moment, Yuji might have found it funny that he and this boy start speaking to each other the same way he and that girl started speaking to each other. It is ironic that they are interrupted in a very similar way too. "We must be punctual for the written exam. Please vacate the hallway and move to your destination." A voice exclaims and 𝐤𝐽𝐫 twists his head around in time to see a dark blue-haired boy with glasses resting on the bridge of his nose standing right behind them, one arm chopping down in a sharp motion. "Hey, chill out, would YA. We've got time," says Yuji with a huff. "It is always good to show up a little bit early to ensure that you have a good seat and are prepared with your writing utensils," the boy says firmly. "Writing utensils? Who the heck speaks like that?" Yuji says. He isn't being mean when he asks that question. He's genuinely bewildered because he doesn't think he's heard any teen his age talk like that. This guy talks like he is far older than he actually is. The boy adjusts his glasses. "The exam begins in 10 minutes. I strongly suggest you get to your assigned classroom," he says firmly. Okay. Relax. Geez." Yuji sighs and, turning his head, he's surprised to see the black-haired boy vanishing into the classroom. He blinks but decides that the boy must have decided to do as this boy suggested and figures he may as well do the same. He still doesn't understand why he seems to recognize that boy, or why those feelings of despair and regret are still flaring through him, but decide that he can't focus on that. What is more important is the fact that he only has less than 10 minutes to get to his assigned classroom and, unfortunately, it's not this classroom. As Yuji bolts down the hallway, searching for his assigned classroom while praying he makes it on time. He can worry about those odd feelings, or that sense of recognition he felt upon seeing that black-haired boy, and that ginger-haired girl later. Megumi lets loose a soft breath as he leaves the classroom in which the written exam took place in. The hallway is already filled with various applicants who already finished their written exam and are now heading toward the main auditorium where the practical exam is going to be explained to them. Nejiya already warned Megumi of what to expect, eventually since she got distracted quite a bit during her explanation, so he knows of what to expect. He doesn't think anyone else here does though, but they will learn soon enough. It's not as if it will be that difficult and all he needs to do is earn as many points as he possibly can. That is all there is to it. It's not a matter of whether he can or not. He just has to do it and that is what he is going to do. Still though, as he walks, he finds he can't get his mind off his encounter with that pink-haired boy. For some reason, that pink-haired boy was identical to the boy from his nightmares, except without the extra set of eyelids that was prevalent in some of those nightmares. Megumi isn't someone who really believes in coincidence, but, at the same time, he just can't fathom how that boy looks so much like a boy from his nightmares. The resemblance is way too uncanny. But they are just nightmares. Nightmares aren't real. He is glad that the nightmares that used to occur daily for months after that day last June aren't occurring as frequently anymore. They still happen every now and then, but it's actually been a few months since he last had a nightmare. But, due to how frequently they happened in those months after that first day and due to how vivid and real-like they have become imprinted on the forefronts of Megumi's mind. He can't forget them. He doesn't think he ever will. Maybe that's why he can't stop thinking about that pink-haired boy. He rubs his temples as he walks, nearing the entrance to the auditorium and not noticing the individual until they crash into him with enough force to send both of them tumbling backwards. Thankfully, there's a wall there so neither of them get knocked off their feet, but Megumi winces as his back collides with the wall. "Sorry," the boy exclaims, and Megumi, rubbing his back, pushes away from the wall and peers at the boy. He freezes because the boy is yet another visage from his nightmares. Incredibly tall with messy snow-white hair, incredibly pale skin, a pair of dark sunglasses covering his eyes. The only difference is this boy is younger than the young man he saw in his nightmares. This boy is like the teenage version of the young man from his nightmares. My fault, he manages to get out, hoping his stoic facade is up. The boy peers at him over the top of his dark sunglasses and Megumi draws in a sharp intake of breath at the briefest glimpse of mesmerizing and vibrant blue eyes. Eyes that featured so prominently in his nightmares, eyes that hold bottomless truths and immense power in their depths. The boy draws in a swift intake of breath as well. He begins. "Why?" Megumi begins but breaks off because he doesn't know what he wants to ask. "Why do you look like a teen version of that young man from my nightmares? Why do I feel like I should know you? Why do I feel such guilt and sadness when I see you?" And it's true. There are slivers of powerful guilt and sadness rushing through Megumi at the sight of those vibrant eyes, and he doesn't know why. They just feel so strong, and he knows, somehow, someway he knows, those emotions are associated with his nightmares, especially the bloodier ones. He shakes his head. Never mind. The exam's about to begin, he says swiftly and darts around the tall boy, slipping into the auditorium. If the boy calls out to him, he doesn't hear it as he swiftly makes his way down the aisles until he finds his assigned seating. He needs to focus on the exam. That is more important. Those nightmares aren't important right now. Those feelings aren't important right now. Those feelings are just a part of those nightmares, and those nightmares are just that, nightmares. They aren't real. None of them are real. And yet a part of Megumi can't believe those words. He shakes his head as he focuses, as he watches the pro-hero present MIC walk onto the stage, as he listens to present MIC try to excite the crowd, but everyone is clearly too nervous, or too lost in their thoughts like Megumi, to get into it. He will have to the hero credit for trying, but clearly everyone's nerves are too frayed at the moment, and Megumi is too busy attempting to get his thoughts together. I just don't understand why I recognize that boy any more than I understand why I recognize that pink-haired boy. He doesn't know what's going on with him, or why those vivid, real-like nightmares are the first thing his mind goes to upon seeing those two boys. Snippets of those nightmares pass through his mind, and Megumi grits his teeth and forcibly shoves them aside. He can't let them distract him. This is how the test will go, my listeners, present MIC is saying when Megumi forces himself to tune back into the presentation. You'll be experiencing 10-minute-long mock cityscape maneuvers. Bring along whatever you want. After this presentation, you'll head to your assigned testing location. Okay. Silence. Each site is filled with 3 kinds of faux villains. Present MIC goes on as if his attempt to get the crowd excited didn't just fail again. Points are awarded for defeating each according to their respective difficulty levels. Use your quirks to disable these faux villains and earn points. That's your goal, listeners. Of course, playing the antihero and attacking other examinees is prohibited. Obviously, Megumi murmurs and then raises an eyebrow when a boy with dark blue hair suddenly asks to ask a question and then brings up the fact that there is a 4th faux villain on the handout and demanding to know if this is an oversight. Such a blatant error, if it is one, is highly unbecoming for you, Japan's top academy. We're all here today in the ops of being molded into model heroes. The boy goes on, then casts a glance over his shoulder and adds, "And you, with the curly hair." A small boy with fluffy green hair lets out a squeak. Megumi notices he's seated next to the tall white-haired boy he can't help but recognize. You've been muttering this entire time. It's distracting. If this is some sort of game to you, then please leave immediately. The boy snaps. The small boy ducks his head, face going red with embarrassment. Yo, just 'cause you're nervous doesn't give YA the right to take it out on other people, you idiot, the white-haired boy says with a scoff. So back off. Well. Megumi raises an eyebrow but finds he can't help but agree with the white-haired boy. It doesn't seem like it was necessary for the dark blue-haired boy to call the green-haired boy out like that, even more so because it embarrassed him in front of everyone. For some odd reason, he feels oddly surprised that he is agreeing with the white-haired boy and he doesn't know why he feels that way. It almost feels as if he never agrees with that white-haired boy, but, at the same time, he doesn't even know that boy. He doesn't even know his name. So why does he find that white-haired boy so incredibly familiar, as if he does know him far more than he thinks he does? You know that wasn't necessary, Izuku says as Satoru leads the way out of the auditorium now that present MIC's presentation on how the practical exam is going to work ends and everyone is told to head outside to the buses that will take them to their testing location. He hums as he pivots so that he's walking backwards with his hands folded casually behind his head. He shouldn't have called YA out, Izuku. He basically embarrassed YA in front of everyone and that's not right, says Satoru with a huff. Sure, he knows that Izuku was just muttering because he was analyzing the layout of the practical exam as a way of committing it to his memory while also figuring out what the goal is well before present MIC even said so out loud. It's fine, Satoru, Izuku assures him. Satoru huffs. It's not fine but whatever. He tilts his head back slightly as he weaves around several applicants, easily able to detect their presence due to the quirk energy Six Eyes is perceiving flowing around them. I still find it amazing that you can actually walk backwards and not run into anyone like that, Izuku comments. The beauty of my Six Eyes. says Satoru with a light laugh while, inwardly, his thoughts are still on that boy. The boy who bears an uncanny resemblance to Megumi. All seeing that boy earlier succeeded in doing was bring Satoru's memories of the Megumi he took under his wing back to the forefronts of his mind. He didn't just take Megumi under his wing in his last life, he took over as Megumi and his stepsister Tsumiki's legal guardian to prevent Megumi from being sold to the Zenin clan. But, more than anything, Megumi is the one whom ended up bringing about Satoru's own downfall. Megumi was the one whom Sukuna wanted and, in the end, Sukuna got what he wanted. Not only was he able to possess Megumi's body but he also gained control of Megumi's cursed technique, and it was that very cursed technique that ended up costing Satoru his life. He still remembers that but he doesn't want to, so he shoves the memory out of his mind. He doesn't want to think about the fact that the very last thing he saw before he died was the face of the child he had come to love as a son. "Satoru, are you okay?" Izuku asks. Yeah. Satoru swiftly wipes his eyes, where he feels tears starting to fall. "Just got some dust in my eyes. That's it." "You're wearing sunglasses." "So, I can still get dust in my eyes. Anyway, come on, let's go." He whirls around, adding, "We're gonna be." He must have been so distracted by his memories that Six Eyes doesn't pick up on the person right behind him, thus causing Satoru to run into them. With twin yelps, both of them go sprawling to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Satoru wonders if Izuku will laugh at him, since he did laugh at Izuku when he tripped over his own 2 feet earlier and that brown-haired girl used her quirk to stop him from hitting the ground, but decides Izuku is too kind to give in to that kind of payback and pushes the thought aside. "Sorry, Satoru breaks off as he lifts his head and finds himself gazing into purple eyes. Purple eyes set in a very familiar face framed by very familiar long strands of black hair. He draws in a swift intake of breath, eyes widening behind his glasses because, no, it can't. This can't. But there is no denying that the boy Satoru is laying on top of bears such an uncanny resemblance to Suguru that Satoru can't help but gaze at him again, can't help but trace his eyes over the facial structure, can't help but stare intently into those eyes. He can't help but try and find any differences, anything at all to suggest this boy isn't Suguru. But he sees nothing. For all intents and purposes, the boy he is laying on top of is virtually identical to one Suguru Geto from Satoru's past life, in appearance anyway. His Six Eyes is easily able to determine that this boy has quirk energy, not cursed energy, that this boy doesn't have any cursed spirits within him. But he just doesn't understand it. First Megumi and now Suguru. What is going on? He tries to rationalize it, tries to insist to his own mind that the boy he ran into earlier and the boy he is laying on top of now bearing an unkindly resemblance to Megumi Fushiguro and Suguru Geto is just a coincidence. That's all it is. A coincidence. So why does his heart? No, why does his soul deny that? Why is his soul reaching out toward this boy as if reaching for the part that has been missing for a really long time? "We'll meet again." The last words Satoru spoke to Suguru in his last life echo in his head as he stares at the boy who is gazing up at him with a perplexed expression on his face. "Are you going to get off me anytime soon?" he asks, raising an eyebrow. Satoru shakes away those thoughts, shakes away those memories, tries hard to shove aside the feeling in his heart, the feeling in his soul, and instead focuses on the now. He forces himself to smirk as he tilts his head to the side and quips, "Nah, you make quite a comfortable pillow, you know." The boy gives him an unimpressed stare that reminds Satoru so much of the Suguru of his last life that he nearly loses his smile, but he manages to keep it on his lips. "Satoru, we've gotta go or we're gonna miss our buses," Izuku calls. Fine. Satoru peels himself off the boy and jumps to his feet while the boy, whom is probably only a few centimeters shorter than him, also gets to his feet. He dusts himself off and pivots. "Good luck," he says and walks away, and Satoru watches him go, still finding it incredibly difficult to separate that boy from the memories from his last life of his one and only. He shakes his head because this boy isn't the same. It's just a coincidence because his memories of his past life are just that, memories. They have already happened. But he was given a second chance. He was reincarnated. Is there a possibility, however slim, that Suguru was given a second chance too? If that's the case, then Satoru has to wonder if Megumi was given a second chance too, and if he was too, then does that mean Yuji and Nobara might have been given another chance too? He just doesn't know. He just knows that those 3 kids are the ones he failed the most when he failed to defeat Sukuna, and if anyone could have been reincarnated with him, then he hopes it was those 3 and Suguru. Suguru also deserved more than he got. The Jujutsu world left every single person who was unfortunate enough to be part of it little more than scarred, battered, broken shells of their former selves, and Satoru firmly believes no one escaped from that world unscathed. This hero-saturated world is nothing like the Jujutsu world that came before it. This age of quirks is dangerous, it is scary, but it doesn't have the same stigma attached to it, and it doesn't seem to be quite as brutal, quite as dispassionate, as the age of Jujutsu that came before it. Satoru doesn't know if anyone he once associated with in his last life was reincarnated with him in this life, but he finds himself hoping they were, because they all deserved better than what they got. They all deserved happiness. The twins leave the main building and head toward the buses. Since they aren't assigned to the same exam sites, due to the 2 of them and Bakugo being from the same school, Satoru waves a hand at Izuku and gives him a thumbs up that he returns with a nervous smile and a wave of his own. He then turns and jogs toward his bus, climbing onto it and scanning it since it's almost already completely full. His eyes land on the Suguru lookalike and he finds himself moving toward him, partially because he will admit to being curious about the fact that this boy looks absolutely identical to the Suguru of his last life, except for the telltale difference of his quirk energy not being the same as his cursed energy. It's remarkably similar, honestly, based on what Six Eyes is feeding him, but it's not the same. But it's also because the only open seat seems to be right by the lookalike. "Hey, can I sit here?" he says with a bright smile as he reaches the seat. The lookalike glances at him, then shrugs. "Okay," he says, and Satoru beams and sits down, resting his pack on his lap. "I'm Satoru Midoriya," he says, holding out a hand toward the boy. The boy blinks at him but takes his hand and shakes it. "Suguru Magiki. It's nice to meet you," he says politely while Satoru's smile freezes slightly. So he has the same name too. Is that a coincidence? Is all of this simply coincidence? He doesn't know what to believe at this point, so he simply opts to try to push his memories away and focus on the now. The last thing he wants to do is get his hopes up, because chances are still high that they will be torn rather brutally down. "So are you nervous?" Satoru asks curiously. "A little bit," Magiki admits. The practical is incredibly straightforward, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be easy. I'm pretty sure I got it in the bag," says Satoru with a grin. Magiki raises an eyebrow at him. "You're arrogant," he deadpans. Satoru muses Magiki's decision to jump automatically to calling him arrogant because of his boast is just like how Suguru reacted when Satoru would boast about being the strongest back when they first met in his last life. "But didn't I say that I wasn't going to focus on those memories?" He shoves them aside because he did say that, and he can't lest he get his hopes up and risk having them brutally crushed. He decides to focus on something else to pass the time it will take them to reach the testing site. "So what's your quirk?" He may not quite be as interested in quirks as his brother, but he will admit some of them are interesting, and he supposes he is curious about why the flow of Magiki's quirk energy does feel similar to the flow of Suguru's cursed energy in his last life. Magiki glances at him and, for a moment, Satoru doesn't think he's going to respond. Then he says, "Nightmare manifestation. I can manifest creatures that live in a pocket dimension located in my shadow, but they are rather, well, nightmarish to look at, hence the name." In his shadow, here. Satoru turns his gaze to where the sunlight is casting Magiki's shadow onto the window, and his six eyes immediately perceives the creatures Magiki is talking about, even if they can only get a glimpse of them because they are in a pocket dimension. He doubts he will be able to get a more accurate read on Magiki's quirk until he sees it in action, as is usually the case with most quirks. Some are read pretty thoroughly by Six Eyes when they aren't in use, but the more complicated quirks need to be in use to be read far more thoroughly, and Magiki's is gearing up to be one of those quirks. If he recalls correctly, All Might's is similar. He wasn't able to really get an accurate, thorough read on it until he saw it in action during the incident with the slime villain the second time around, since he was far closer to All Might when he used his quirk then. That had been such a powerful flood of information that it literally knocked Satoru out, so he is glad that, While 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸's quirk energy flow is powerful, it's not powerful enough to knock him out. It wouldn't do to miss the practical because he knocked himself out because 6 eyes can't be turned off. Neat, he says. And yours? 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 asks. Mine's like really complicated, says Satoru. It's called limitless and it's like space manipulation but at an atomic level, plus I got eyes that can perceive the flow of quirk energy and read it that I can't turn off. Major headache right there, which SC case. Eyes that perceive the flow of quirk energy. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 echoes. Yeah. Wanna see. Satoru will admit he does like showing off his eyes, because he personally believes they are his best feature and there are many who agree with that. He doesn't know how many times he's walked by his classmates at Aldera Junior High and hear them whisper and gush about how appealing his eyes are by the people who have actually seen them. He doesn't even give 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 the chance to answer as he removes his dark sunglasses, blinking his vibrant and mesmerizing blue eyes at 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸. He's surprised, and maybe even a little concerned, when 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 pales, his eyes go wide with puzzlement and he swiftly breaks eye contact but not before Satoru notices slivers of other emotions gleaming in their purple depths. We're here, he says swiftly and, as the bus comes to a halt and the passengers disembark, 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 practically shoves his way past Satoru. Satoru lets him as he tucks his sunglasses away, brow furrowing. What was that about? Why was he so shocked? But, more than that, he has to wonder at those slivers. Slivers of shock, of sadness, of regret. Satoru doesn't know why 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 reacted that way. It's odd to say the least. He doesn't think anyone's reacted to his eyes quite like that. He hums as he pulls his BLNDFLD out of his pocket and wraps it around his eyes, knowing chances are high he is going to lose his sunglasses during the practical. The last thing he wants is to lose out on gaining points because he's being overwhelmed by the flows of quirk energy belonging to every single participant within his 6 eyes massive range while his 6 eyes are uninhibited. At best, it will leave him with strained eyes and a raging migraine. At worst, it will knock him out and there's no telling how long that would last. So, yeah, it's better to be safe than sorry. Once the BLNDFLD is in place, Satoru hops out of his seat and follows the last of the applicants out of the bus and toward the locker rooms. After changing into a pair of training joggers and a sleeveless shirt, he moves over to join the rest of the applicants who are gathered in front of the gates. He notices 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 is hovering by the gates, clad in a short-sleeved black shirt and loose black briefs. Let's begin in 3. A kind voice calls and Satoru turns to see a hero with a body that resembles cement who is sitting on the edge of the building by the gates that are slowly opening. 3, 2, 1, go. Everyone bolts forward and Satoru swiftly follows the flow of applicants, pushing all other thoughts and memories and emotions aside. Because, right now, he needs to focus on the practical test. He needs to focus, and he's not going to let his memories of his past life or those confusing emotions get in the way. I need to focus. But it's hard for Suguru to focus when his head is suddenly pounding something fierce and his vision is blurring. The blurring vision is new, but the pounding in his head is something he's been intimately familiar with ever since that day in June last year. But he just doesn't know why his head is hurting so much, or why images from those nightmares and those dreams are suddenly flowing through his mind, or why he can't stop thinking about Satoru Midoriya's appealing eyes. Eyes that feature prominently in many of those dreams and some of those nightmares. Eyes that cause something to stir within Suguru's soul, that causes his soul to reach out towards Satoru Midoriya in a way he's never felt before. But the older version of himself has felt something similar in those nightmares, and those dreams, even if those nightmares and dreams never showed that older version of himself acting on those feelings. Suguru shakes his head as he follows the flow of applicants deeper into the city. He needs to focus. He can't just allow his throbbing head or those nightmares and scenes or those feelings get in the way of passing this test. He has to do everything he possibly can to pass this test, to get as many points as he possibly can, to continue on his path to becoming the hero he wishes to be. The hero that will protect and defend those who are weak because that is what the strong are supposed to do. He rounds a corner and, the instant he sees the three-pointer robot start toward him, he holds out a hands, splaying out his fingers as he activates his quirk and, out of the shadow flowing in front of him due to the position of the sun, a grotesque bone-white skeletal creature that resembles a Chinese dragon erupts. It surges forward and sinks its claws straight into the robot, tearing its limbs off and throwing the limbs with pinpoint accuracy, successfully spearing through the 3-pointer coming up on the right and 2 2-pointers that are coming up on the left. That's 10 points right there. 𝐒𝐿 jogs toward the creature and jumps onto its back, grabbing the protruding bone behind the creature's neck to hold himself steady. "Let's go," he says to the creature who surges into the air. Its skeletal tail swipes to the side, crashing into a 1-pointer and throwing it straight into another 2-pointer, taking them both down. Another 3 points. He is going to try to keep count, mostly out of curiosity, as he surges forward on the back of the skeletal bone-white dragon creature, guiding it to use its curved claws and long tail to take out more and more robots in various areas throughout the city. "Impressive," Midoriya's familiar voice says, and 𝐒𝐿 starts, turning his head and is surprised to see Midoriya currently floating in midair only a few meters away from him. He isn't wearing his sunglasses right now. Instead, a black blndfld is wrapped around his eyes. "Are you following me?" 𝐒𝐿 deadpans. "Nah. I just happened to be in the area." Midoriya points a finger to the side and 𝐒𝐿 watches, with wide eyes, as a small ball of crackling red energy appears in front of the finger. It shoots forward and tears straight through every single robot that was making its way down the alley, obliterating them and leaving only broken pieces of metal to clatter to the ground. "Ha! Avoided damaging the building that time." "Yes." Midoriya cheers. "That time?" 𝐒𝐿 echoes. Midoriya shrugs. My aim was off last time. Better get to it, a magic-y. Or I'm gonna end up taking all the points," he says with a grin. To 𝐒𝐿, that sounds like a challenge, and if there is one thing 𝐒𝐿 is known for, it's not backing down from a challenge. He may not know this boy beyond his name and a little bit about his quirk, and he may still be dealing with the throbbing headache and those vivid images that was brought on by this boy's stunning and familiar eyes, but he isn't going to back down. "Challenge accepted," he says. Midoriya laughs and then he's gone. Literally. He literally just up and vanished into thin air. 𝐒𝐿 stares but forces himself to not focus on that, even as he peers at the alley because he is positive there were at least 10 robots in that alley. He has no idea as to how many points they were worth, but the fact that Midoriya just took out all 10 robots in a single strike is impressive. But 𝐒𝐿 is strong too with his quirk, and he is going to throw his all into this challenge because he doesn't like losing. "Midoriya, you aren't going to take all the points. I am. Let's go," he says to his nightmare, as is taking to calling the nightmarish creatures he manifests from the pocket dimension within his shadow, and they surge forward, immediately taking down any robot they manage to locate. 𝐒𝐿 isn't even bothering on keeping track of the number of robots he's destroyed, or even what their point values are, because he's too focused on beating Midoriya. He's pretty sure the tall, white-haired boy is probably doing the same. As it is, he does see signs of Midoriya's quirk in action due to the occasional burst of crackling red. Every now and then, he does see flowing blue light, and that's usually right before 2 robots are literally yanked together with such a force that they shatter upon contact. Powerful. But 𝐒𝐿 isn't going to be outdone because he is competitive and he doesn't like losing. So, as his dragon nightmare takes out another massive 3-pointer, he splays out his fingers toward his shadow and activates his quirk again, bringing out a hookworm-like beige creature that surges forward in an instant and promptly swallows a 2-pointer that is about to attack. Manifesting 2 nightmares at once is taxing, but 𝐒𝐿 can handle it. He's been able to manifest 2 nightmares at once for a while now. He can probably even do 3 if he really wanted to, but 2 should be more than enough to beat Midoriya's challenge. The hookworm nightmare and the dragon nightmare tear through more and more robots in one part of the city, while 𝐒𝐿 still sees crackling red light and flowing blue light erupting on the other side of the city. He nears the plaza and narrows his eyes upon seeing 2 applicants are currently surrounded by a rather large number of 3-pointers, and they don't seem capable of doing much. One is incredibly small with purple ball-shaped hair who is currently clinging onto the brown-haired girl who is trying to shove him off. 𝐒𝐿 guides his dragon nightmare toward the plaza and, jumping off it, directs it and the hookworm to take care of the robots as he lands lightly on the ground. He strides toward the group and, grabbing the small boy, he yanks him away from the girl. "Are you okay?" he asks with a kind smile. "Why?" Yeah. That demon pervert just latched onto me and wouldn't stop grabbing me, the girl says with a huff of annoyance in her voice. Suguru drops the boy and gives the boy a chilling smile that has the boy paling in fright. Now you won't be doing that again, right? He says kindly but with an edge of steel that is daring the boy to say anything but yes sir. Ah right, the boy stammers out and bolts now that the plaza is clear thanks to Suguru's nightmares. Thanks, the girl says again and darts off. 2 minutes left. The hero who started the practical off for them calls. Suguru hums but is sure he can get more points, so he darts toward his dragon nightmare and hops onto its back while dismissing his hookworm nightmare. He won't need 2 for the last 2 minutes. He guides it into the air and flies toward the main street to see if there are any more robots there. The vast majority of the applicants seem to be taking out the robots in that street, so he is about to search other areas when the 0-pointer arrives. The 0-pointer easily rises higher than the buildings and grips the edges of the buildings as it steps onto the main street. As expected, the applicants bolt in the opposite direction since they aren't required to fight against this one. He doesn't see the need to fight the 0-pointer either, so he is about to head for the main gates when he sees her. It's a girl who is currently stuck beneath some debris right in the path of the 0-pointer, and, while it's only logical that the teachers will stop the exam before the girl gets hurt, Suguru barely notices the logic as he surges forward. Activating his quirk and manifesting his dark blue manta ray-shaped nightmare, he jumps off the dragon nightmare to land on the manta ray nightmare and quickly guides it to the girl. He hops off it and directs the manta ray nightmare to drape over the girl protectively as he whirls around and silently directs the dragon nightmare toward the 0-pointer. He's apparently not the only one who noticed the situation because, right when the dragon nightmare crashes into the 0-pointer, a blast of crackling red energy also slams into the 0-pointer and it explodes, spraying broken metal in all directions. Suguru makes sure to recall his dragon nightmare to keep himself and everyone behind him safe from the flying debris. Whoa, the girl beneath the manta ray nightmare breathes. That is some power. Tell me about it, says Suguru, shielding his eyes from the glare of the sun as he searches for the source and watches as Midoriya glides to the ground from where he was floating above the building beside which the 0-pointer was standing. Midoriya whistles. Nice. I took it out. That means I win, he says with a grin. Suguru raises an eyebrow because he's pretty sure his nightmare destroyed the 0-pointer first. I'm pretty sure I'm the one who took it out, so that means I win, he says. Midoriya glances at him and huffs. Nah, my attack hit it first, he says firmly. No, my nightmare hit it first, Suguru retorts. My attack's the one that destroyed it. My nightmare is the one that destroyed it. You just destroyed what was left of it. My attack got to it first. No, it didn't. My nightmare got to it first. The two boys glare at each other with sparks flaring between them because Suguru is not about to admit that he lost, and it's clear Midoriya doesn't want to admit it either. Time is up. The teacher who started the exam calls out, and, while Suguru doesn't break off his glaring contest with Midoriya's bond-fled gaze, he does recall both of his nightmares and deactivates his quirk. Finally, Midoriya huffs and waves a hand at the destroyed robot. That one wasn't worth anything anyway, so let's just agree that it doesn't count, he says. Suguru huffs and leans back on the ball of his feet, folding his arms across his chest. So does that mean whoever gets the highest score on this test wins, he says, raising an eyebrow. Deal. It's gonna be me, says Midoriya. I'm pretty confident it will be me, says Suguru. I'm more confident. I'm most confident. I'm mostest confident. That isn't even a word. Yeah, well, it is now. That isn't how that works. All the while Suguru and Midoriya are arguing with sparks flaring between them as they nearly start butting heads literally, the other applicants just watch, clearly unsure of whether to intervene or just watch the chaos unfold from a safe distance. Satoru lounges upside down on the armchair with his long legs dangling over the back of it as his sunglasses ride up onto his forehead. He barely notices as he absently scrolls through his phone, not even really paying attention to any of the news articles that are popping up on the feed he's scrolling through. He's bored out of his mind again, as is to be expected since he's still got 2 weeks of this house arrest to get through. He's just grateful the police lessened the restrictions to allow him to use the internet again because that's easing the boredom a little bit. Not by much but a little bit anyway. Truth be told, most of Satoru's thoughts are on the entrance exam that happened 2 weeks ago and on the 2 people he ran into during it. 2 people who feature rather prominently in the memories of his last life. 2 people that he still believes deserve second chances. And, truth be told, a part of him wants to believe that those 2 people did end up with second chances, that the 2 boys he ran into at the entrance exam really were the reincarnations of their namesakes from Satoru's last life. But, at the same time, he can't bear the thought of having such a hope brutally crushed if it turns out his belief is wrong. He just doesn't know. He may have regained his memories of his past life, but he had to basically die in order to regain them, and he really hopes that isn't the case for those 2 if they are reincarnations. Half of him misses the Suguru and the Megumi he knew, but the other half doesn't want to burden their reincarnations, if they are reincarnated, with the terrible and devastating memories of their last lives. Half of him wants to be selfish while the other half wants to be selfless. He guesses that's what being human is all about. In this life, in this age, Satoru isn't the living god among men. He isn't the strongest sorcerer placed on a pedestal where everyone knows his name and his power, whether for good or for bad. He isn't the living tool raised to be the perfect, most powerful weapon. In this life, in this age, Satoru is just a regular human being with a regular, doting, and extremely loving mother, and a regular, analytically brilliant, and extremely kind twin brother. And Satoru finds he actually likes this life, this age, far better than the age that came before, than the life that came before. The door opens and Satoru tilts his head in time to find Izuku making his way into the living room. His brow furrows as his 6 eyes pick up on something odd flowing around Izuku, energy that 6 eyes immediately identifies as quirk energy that seems so incredibly familiar but so unlike the usual non-quirk energy that typically surrounds Izuku. He's been noticing that every time he looks at Izuku over the course of the past 2 weeks. While the normal non-quirk energy that exists in all humans is still there is actual quirk energy spiraling around it, its bubble-like airy texture flowing in conjunction with the duller gray non-quirk energy. But that doesn't make any sense because Izuku isn't supposed to have a quirk. He's been quirkless ever since he was born, so why does he have one now? And why hasn't he told Satoru or even their own mother? Satoru hasn't had the chance to ask, mostly because Izuku has been in a bit of a funk that getting him to focus on anything but his own thoughts is difficult. He's been so quiet, so withdrawn, so lost in his thoughts that he only barely acknowledges whenever Satoru or their mother ask him if he's all right. And he never really answers. He just kind of shrugs and goes back to whatever he was doing, or was supposed to be doing, like eating or exercising or doing homework. Now that their middle school years are basically over and done with, it's mostly the former too. It's worrying, just as worrying as the quirk energy that spirals around Izuku that's never been there before. Izuku sits on the couch in the apartment and, picking up one of the dumbbells, starts exercising with it while still staring at nothing. Satoru tilts his head to the side. Izuku, he calls, and, as expected, Izuku doesn't react. Izuku! Izuku starts losing his grip on the dumbbell, but Satoru just casually flicks a burst of blue to catch the dumbbell and attract it to his hand. He grasps it and places it on the ground as he studies his twin. "You're in a funk again, Izuku," he says. "Oh, sorry," Izuku murmurs. "Just a lot on my mind." Anything you want to talk about?" Satoru is hoping the answer is yes, hoping his twin will open up to him like he always used to do when they were growing up. Even though the distance that's existed between them ever since the slime villain incident last year is starting to close its gap, it's still there. "No, it's okay. I'm fine," Izuku assures him. Satoru hums, not believing that for a second. "Really, I'm fine," Izuku says. Satoru lets loose a long sigh but waves a hand. "Yeah, okay. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine," he says, and, twisting his body so he can flip off the chair without hurting himself, he stands up, tucking his phone away. He can't help but feel a little hurt that his brother won't confide in him, but decides it doesn't matter because he can't force his brother to tell him anything. Just because they always shared everything with each other while they were growing up doesn't mean times don't change. Satoru is well aware that people can change over time. He has an entire lifetime's worth of examples to prove his awareness of that fact. But he never expected his brother to change, to become far more secretive, far more withdrawn, far more distant. It's not that, Satoru, Izuku says quickly, eyes widening as he scrambles to his feet. It's just something I've got to deal with. And I can't help. Izuku chews on his lower lip and looks away. If you could, you know I would have asked you, he says. Satoru huffs and turns to face his brother, raising an eyebrow. Just what have you gotten yourself into, Izuku? It's nothing bad, just. It's complicated, says Izuku swiftly. He chews on his lower lip and adds, but, I guess I'm just in a funk 'cause I don't think I passed the practical exam. Satoru raises an eyebrow. Then why didn't you just say that, he says in bewilderment as he moves to join his brother and draws him into a hug. Why keep that to yourself? I guess I didn't want to disappoint you, Izuku says quietly as he leans into the taller twin's arms. Hey, if those idiots at you can't see you for the hero you are, then that's on them, says Satoru with a huff and, pulling back from the hug, adds, besides, if you applied for the general course like you said you were going to, then you can always transfer to the hero course later. That was your original plan if you didn't get into the hero course, remember? Ah, right, yeah. I guess. Never mind. You're right. There's still hope, says Izuku. Wonder what he was about to say. See? That's the spirit, baby bro, Satoru says brightly, deciding against worrying about what Izuku was about to say. I'm only 2 minutes younger than you. Stop calling me that, Izuku groans, to which Satoru just laughs. Izuku! Satoru! The twins jump and turn in time to see Inko hurrying toward them while waving 2 envelopes with the crest of youth stamped onto the back. The results. They're in, she cries, and, while Satoru swiftly moves to his mother's side and starts rubbing her back before she starts hyperventilating, Izuku follows and takes the envelopes out of her hands. I'm gonna open this in my room, he begins. Oh, let's just read 'em together, says Satoru brightly as he snatches the envelopes out of his brother's hands now that his mother isn't in danger of hyperventilating. He jogs toward the couch, adding, I'll open yours. Wait, Satoru, Izuku cries as he hurries after Satoru and snatches at the envelope, but Satoru is purposely holding it above his head, forcing his shorter brother to jump in an attempt to grab it. As expected, he doesn't even brush the bottom of the envelope. Satoru, give it back, Izuku protests, jumping up and swatting at the envelope again even though the first few times didn't work. Promise we'll read 'em together. Satoru asks with a grin. You're not gonna let me have my envelope if I don't? Probably not. There is the faintest hint of a sing-song tone in Satoru's voice, the one he knows gets on his twins' nerves. Fine, you gremlin, Izuku huffs, folding his arms across his chest and pouting. Satoru snickers and hands Izuku his envelope before throwing himself onto the couch. Satoru, do not throw yourself onto the couch like that, says Inko as she takes her seat on the armchair. Okay, Mom, Satoru chirps while Izuku sits down beside him. He pokes his twin and adds, you're going first. But, Izuku begins and then, with a tiny little sly smile, adds, you're older, so doesn't that mean you gotta go first, big brother? Satoru lets out a soft gasp of feigned surprise even as his eyes glitter with amusement behind his dark sunglasses. Sneaky! He picks up the envelope and opens it, surprised to see a tiny projection falls out and lands on his lap. He taps it and places it on the table, more than a little surprised when a projection of the number 1 hero All Might appears floating above it. All Might? Izuku shrieks in surprise. Satoru raises an eyebrow at him. Are you gonna shriek every single time you see him, he says. Izuku's face goes red with embarrassment and Satoru barks out a laugh before returning his attention to the projection. I am here as a projection, All Might declares. First and foremost, I would like to inform you that I am going to be joining the faculty at Ua High School. We're gonna be taught by All Might. Izuku shrieks. Satoru casts a glance at his brother and lets loose an exaggeratedly long sigh. We're gonna be here all day just trying to get through mine, he whines. Shut up, Izuku grumbles, swatting at Satoru, but Satoru purposely keeps his infinity up so the swat doesn't connect. Hey! No using your quirk to stop my swat. Nah. Satoru grins at him. He huffs and sticks out his tongue back at Satoru, who responds in kind. Boys, 𝐭𝐴 says sternly, and the twins shrink back and utter apologies in unison before they return their attention to the projection. But that is not why I am here, says All Might. I am here to inform you of your results. Satoru Midoriya, on the written exam, you passed with flying colors. And, on the practical exam, I am pleased to announce that you didn't just earn points based on how many robots you destroyed. A hero is about more than just battling and defeating enemies. As a hero, we must never forget that protecting and defending the innocent is our true priority. Thus, rescue points were taken into account. Satoru Midoriya, you earned an impressive 102 combat points and 28 rescue points, giving you a grand total of 130 points, thus granting you the highest score out of all the new applicants. Good job. As such, let me be the first to welcome you to your Hero Academy. Highest score out of all of the new applicants. Ha! I win. Take that, a Magiki. Satoru cheers while Izuku gives him an amused look before his eyes widen. Wait, rescue points, he says, and he glances at his envelope. Well, go ahead and open it, says Satoru while he still mentally cheers on the fact that he beat a Magiki at their little challenge. Izuku chews on his lower lip, then his eyes set in determination and he proceeds to rip the envelope open, causing his projection device to go flying to clatter onto the table. When I said open it, I didn't mean rip it open, Satoru deadpans, and, when Izuku flushes, he laughs at him. Izuku swats at him. Once again, Infinity catches it. Seriously? Stop using your quirk to stop my swats. Nah. Gremlin. And proud of it. Izuku shakes his head in amusement before turning his gaze to the projection device as it starts playing. His is a little bit different than Satoru's, with All Might trying to tell him something even though whoever is recording is telling him to focus on the important information and then proceeding to show him a video featuring a brown-haired girl trying to give Izuku his points because he saved her life. You've acquired your quirk, says All Might, and Satoru narrows his eyes while 𝐭𝐴 tilts her head to the side in puzzlement. And you've moved others with your actions. This exam, you see. We weren't just watching for villain-based points. It's just as he said in my letter. Rescuing others was taken into account. Satoru listens as All Might explains that Izuku got 60 rescue points, which gave him more than enough points to pass the practical exam before finishing with welcoming him to UA High School. I passed. I passed. Izuku cries. I'm going to UA. I'm so proud of you, sweetie, 𝐭𝐴 says with a bright smile before her brow furrows. But what did All Might mean by acquire your quirk? I'm wondering about that myself, says Satoru, and Izuku's earlier enthusiasm evaporates as nervous anxiety floods his face. Well, you see. I guess I was a late bloomer. Haha. It kinda just appeared during the entrance exam, says Izuku swiftly, far too swiftly to be believed. Or, at least, Satoru doesn't believe him in the slightest. The way the quirk energy flows and ripples around Izuku's form, the information Six Eyes feeds to Satoru about this quirk makes it so eerily similar to another powerful quirk his Six Eyes have seen before that he can't help but look twice at it. It's not as powerful though, but it has that same feel, that same ripple and pulsating energy. What does that even mean? Why does this quirk energy around Izuku resemble All Might's quirk energy so much? 𝐭𝐴 frowns. That is unheard of, but I guess, in this quirk-saturated world, anything can happen. But we should probably consider taking you to see a quirk counselor then if you did get your quirk this late, she says. I'm sure UA has one so I can talk with them, says Izuku. Okay. So long as you speak to a counselor, says 𝐭𝐴. She clasps her hands together and smiles brightly as she adds, well, I think I am going to make katsudon for dinner and dorayaki for dessert to celebrate this good news. Izuku's eyes light up. Satoru's eyes light up. Thanks, Mom. They say in unison, and, while Satoru doesn't think he will stop thinking about this new information about his brother's new quirk, he decides to put it to the back burner for now. For now, he is just going to celebrate getting into UA High School with his brother. Shouter Aizawa hums as he studies the roster for his class, his eyes lingering on 4 of the names that stand out to him. It's the names of the 3 who scored the highest on the entrance exams practical and the 4th who only got past the practical due to the high number of rescue points he was granted. Since he bore witness to those tests, he knows exactly what happened to that boy who got the rescue points and knows of just how badly the boy's quirk backfired on him. It's for that reason that he insisted on taking the boy in his class, because he can't have someone without potential remain at Ua High School. There is no sense in crushing a dream halfway through, and that is something 𝐤𝐻𝑜u has lived by ever since he became a teacher. He doesn't want to lose any of his students, not when he can still remember the day he lost Shirakumo as vividly as if it just happened the day before. Shirakumo was only 15, just like his students are only 15. It's why he is so strict with them. It's why he will not hesitate to expel them if they show they do not have potential, or do not have the grit and the determination to reach for that potential. His second years can attest to that. He did expel his entire class last year. Just because they were allowed to re-enroll only a few weeks later doesn't change that fact. Change the fact that they have that black mark on their record because they came into the school thinking it was all fun and games. There were exceptions. Nobara Uraraka and Moeta Fua were exceptions because they, at least, tried to show themselves to not be like the rest of their classmates. But Uraraka's fiery attitude and Fua's insecure uncertainty is the reason why he didn't think they could reach that potential he saw in them. When they were re-enrolled, even though Uraraka's fiery attitude didn't really lessen that much, she did start putting that feisty attitude toward her training to get stronger, while Fua ended up pushing past her insecurity and her own uncertainty. He doesn't know if the same can be said about this class, but he will give them the chance to show him their potential, show him their longing to be the best heroes they can possibly be, show him their determination and their grit. But he most definitely needs to watch the boy with the bone-breaking quirk, because if he truly is someone who thinks he can just ghost on by because of his powerful quirk, even though that quirk actually hurts him and leaves him a liability for everyone, then he is not hero material. And the assessment test 𝐤𝐻𝑜u will have his new first years do will prove whether he is or not. But the other 3, Bakugo Katsuki, who scored the 3rd highest number of points. He didn't receive any rescue points, focusing entirely on destroying a large swath of 2-pointer and 1-pointer robots throughout the entire 10-minute-long test. But his quirk is certainly powerful in that it allowed him to take out multiple enemies all at once, but it is very destructive and did leave some property damage behind. Suguru Amajiki, who scored the 2nd highest number of points. He did end up receiving rescue points when he protected that girl from the 0-pointer, but most of his points came from the destruction of the robots. He was literally able to control these nightmarish creatures that seemed to come out of his shadow and use them to take out the robots without any repercussions that 𝐤𝐻𝑜u could see to himself. And he was even able to avoid property damage. Satoru Midoriya, who scored the highest number of points. Just like Amajiki, Midoriya received rescue points for saving lives while he was destroying those robots. But his quirk is so extremely powerful that it allowed Midoriya to do far more than anticipated. He was able to repel robots with such force that he obliterated them, and multiple robots at once at that, and he was able to attract robots with such force that they shattered upon colliding with each other. He was also able to fly, and he was able to locate the other participants to help them, which earned him those rescue points. It's odd that Satoru Midoriya has such a powerful quirk, and such an impressive control over that quirk, and yet Izuku Midoriya, while having just as powerful a quirk, doesn't have nearly as much, if any, control over it. Not to mention neither quirk are even remotely connected to each other, and yet they are twins. He hums to himself as he puts the roster down and reaches for his steaming mug of coffee. School begins in a week and he is already confident of how his first class is going to go. It goes the same every way. He springs the surprise quirk assessment test on his students. They either show him they are ready to embark on the rigorous training of a hero, like the current 3rd years, or they prove they aren't ready, like the current 2nd years. And he either lets them stay in the school or he expels them and they are invited back a few weeks later. Show. A shout sounds and 𝐤𝐻𝑜u sighs, rubbing his tired eyes as he takes a drink of scalding hot coffee and turning his attention to the door to his office when it bursts open. Hisashi leans against the door frame with a grin on his lips. You up for going to the cat cafe? We're running out of time to just have us time after all, he says. 𝐤𝐻𝑜u will never say no to a cat cafe. Fine, he mutters as he chugs the remainder of his coffee and, putting the mug down, gets to his feet and follows Hisashi as he leads the way out of the office. "So we've sure got an interesting batch of first years this year," says Hisashi as he folds his arms behind his head while they make their way down the hallway toward the main gates. "Hopefully they aren't without potential like last year," says �プ𝐻𝐿. Hisashi laughs and pokes him in the arm. "You know as well as I do that the second years are making great strides into reaching their true potential," he says. They needed a push though." "Show, you'll push basically threw the entire class off a cliff. They got back up. Still though." Hisashi is grinning though because they've known each other for so long, ever since their first year at U, that Hisashi knows �㗉𝐿 does actually care about his students, and about cultivating their potential to help them becoming the greatest heroes they can possibly be who will also survive and live long and fulfilling lives. Both of them bear the scars of losing Shirakumo. Both of them know of just how dangerous this profession can actually be because of what happened to Shirakumo. Both of them don't want the same fate to befall the students they are in charge of molding into heroes. Though some of them sure have power packed into them, Hisashi adds. Did YA see those two who laid waste to the vast majority of the robots in testing site C single-handedly? And then there's that kid who literally exploded his way through every single robot that came close to him in testing site A. I watched the video, Zashi. I know. Think Vlad is a bit annoyed that you got those three. He should have been quicker. You know as well as I do that wouldn't have mattered. �㗉𝐿 hums but doesn't argue that. He would have still claimed those three students, along with the boy with the bone-breaking quirk, whether Vlad tried to claim them himself or not. And he would have thrown all the logical reasons why it would be better to have those three in his class to convince Nezu that it was the logical decision had Vlad tried to contest it. After all, 𝐒𝐿's quirk is erasure. He can erase the quirk of anyone he is looking at and it lasts for as long as he keeps his eyes open and doesn't blink. That kind of quirk is something that can help Katsuki Bakugo, Suguru Amajiki, and Satoru Midoriya moderate how much of their quirks they use and not rely on their quirks and help them to learn there is more to being a hero than just having a flashy, powerful quirk. It is also to ensure those three don't accidentally level the entire school as their actions during the entrance exam prove they have the power to do so. It is only logical that they be in my class, he says. True. Anyway, what do YA think about All Might joining the faculty? 𝐒𝐿 shrugs. He's indifferent toward that, right, because he doesn't know the kind of teacher All Might will be. He knows teaching is hard and whether All Might knows that truth or not, he doesn't know. But if he doesn't know then he will learn pretty quickly. 𝐒𝐿 is just going to watch and see the kind of teacher All Might ends up being. We'll all see what kind of teacher he is soon enough, he says simply. They near the front doors and he pushes them open and steps out into the crisp late winter air. Only one more week of winter, only one more week of a break from his duties as a teacher, only one more week before the new students enter the school. Yeah, true. Hisashi grins at him and 𝐒𝐿 rolls his eyes at his husband's sunny personality and the two make their way across the courtyard toward the main gates of UA High School. Megumi. Hey. Megumi. How do you think you scored? Do you think you got a high score? Hey. Megumi resists the urge to sigh as he removes the earbud from his ear and pauses the song he was listening to. He turns in his computer chair to see Nejiya standing in the doorway of his room with excitement shining in her blue eyes. She is bouncing in one spot as she gazes at him expectantly while he simply gazes back at her. I did what I could do, he says simply as he removes his earbuds completely and returns them to their charging case while also shutting off his phone's screen and tucking it away. Nejiya puffs out her cheeks in a huff of annoyance. But that's not my question. How do you think you did? Hey. Any particular reason why you're here, Nejiya? Megumi says as he gets up and walks toward his bed where his bags are waiting. Since Yu is in the Shizuoka prefecture, which is a good 10-hour drive from where he and his adopted family live in Akita, his parents are letting him stay in an apartment they rented out for him in Shizuoka. It's far closer so he won't have to worry about constantly going back and forth between the two cities and it's in the same apartment building where Nejiya is staying. Can't I just come and talk with my little brother? Oh. Mom says to remind you to fold your clothes. Hey. Are you taking Shiro and Kuro with you? Here. Megumi's face goes red. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 and 𝐂𝐸𝐽 are the names he gave to the two stuffed dogs he's had since he was 5 years old. They resemble the divine dogs he can summon with his quirk a great deal, but back when he was 5, he was never able to keep his divine dogs solid for very long, so his adopted parents got him those two. It was so soon after he came to live with them that he holds them in a special place in his heart. But, at the same time, he doesn't want anyone to know about them because it is a little embarrassing to him now that he's 15. But he'll be keeping them in the apartment anyway, so he, pushing the embarrassment aside, sighs and moves to pick up the two stuffed dogs. May as well, he murmurs as he adds them to the duffel on top of his neatly folded clothes. Oh, they are folded. You are such a neat freak. Hey, do you want to come and shop with me? Mom asked me to pick up some stuff, says 𝐒𝐽𝐽 as she beams brightly at him. Since Megumi doesn't really have anything better to do while they wait for their parents to get home, he shrugs. Okay. Getting out of the house should help with those nightmares. Even though he was lucky enough to go a few months without those nightmares bothering him, it seems the entrance exam brought them back to the forefronts of his mind. And he isn't sure as to why, unless it has something to do with the two applicants he ran into, applicants who bear such an unkindly resemblance to two people in his nightmares that he can't help but think about them. Even if the white-haired boy is a teenage version of the young man in his nightmares, they still look so incredibly alike. But it's just a coincidence. Or so Megumi has been trying to convince himself ever since he saw them, ever since the nightmares came back, ever since those feelings started flaring through him with each revisit to those nightmares. Guilt, regret. Guilt toward the teenage version of the young man. Regret toward the pink-haired boy. He rubs his temples. He really needs fresh air. He follows his adopted sister out of the house and into the busy street laying beyond. It's late in the afternoon and he figures everyone is either heading home or heading out for jobs if they work the night shift. There are several teenagers walking back and forth down the street, but as Megumi and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 walk toward the street, they catch Megumi's eye and promptly pivot and stride off in the opposite direction. It's not that Megumi isn't a nice person. He likes to think that he is. But he has a very low tolerance for bullying and for those who would humiliate and degrade others just to feed their own egos. Truth be told, he hates those kinds of people, people who are so prideful and do things to feed that pride. But, then, he also hates people who show far too much mercy to those prideful people, people who would let those prideful people walk all over them because they are too kind, and too merciful, to stand up for themselves. It irks him. Irks him that there are so many of those people at his school, and he is glad to be able to get away from that by attending U, where he hopes things will be different. He knows U are strictly against bullying, they don't tolerate the violation of someone's dignity, and Megumi can respect that about them. He just hopes that the kids he beat up will take the lesson he was hammering into their heads to heart and stop their bullying ways. Whether they have or not, they are avoiding him whenever they see him, to the point of not even meeting his gaze. Hey, those are the kids you beat up, aren't they? Right. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 says, breaking into Megumi's thoughts. Hey, they're the reason why the teachers call YA a troublemaker, right? Right. That's another thing. Since he did beat up pretty much every single boy in his class because of their attitudes and their pride and their decision to do whatever they wanted to feed their own egos, he has a label of a troublemaker and a delinquent. It's really a wonder he was able to get into U with that kind of track record, but since he only beat up those who deserved it, he doesn't care. He got into U and that's all that matters. Hey, is that why they won't meet your eyes? Is that why they're scared of you? Hey. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 is poking Megumi insistently in the arm as he speaks, and Megumi, swatting at her hand but gently because it's not like he wants to hurt her, huffs. They shouldn't have been picking on the lower years, he mutters, stuffing his hands into the pockets of his breathes. So what are we buying? Here. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 blinks at him. Megumi blinks back at her, then gives her a deadpan stare. For Mom, he stresses. Oh yeah, that. I've got the list here. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 says excitedly as she waves the list around in her hand, and Megumi resists the urge to sigh as he takes the list from his airheaded older adopted sister and glances at the list. Finding those items shouldn't take too long, and he and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 should be back before their parents get home. Then it's just a matter of taking the train to Shizuoka and getting settled in before orientation day at the end of the week. He is getting closer to starting on his journey to be a hero. Truth be told, Megumi didn't actually want to be a hero at first, but he believes in his own conscience, whether it is right or wrong, and his conscience is what drives him to protect and to act as he does, especially in the face of bullies who think themselves so much better than everyone else. So he decided to follow his conscience, and his conscience seems to be guiding him to be a hero, so save others his own way. But that is his goal, and Yua is his first step to achieving that goal. Suguru will admit he is a bit disappointed he didn't win the challenge between him and Satoru Midoriya, but he is happy with the results. Getting the second highest score on the entrance exam's practical portion is still an incredibly achievement, and he knows his parents and his big brother are proud of that achievement. Today is orientation day, and Suguru can't help but feel a little nervous as he gets ready for the day. He adjusts the tie for the uniform, grimacing because he isn't used to wearing ties, but forcing himself to ignore the uncomfortable feeling, and starts gathering his books together. As he moves, the news is playing on his laptop, currently talking about a hostage situation in Sapporo. Suguru casually glances at it, where the heroes are attempting to get eyes on the situation while the villain is making his demands known for the world to hear. Apparently, he wants the rest of his team to be released from Tartarus, where they were imprisoned after they were caught attempting to bomb the Hero Public Safety Commission's main headquarters and succeeded in bombing the surrounding area. He huffs. Villains don't seem to have any moral code. He just doesn't understand why anyone would kill just to kill, just because they have the power to do so, just because they are stronger than the ones they are attacking. Even if they do have a motivation, a reason for their actions, Suguru just doesn't think any reason, any motivation, is worth killing innocent people. It's a stark difference from the older version of himself that he still sees in those nightmares, but then, that older version of himself felt that those who were weak, those who didn't have power, were little more than monkeys who deserved to be culled by the strong. Suguru shivers and shoves that thought, those memories, out of his mind as he tries to focus on the now. He is going to start on his journey to becoming the best hero he can possibly be, the strong hero who will protect and defend the weak, because that is what Suguru believes it means to be strong, to have power. He isn't like that older version of himself he sees in his nightmares, and he has to stop superimposing himself over that person. That person isn't him, and Suguru has to constantly remind himself of that fact. He may not know why he still has these nightmares, or why they are always so vivid, or why they are showing him the actions of someone who looks like him even though that person clearly can't be him. He's just glad they aren't occurring as frequently as they have, even if he does miss the few months when he didn't have a single nightmare. The entrance exam really messed with his head, really succeeded in bringing those nightmares back, and Suguru can't begin to fathom why. "Suguru, are you ready?" Mirio's enthusiastic voice yells. Mirio, he might not be ready yet. Please don't rush my brother," Tamaki insists quietly. "Yuji's already ready to go," Mirio calls through the door. "We'll be waiting outside." Make sure you have everything and, yeah. Meet you outside," Tamaki says quickly, and Suguru smiles faintly at how uncertain Tamaki sounds. He isn't the most confident person in the world, even though his quirk and his skill with his quirk is the reason why he is quickly becoming one of the strongest students in all of you. Suguru hopes to become as strong as his brother someday. He finishes gathering his stuff together, making sure everything is neatly organized before he turns to leave his room. His hair is tied up in the bun he prefers keeping it in, even though some bangs still fall over his left eye, and he adjusts his tie again before grabbing his backpack and leaving his room. He joins his brother, Mirio, and Yuji outside of the house, and Yuji waves a hand in greeting. His brown eyes are glittering with excitement as he adjusts his grip on the straps of his backpack. "I can't wait," he says. "This is gonna be so exciting. I can't wait to meet all of our new classmates." "You sure are chipper," Mirio says with a laugh as he ruffles his little brother's hair, and Yuji whines at him, swatting at the hand. Tamaki cracks a faint smile, then glances at Suguru. "You're gonna do great, probably better than me my first day," he whispers. "What are you talking about, Tamaki? You made a good impression your first day," says Mirio. Tamaki ducks his head, face going red with embarrassment. We're remembering 2 different days then," he whispers, and Suguru, knowing full well that Tamaki's first day at U was the day he accidentally used too much of his quirk and knocked down half of his class, pats his arm sympathetically. "Don't do what I did. Tamaki whispers uncertainly. I don't plan on it, Suguru says. And didn't YA say that your first day impression was trying to show off your quirk and losing all your clothes, asks Yuji. Mirio's face goes red even as he laughs it off and waves a dismissive hand. Yeah, I did not mean to scar everyone there. Nejaya still brings it up every now and then, he says. He clasps his hands together and adds, well, let's get you two to you shouldn't be late on your first day. Do you know anything about our homeroom teacher, asks Yuji. It just says I'm in class 1A. Pretty sure Aizawa is still teaching 1A, says Mirio. Good luck, Tamaki whispers with a shiver. Ah, he ain't that bad. He expelled his entire class last year. Suguru and Yuji glance at each other. There is a faint hint of panic in Yuji's eyes while Suguru can't help but feel a little worried himself. They were invited back in a few weeks later, so it's not that bad, says Mirio with a shrug. He's a very different teacher. Different is not the word I would use. Yuji and Suguru are gonna be just fine. Mirio starts chatting about what Suguru and Yuji can expect from you as he leads the way toward the train station and, while Tamaki drops back to the rear of the group, Yuji moves to walk alongside Suguru. I'm excited but I'm nervous too, you know, he says as he wrings his hands together. I mean I know I only just barely passed that written exam even with Big Brother's tutoring. If you need help with classes, I'll help, Suguru assures him. Yuji gives a beaming smile with relief causing his eyes to sparkle. You're a life savior, he exclaims as he latches onto Suguru's arm while Suguru shakes his head in amusement as he pats the shorter boy's arm. Sure thing, he says and turns his attention the road as they continue to walk along the sidewalk toward the station. Got everything ready? Yep. Notebooks and pencils. Yeah. It's just orientation day, Mom, so I doubt I'm gonna need all that stuff. Still, never hurts to be prepared for anything. Nobara watches as her parents fuss over her little sister and smiles faintly as Ochako just laughs at her parents fussing but lets them. She is moving in with Nobara in the apartment her parents got for her in Shizuoka so they wouldn't have to constantly travel between prefectures every day. It costs money to do that and, unfortunately, they just don't have that kind of money. The apartment belongs to a friend of the family who is letting Nobara and Ochako use it while they are attending you, but it just means they are going to be far away from their parents. Nobara has gotten a little used to it since she's been living away from her parents for a year now, only coming home to visit when they are able to afford it during the holidays and sometimes only able to talk on the phone because they can't visit due to financial issues. Ochako might not get used to it right away but Nobara will be there to help her little sister out. She leans against the wall, folding her arms across her chest as she turns her orange gaze to the sky. She doesn't head back to you for a few days since the first official day of classes isn't actually until Monday, but she is going to help Ochako get settled in after her orientation day and then probably hang out with Morata again. But as she listens to her parents fuss over Ochako some more while she goes through her bags and makes sure she has everything, Nobara's thoughts drift. And, as they always seem to do, they go to the nightmares that made a surprise reappearance a month earlier on the day of the U entrance exam. While they aren't occurring every single day, like they did when they first started in July last year with the exception of those glorious few months where Nobara was completely free from them, they are still as vivid and as real-like as ever. The CYCL of the life of someone who resembles Nobara so strongly and yet isn't her. It can't be her because those events in her nightmares have never happened to her. Those two boys and one young man are people she's never even met before, but it still feels so real. And then there is that pink-haired kid, the boy she ran into at the U entrance exam, the boy who bears such an unkindly resemblance to one of the boys from her nightmares. But it's just a coincidence. It has nothing to do with her nightmares because her nightmares aren't real. They're just her fears amplified by something sort of outside force she doesn't know anything about. That's what she wants to believe, that is what she is trying to tell herself to believe. But a part of her doesn't. No, it's more like a part of her can't believe that is true and she doesn't understand why. Ready to go, Nobara? Ochako asks, breaking Nobara out of her thoughts and she lowers her gaze and runs a hand through her hair. Yup. Bye Mom. Bye Dad. She calls, waving at her parents who wave back with pride beaming on their faces. The sisters make their way away from the small house and toward the sidewalk. Since they only have enough money to catch the bullet train to Shizuoka, they have to walk to the train station, but, thankfully, they aren't that far from it. For some reason, houses and apartments by the train station are far cheaper than anywhere else in Mie, but Nobara figures it's because of how loud it is. Even though her family's construction company isn't doing that well, she is grateful that it's still doing well enough to allow her parents to keep their house and keep the bills paid and keep food on the table. She is already hoping they will be fine until she can become a pro hero and start making money to help them out. She only has 2 more years after all. Just 2. She knows she can do it. She has the strength. She has the power. She has the determination. She made it through her first year and she is most definitely going to do her best during her second year as well. They make it to the train station and, after swiping their passes, walk into the bullet train before taking seats at the far end of the car. As expected, the car fills up pretty quickly and Nobara huffs upon seeing how many people are crowding the aisle while gripping at the railing to ensure they don't lose their balance when the train starts moving. "Glad we chose to sit here," she says, nodding toward the doors almost directly across from where she and her sister are sitting. There aren't nearly as many people between the two of them and the door in that part of the car. "Ahe," says Ochako as she nervously rings her fingers together. Nobara rests a hand on her sister's hands. "You're gonna be fine. You passed the test, right?" he says. Ochako swallows and ducks her head. "It's only cause of those rescue points," she says as she turns her gaze to the window. "If I hadn't saved that fluffy-haired kid like how he saved me, I wouldn't have gotten those points and I wouldn't have had enough to pass." "But you did save him and you got in. That's all that matters. That's what a hero is supposed to do," says Nobara. She pokes Ochako on the cheek when she doesn't look away from the window and adds, "But what's really on your mind? It's not just the exam or your nerves." "Oh, it's just the nerves. Yeah, just the nerves." Ochako says that too quickly and, when Nobara studies her sister closely, she sees the blush on her cheeks. She grins and hums. It is," Ochako exclaims, waving her hands frantically and nearly smacking herself, but Nobara manages to grab her hand before she does that as she lets out a sharp laugh. "You got a crush," she says teasingly. No. That's. I'm not. His." Ochako blushes and ducks her head. "I don't even know his name." Then be sure to ask him when you see him again," says Nobara with a grin. Ochako wrings her hands together, somehow managing to avoid accidentally using her quirk on herself. "I guess I can ask," she says and returns her attention back to the window. Nobara leans back in her seat and turns her gaze through the window as well, and they travel the rest of the way to U, with the quiet only disturbed by the mutterings of the pedestrians around them. Yuji makes his way past the main gates of U High School and gazes up at the H-shaped building. This may not be the first time he's been to the school, but it's still as impressive as ever and he can't help the giddy excitement rushing through him. He isn't sure as to what his classmates are going to be like, but he hopes he'll be able to get along with them. At least he is in the same class as Suguru, so he knows one person at least. "So where is our class anyway?" he asks as he skips ahead and starts walking backwards with his hands folded behind his head and a bright smile on his lips. "If you run into someone, I'm going to laugh," Suguru says in amusement. "I'm not gonna run into someone," Yuji protests and yelps when he proceeds to do exactly as he just said he wasn't going to do, and he and the person he ran into go tumbling to the ground. He jumps to his feet, face going red with embarrassment even as he hears Suguru snicker by him. Sorry." "Nah, it's cool, my man," the spiky red-haired boy he ran into says with a sharp-toothed grin as he sits up and rubs his back. He jumps to his feet and stretches his arms above his head, adding, "Nothing's broke so we're good." "That's good. I'm Yuji Tagata," Yuji says brightly. The red-haired boy smiles brightly back at him. "Nice to meet YA, man. I'm Hiro Kirishima," he says with a grin. "Wow. Didn't think I'd find someone who's as bright as both Yuji and Mirio," Suguru muses as he tilts his head to the side. "This is Suguru Amajiki," Yuji says, waving a hand toward Suguru. "I can introduce myself just fine," Suguru says with a roll of his eyes, to which Yuji just shrugs and grins at him. "Saved YA the hassle," he says. Nice to meet you too. Are you guys in class 1A? Asks Kirishima as the three start walking down the hallway. Yup. You too. Yup. Awesome. You seem like a cool guy. What's your quirk? Oh, it's not that interesting to look at, but it's pretty strong, says Kirishima as he holds out his arm, and Yuji watches with wide eyes as the arm hardens until it looks like it's been carved out of stone. I can do that with my entire body. Make it hard as rock. That's cool, says Yuji. Mine can't even be seen really. It just increases my strength, speed, and agility, but it affects my entire body too. So you're probably really strong, eh? Sounds so manly. Kirishima says, and two of them continue to chat as they make their way toward their classroom with Suguru trailing a few paces behind them. As expected, Suguru doesn't really contribute much to the conversation, but that's just the way he is. If there is one thing Suguru and his brother have in common, it's their lack of social skills, albeit for very different reasons. While Tamaki is just incredibly anxious and nervous around pretty much everyone, Suguru just doesn't care enough about interacting with other people to even attempt it. There are a few exceptions, and Yuji knows he and Mirio are probably the only exceptions right now. Maybe he'll find someone else to talk with while here at U, someone who can get him to open up and socialize more and actually hang out and not stay cooped up in his room all the time. They reach class 1A and Yuji gazes up at the massive door. Whoa, that's huge, he breathes. Probably to accommodate those with quirks that make them bigger than normal, says Suguru logically as he opens the door and makes his way into it, and Yuji, musing his friend is probably right, follows him into the classroom with Kirishima right behind him. The first thing he notices is that he, Suguru, and Kirishima are incredibly early, as there are literally only a handful of students in the classroom. There is a black-haired girl seated at the back of the classroom with a taller boy with dual-colored hair seated in the desk next to her. There is a girl with pink skin, yellow eyes surrounded by black sclera, and horns on her head seated in the second desk in the row. There is a very familiar black-haired boy with dark blue eyes, the same boy that Yuji recognizes as bearing an unkindly resemblance to the boy who is one of the teens who constantly appears in his nightmares. Mina! You made it in. A shout sounds and Yuji turns in time to see Kirishima all but throwing himself over to the desk where the pink-skinned girl is sitting. She grins as she jumps to her feet. Kiri! It's so good to see YA. And you dyed your hair, she says, pointing at the spiked red hair. Ah, yeah, I felt it suited me better, says Kirishima with a sharp-toothed grin. Yuji moves to his desk, which is in front of the pink-skinned girl Mina, and sits down, noticing Suguru is taking his seat in the last seat of the row next to the one Yuji is in. He casts a glance at the boy seated in the desk next to him, and he forces himself to not think about his nightmares, and to not think about the despair and regret he always feels when he sees that boy this boy resembles so much in his nightmares. Hi, he says brightly as he holds out a hand, deciding to just go with an introduction. I'm Yuji Tagata from Chiba. The boy turns his dark blue gaze to him but takes the hand and gives it a short shake in return. Megumi Heido, he murmurs. Whoa. He has the same name as the boy from my nightmare. Yuji only knows that the boy in his nightmare's name is Megumi because, in his more recent nightmares, he actually hears the version of himself in the nightmare call him that. It was the only time the version of himself in the nightmare actually called any of the other people in the nightmare by name. Talk about coincidence. I mean, it's gotta be coincidence cause my nightmares aren't real. They aren't. Yuji hasn't let anyone know about his nightmares, even though they do still occur, just not as often as they used to. They are something he just deals with on his own, because if he even attempts to explain his nightmares to his parents or his brother or Suguru, then he doesn't want to come off as crazy, especially because of the fact that he sees himself feature in all of his nightmares. It's nice to meet YA, he says, and, releasing Heido's hand, adds, Are you excited about today? Heido shrugs. It's just orientation day. We don't actually start classes until Monday, he says. But it's still really cool. I mean, we're at UA. My brother has so many stories about this place and I can't wait to start making memories myself, says Yuji with a grin. I guess, says Heido. You're not much of a talker, are you? That's another thing Heido has in common with the Megumi that Yuji sees in his nightmares. But he shoves the thought aside because he's all right with doing all the talking and seeing if he can get some answers out of his classmate. He may as well because he doesn't have anything better to do while waiting for the rest of their classmates to show up. Izuku swallows as he makes his way down the hallway of Ue High School, searching for the Class 1A door while gripping the straps of his backpack tightly. He can't help the nervous anxiety going through him because he is starting at a new school, at a hero school, at the hero school of his dreams. He's going to be meeting his classmates, with Satoru being the only one he will know, unless he ends up in the same class as Katsuki, and he will admit a part of him is hoping that won't happen, so it is nerve-wracking. For him anyway. I am living for this freedom. Satoru exclaims from where he is striding backwards ahead of Izuku with his hands folded behind his head and a grin on his lips. The dark sunglasses rest on the bridge of his nose but keep his eyes hidden, not that it matters because Satoru's 6 eyes are always active and constantly working. He also has a messenger bag resting on his hip and a bag filled with sweets he bought at a local convenience store on their way to you. In spite of his nervousness, Izuku can't help but smile faintly. "Oh, I know," he says. He still remembers that morning when the bounty went away and the restrictions placed on Satoru were lifted in their entirety. He recalls Satoru, the instant he got the news, literally bolting out of the apartment and screaming freedom, loud enough to probably wake up the entire neighborhood. What? That was basically a full year of absolute torture. Satoru exclaims. So, yeah, I am definitely living for having my freedom back. Even if your insistence at stopping for snacks ran the risk of making us late, says Izuku. That store was selling Japanese Kit Kats and Baum rolls. Of course I'm gonna stop. It's really a wonder you ever have any allowance with how much sweets you buy. Satoru, who is already reaching into the bag and pulling out the bag of Baum rolls, doesn't respond as he opens it and pops a small handful into his mouth. He holds out the bag to Izuku, who rolls his eyes but grabs a cookie as they continue their walk. They reach the door leading to the Class 1A classroom by the time they are halfway done with the bag of Baum rolls, and Izuku swallows, that earlier anxiety rushing back through him as he hovers outside the door. He can't help but fear that both Katsuki and that dark blue-haired boy who called him out during the exam are going to be in the class, and he finds himself hoping they are in the other class. Satoru strides toward the door and opens it. "Yo everyone! What a great and wonderful morning!" he exclaims with far too much cheer in his voice. Izuku's face goes red and he groans as he walks after his brother. "You already drunk on your freedom," he says. "You've got such a good attitude though," a pink-haired boy seated in the desk closest to the door says, while the black-haired boy seated next to him is studying Satoru with a puzzled frown on his lips. In fact, the pink-haired boy, in spite of his bright smile and enthusiastic words, is also studying Satoru with puzzlement in his eyes. "Well, of course. This is freedom," Satoru exclaims as he spins around and his eyes light up. "Hey, a Magiki. I got 130 points and the highest score on the entrance exam. I won. Haha. It was by 1 point. 1 point. A black-haired boy seated at the back of the row of the first black-haired boy says with an annoyed tone. "Still beat YA. Ha. I'm positive I took out more 3-pointers though," says the black-haired boy with a dismissive wave. "I took out the 0-pointer first though." "I already told you my attack took out the 0-pointer. You just destroyed what was left," the other boy retorts. "I destroyed it first. And I'm saying I did." The two of them glare at each other with sparks flaring between them, and Izuku casts a glance between the two of them, brow furrowing because, in spite of their argument and their heated glare, neither of them actually seem upset. In fact, the black-haired boy has a challenging gleam in his purple eyes while Satoru's lips are pulled back in a challenging grin. Meanwhile, it seems like there is a confrontation on the other side of the classroom, between the dark blue-haired boy and Katsuki. It doesn't seem as if either of them even noticed Izuku's and Satoru's arrival because the dark blue-haired boy is currently scolding Katsuki for having his legs on the desk, and Katsuki is retorting in the only way he knows how, by being blunt and calling the other boy an extra. Because of course he will. Haha. Those two aren't gonna start fighting, are they? 'Cause I dunno if Suguru will hold back just 'cause we're in class. Or, those two either. asks the pink-haired boy as he gestures to Satoru and the black-haired boy who, while not arguing anymore, having broke off their heated glare off, and then to the dark blue-haired boy and Katsuki. Satoru isn't actually upset, Izuku admits. As for Kaken, well, he's rough around the edges to say the least. Oh, well, at least he isn't actually upset, but, do I want to know what you mean by rough around the edges, the pink-haired boy asks. Probably not, Izuku admits with a nervous smile, not wanting to think about his time growing up with Katsuki and being on the receiving end of Katsuki's quirk. It's still something that angers Satoru even though Izuku has tried to insist, several times, to just let the matter go. It's not as if anyone would do anything if it was brought to the teacher's attention, and Satoru would only get into trouble if he tried to retaliate. It was better, back then, to just ignore it. He starts in surprise when the dark blue-haired boy suddenly strides toward him. I am Tenya Ida from Sumi Private Academy, he declares firmly. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm pleased to meet you, Izuku says nervously, still remembering how Ida called him out. Midoriya, Ida begins. You perceived the true nature of that practical exam while I did not. I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you were the superior candidate. But I didn't perceive anything. Deku, Katsuki snarls and winces when he is suddenly smacked in the face with a pencil. Satoru, Izuku scolds. What? That could have been anyone, Satoru says as he, not at all discreetly, lowers his hand as the blue light of his quirk's blue power fades away. A hair. Katsuki chugs the pencil as hard as possible towards Satoru, but, as expected, it doesn't even reach him. In fact, it ends up stopping mere centimeters from Satoru's head as it is caught by Satoru's infinity, and he casually plucks it out of midair and hands it back to the black-haired boy seated at the front of the class. The boy just gives the white-haired teen a deadpan stare but takes the pencil back and looks down, a frown on his lips. Izuku has known that Satoru can keep infinity up constantly now, even though he used to get tired after a few hours before the incident last July. He says it's because he unlocked the self-healing aspect of his quirk, but Izuku always had the feeling his brother wasn't telling him everything. But he never said anything because it's not as if he isn't keeping his own secrets from his brother. He also notices how Katsuki doesn't meet Satoru's gaze at all even when he threw that pencil back at him. Actually, the more Izuku thinks about it, the more he realizes he doesn't recall Katsuki meeting Satoru's gaze at all while they were still at Old Dera Junior High last year. In fact, he seemed to avoid getting near Satoru, which resulted in him not pushing Izuku around this past year. That didn't stop his other classmates, but it did stop him, and he has to wonder about that. Ah, that curly hair! A voice exclaims, and Izuku, startled out of his thoughts, jumps before whirling around as the brown-haired girl makes her way into the classroom. It's that nice girl. She looks too cute in that uniform. It's not as if this is the first time Izuku has noticed how cute girls, and boys for that matter, look, but he always keeps those thoughts to himself. It's too embarrassing to say something like that out loud, and Satoru would tease him mercilessly if he did. You got in. Just like Present MIC said. Makes sense though. That punch was awesome. The girl exclaims. Punch! Satoru echoes, tilting his head to the side toward Izuku, who flounders, desperately trying to find a way to explain matters and hoping Satoru will just let the matter go. Yeah. He took out the 0-pointer with a single punch. It was so awesome, says the girl. Whoa! That is awesome, the pink-haired boy exclaims. I remember seeing that during my test. No one wanted to try and attack it, so we just avoided it. I took out my 0-pointer, says Satoru with a grin, though he is still studying Izuku intently, and Izuku sweats nervously. You mean I took out the 0-pointer, the black-haired boy seated at the back of the classroom calls. My attack hit first, Satoru shouts back. No, mine did, the black-haired boy shouts back, and the two start glaring heatedly at each other again, sparks flaring between them while the black-haired boy at the front of the classroom just ducks his head and lets out an annoyed sigh. Izuku lets loose a soft sigh, grateful for the distraction. Satoru and his mother already know that his quirk is a late-blooming quirk, and he is going to keep it that way, by trying to stave off any questions about what the quirk actually is. Then the girl leans toward him with a bright smile. So we've got our entrance ceremony and guidance sessions today, yeah. Wonder what our teach'll be like. Boy, I'm nervous, she says, and Izuku feels his face heat up because she is way too close. He's right outside the door, has been for the past few seconds now, Satoru says without bothering on breaking off his glaring contest with the black-haired boy. Impressive. Izuku jumps and the girl yelps as they both whirl around in time to see a young scruffy man in a yellow sleeping bag that makes him look like a giant yellow caterpillar peering at them with a jelly packet resting in a hand. You noticed me well before anyone else did, the young man says. Such is the power of your quirk, I would assume. Nonetheless, if you are here to socialize, then get out. This is the hero course. Everyone stares at the young man as he crawls out of his sleeping bag. It took you far too long to quiet down. Time is a precious resource. You lot aren't very rational, are you? The teacher adds. Who? The girl begins. I am Shouter Aizawa. Your homeroom teacher. Pleased to meet you, the young man says. Yo. Nice to see YA again, Satoru greets with a wave, though he doesn't seem too keen on breaking off the glaring contest he's having with the black-haired boy at the back of the classroom. The students in the desks between Satoru and that boy have been leaning warily away from their desks, as if too uncertain of whether to try and get in the way of that glaring contest or not. Midoriya, please stop glaring at your classmate, Aizawa says with a long sigh, to which Satoru, with a huff, breaks off his glare and then proceeds to use his quirk to chug a pencil at the black-haired boy's head when he smirks smugly. The black-haired boy whom he stole the pencil from gives him an unimpressed stare as he reaches into his bag and pulls out another pencil. And do not use your quirk to throw items at your classmates' heads. Hard to believe that the school year hasn't even started yet and I already have to say something like that. Aizawa deadpans before he reaches into his sleeping bag. Anyway, quickly now. Change into your gym clothes and out to the grounds. Everyone exchanges glances but do as they are told, while Izuku can't help but wonder what, exactly, is going on. Wonder what's going on. Satoru doesn't know as he, along with the rest of his classmates, join Aizawa on the grounds. All of them are in their gym uniforms and all of them are sharing the same perplexed looks on their faces. No one seems to know what their teacher is planning any more than Satoru does. At the very least, introductions were made during the walk to the ground, so Satoru, at least, knows everyone's name. All right, good. Far quicker than earlier, says Aizawa. Today, we will be doing an assessment of your quirks. An assessment of our quirks, the students exclaim. What about the entrance ceremony? Or guidance sessions? The brown-haired girl Ochiko Uraraka protests. No time to waste on that stuff if you want to become heroes, says Aizawa. UE is known for its freestyle educational system. That applies to us teachers as well. Freestyle, here. Satoru thinks on his last life, back when he was a teacher training the next generation of jujutsu sorcerers. He muses that his style of teaching was most definitely very freestyle, even if it was effective, and he has to wonder what Aizawa's freestyle teaching is going to be like. Softball throwing. The standing long jump. The 50-meter dash. Endurance running. Grip strength. Side-to-side stepping. Upper body training. Seated toe touch. You did all these in middle school, yes. Your standard no quirks allowed gym tests, Aizawa goes on as he stuffs his hands into his pockets. This country still insists on prohibiting quirks when calculating the averages of those records. It's not rational. The Department of Education is just procrastinating. He turns his head. Midoriya, he calls. Which one? Satoru says cheekily. The insufferable one. Aizawa deadpans and Izuku stifles a snort. Yeah, that's me, Satoru muses. Obviously, Bakugo scoffs. Satoru salutes him with middle finger. Bakugo snarls out a curse and throws his own middle finger back at him. Anyway, how far could you throw in middle school? Aizawa says while giving both Satoru and Bakugo a stern glare that has Bakugo huffing and looking away while Satoru simply lowers his hand and leans back on the ball of his feet. 67.5 meters, he says brightly. Was the .5 necessary? Izuku deadpans. Nope. But I love rubbing the fact that I beat Bakugo's record in his face every chance I get. It was half a thing meter. Bakugo yells in annoyance. Still beat YA. Aizawa tosses the softball at him but Satoru catches it before it can be caught by Infinity. Great. Now try it with your quirk, he says. Do whatever you need to do. Just don't leave the circle. Whatever I need to do, here. Okay. Satoru jogs to the circle and tosses the softball up a few times before he wheels his arm back and throws the softball. As the softball sails through the air, he points his finger at it and a crackling orb of red light materializes and shoots forward to slam straight into the softball, repelling it further and further away until it can no longer be seen. It's important for us to know our limits. That is the first rational step to figuring out what kind of heroes you'll be, says Aizawa as he turns the phone around, and Izuku is stunned to see the number, 1,950,000 holy SHT. It went almost 2 million meters out. Kirishima exclaims. Satoru pulls out his phone at that moment when he feels it vibrate, causing Aizawa's eye to twitch, and tilts his head as he opens the message. It's from Shoko Yeri, who is holding up the softball with a deadpan expression on her face. The caption beneath the photo reads, "Did not expect a softball to come sailing through mom's study window. Pretty sure this is your fault, Satoru. Here. I got it to Okinawa," he comments as he tosses the phone at Izuku, who looks at the photo and snickers. Was aiming for the coast of New Zealand, but oh well. Next time. Also, from now on, do not bring your phones with you to these tests, Aizawa adds. Never thought I'd have to say that when it isn't even the first day yet, but here we are. Something tells me you're going to be saying that a lot by the time the first week ends, says Satoru with a grin as he skips back over to join the rest of the class, who are still staring at him in shock. But that was so cool, Yuji Tagata exclaims in excitement. It's ironic that he even has the same name as the Yuji from Satoru's past life, and Satoru feels a pang in his chest but shoves it aside because whether this Yuji is the reincarnation of the Yuji he knew or not, it's clear he doesn't remember his past life. Or, at least, he isn't acting as if he does, but he could be hiding it. It's not as if anyone can just come out and say they are the reincarnation of a jujutsu sorcerer who existed over 400 years ago before the dawn of the Age of Quirks after all. Primarily because no one will ever believe them. If Satoru didn't have his memories of his last life coexisting alongside the memories he's making of this life, then he wouldn't have believed it himself. Seriously though. That went so far out. Like almost to another freaking country. Hunter Zero exclaims, black eyes shining with excitement. So we can use our quirks for real. Man, the hero course is great, a hero Kirishima exclaims. It looks like so much fun. Mina Ashido says as she bounces in one place, causing her short pink hair to bounce too. Awesome, Denki Kaminari says with a grin and excitement shining in his gold-colored eyes. This isn't some sort of game, Megumi Heido says with a long, exasperated sigh. Once again, here is another boy who resembles someone from over 400 years ago who also shares the same name as that person. But it's hit Satoru a bit harder because the Megumi he knew in his last life was someone he loved like a son, was also the very last thing he saw before he died. So he has a mix of both good and bad memories involving the Megumi he knew, none of which were his Megumi's fault. And none of which are the fault of this boy here who may or may not be a reincarnation too. Satoru still doesn't know which it is. He doesn't think he ever will. Awesome, you say? Aizawa says. You're hoping to become heroes after 3 years here and you think it'll be all fun and games. Right. The one with the lowest score across all 8 events will be judged hopeless and will be expelled. What? Quite a few people exclaim while Izuku looks on the verge of a panic attack, reminding Satoru that he labeled his quirk as a late-blooming quirk that he didn't actually receive until the day of the entrance exam. While he still doesn't exactly believe that to be true, he does know that before the entrance exam, his twin did not have a quirk and his 6 eyes never lies. If he's only had the quirk for about a month now, I doubt he knows how to really use it. Your fates are in our hands, says Aizawa with a sharp grin crossing his lips. Welcome, this is the hero course at UEHI. The lowest scorer will be expelled. Ochako Uraraka exclaims. It's only the first day. I mean even it wasn't, that's totally unfair. Natural disasters, highway pileups, rampaging villains. Calamity is always right around the corner. I'd say Japan is full of unfair things, says Aizawa. Heroes are the ones who correct all that unfairness. If you were hoping to spend your evenings hanging out at McDonald's, I'm sorry to tell you that for the next 3 years, you will run you through the ringer. That's plus ultra. Use your strength to overcome it all. So bring it. The demonstration is over. Now it's for real. The tests begin and Satoru, stretching his arms above his head, pays attention to everyone around him as they also stretch and prepare for the tests. The first test is the 50-meter dash and, as Satoru waits for his turn, he focuses on all of his classmates, committing the information Six Eyes is feeding him to his memory. He is up against Bakugo and, as he prepares to run, he smirks and, the instant Aizawa starts the timer, he uses blue to glide across the ground so swiftly that he is on the other side of the thing in less than a second. In truth, it is almost as if he teleported, though he actually didn't, not this time. If he had then it would have taken less time. Everyone stares. Bakugo screeches at him as he careens past the finish line in just over 3 seconds. UEFA, he yells. Beat YA again. Satoru says as he tilts his head back with a laugh and walks over to join the rest of his classmates. Amajiki ends up running against Uraraka. Uraraka makes herself lighter with her quirk, which lets her remove the gravity of anything she touches with the pads of her fingers, which can help with her speed. Amajiki, on the other hand, simply splays out a hand and a creature that reminds Satoru very strongly of the manta ray cursed spirit the Suguru in his last life had appears. The instant Aizawa starts the timer, Amajiki hops onto the manta ray's back and lounges on its back as it flies swiftly across the grounds, crossing the finish line in under 2 seconds. Looks comfy, Tagata comments. It is, says Amajiki, not even bothering on getting off the manta ray as it carries him over to join his classmates. Only then does he hop off it and dismiss it with a simple wave of his hand while Satoru hums. He wonders if the other creatures living in Amajiki's shadow also bear a resemblance to certain cursed spirits from well over 400 years ago but decides that doesn't matter right now. The second test is the grip strength test and Satoru doesn't even bother on using his quirk for that one, since is liable to end up breaking the machine. He may have a good handle on regulating the amount of power he puts into each side of his quirk, due the quirk being just enough like the cursed technique he once had that all of the training he had with his cursed technique in his last life translated over to his quirk in this life, but there are still times when he has some trouble. The third test is the standing long jump. Satoru quite literally just uses blue to levitate himself so swiftly it is as if he jumped over the entire length of the field, much to Bakugo's annoyance. Bakugo's annoyance turns to anger when Amajiki jumps and then has a giant dragon-shaped creature jump out of his shadow and proceed to carry him over the grounds while he lounges on its head. And then Bakugo's anger morphs into rage when Heido steps forward and, lifting his shirt, allows the black serpent tattoo encircling his stomach to slither free and morph into a giant serpent made out of solidified shadows. He jumps and the serpent surges beneath his feet and carries him over the grounds. That shouldn't thing count. Bakugo yells in annoyance. He said to use our quirks. We're using our quirks, Amajiki, who is still lounging on the head of his grotesque, yet docile, bone-white dragon says with a flippant shrug. The gesture reminds Satoru, once again, of the Suguru ghetto he knew in his last life. At least, it reminds him of the Suguru ghetto from during his time at Tokyo Jujutsu Tech, not after they already graduated from that school. And, those memories are coming back. Nope. I said I wasn't gonna think about those so I won't. Satoru shoves those memories aside because, as is always the case, thinking about the memories of his last life he had with his one and only never ceases to cause his heart to clench with regret. The fourth test is the sidestepping. That isn't really that hard to do and Satoru barely puts much effort into it. He doesn't even bother on using his quirk since it's not like it would really help that much. Tagata's quirk seems to help cause he literally speeds through the sidestepping so swiftly that it leaves most people commenting about how it seemed like Tagata was literally blurring as he moved. Satoru, who already knows that Tagata's quirk gives him a boost in strength, speed, and agility, isn't surprised by that. The fifth test is the softball throwing. Since Satoru already did that, and Aizawa would not let him go again so he can try to reach the coast of New Zealand this time, he sits it out. Bakugo's throw ends up going over 700 meters out and, while he seems annoyed by that, everyone else seems impressed. At least until Uraraka does her throw. She literally just touches the pads of her fingers to her ball, removing its gravity, and then throws it. It goes flying and flying and flying, and Satoru is pretty sure it's going to end up burning up in the atmosphere. It's no surprise that the results that appear on Aizawa's phone show infinity as the distance. "Hey, guess YA beat me," says Satoru with a laugh, not even the slightest bit fazed by that. Izuku, on the other hand, seems to be on the verge of a panic attack even more than before. He's been doing decently in all of the tests so far, even if he hasn't been using his quirk at all, but Satoru can still perceive it swirling around him and pulsating with energy and with power. "Midoriya, the one that isn't insufferable, it's your turn," says Aizawa as he tosses the softball at Izuku, who scrambles to catch it and shakily makes his way toward the circle. "Should I be offended that he keeps calling me insufferable?" Satoru wonders. "You thing are," Bakugo huffs, stuffing his hands into his pockets but avoiding his gaze when Satoru flicks a glance toward him. "No one asked your opinion, you walking explosion," he says with a dismissive wave of his hand and ignores the string of curses the explosive blonde throws at him, still without really looking at him. Even though they haven't really talked or interacted at all since that incident last year, that doesn't mean Satoru's feelings for the explosive blonde has changed at all, mostly because Bakugo's attitude toward Izuku hasn't changed. Just because his attitude toward Satoru is only the way it is because Satoru does egg him on and rile him up, that doesn't mean it hasn't changed. The fact that he doesn't really interact with Satoru, and actively avoided him back at Aldera Junior High for whatever reason, is a testament to that. It also meant that Izuku didn't have to deal with Bakugo's SHT whenever Satoru was with him, which was often. "Midoriya isn't doing very well," Ida comments. "Well, duh. He's a quirkless runt," says Bakugo with a scoff and winces when a rock slams into his head. All eyes turn to Satoru. "What?" "That could have been anyone," Satoru says with a shrug as he, not very discreetly, tucks his hand that is glowing blue with the power of the blue side of his quirk away. "But he's not quirkless. Didn't you see how he did during the entrance exam?" says Ida. "Just what did he do during the entrance exam?" "He won't tell me," says Satoru, tilting his head to the side. "He punched the 0-pointer but kinda ended up breaking his arm and both of his legs," says Uraraka. There's a moment of pure silence, then Satoru deadpans, "Yeah, I can understand why Izuku didn't tell me now." He turns his attention to the scene where Aizawa just erased Izuku's quirk, thus causing his throw to end up incredibly short. He listens to Aizawa's lecture to Izuku and frowns. Does he not know that Izuku literally just got this quirk? He's a late bloomer, or so he said. While he does understand that Izuku's inability to regulate and control his quirk will cause him to become a liability, that still doesn't mean it's necessary for him to say that Izuku can't be a hero. He does give Izuku another chance, and, while Izuku proves that he can regulate the power just enough to ensure that he isn't left as a liability, it does still result in the shattering of his finger. Even though he is still upright, still able to move, there is no denying he's in pain too. "Sensei, I can still move," Izuku declares in spite of the pain. "This kid," Aizawa murmurs. Bakugo storms forward. "Deku," he yells. Satoru casually strides forward, shoving past Bakugo hard enough to knock him off his feet and moving swiftly to his brother's side. He takes his brother's hand, brow furrowing because his 6 eyes showed him the concentration of quirk energy in Izuku's finger at the last possible second before the softball was thrown. He'll talk with Izuku later though, as he guides him back over to join the rest of their classmates. The remaining 3 tests goes by rather quickly, with Satoru flying through them easily while Izuku is struggling due to the pain in his finger. But, as it turns out, when Aizawa reveals the results that show that, while Satoru ended up as number 1 and Izuku is at the bottom of the pack at number 20, Aizawa reveals that he was lying about the expulsion threat. "It was a rational deception meant to bring out the best in all of you," Aizawa says. "What?" half the class exclaim. "Well, of course it was a lie. Didn't take much to figure it out," says Yorozu. Satoru, on the other hand, is smirking at Imagiki, who ended up second on the list with Shoto Todoroki right beneath him and Bakugo beneath him. "Beat YA again," he says with a teasing grin. "Not by much," Imagiki deadpans and his eyes glitter as he adds, "Next time will be a different story." "Nah. Gonna beat YA again next time too." Challenge accepted. The two of them glare at each other with sharp, challenging grins on their lips and sparks flaring between them while everyone around them edge backwards a few steps. Yeah, so that's it for today, says Aizawa, though whether that's because they are actually done for the day or he just doesn't want to deal with whatever is brewing between Satoru and 𝐼𝐺𝐸, Satoru doesn't know. Go back to the classroom and pick up your syllabuses. Also, Midoriya, take this and go and see Recovery Girl. She'll fix you up. Come Monday, the trials aren't gonna be any easier. Izuku takes the pass Aizawa hands him and slowly makes his way toward the main building as the rest of the class disperse as well. Satoru and 𝐼𝐺𝐸 break off their glaring contest and, while Satoru jogs after his brother, 𝐼𝐺𝐸 falls into step beside Tagata. Ida told me about what happened during your entrance exam, Satoru says matter of fact, and when Izuku pales, he adds, when were you gonna tell me what actually happened, Izuku? Izuku ducks his head, wringing his fingers together as he chews on his lower lip. You weren't gonna tell me, were you? His brother lets out a little squeak but finally nods his head. I didn't want to worry you, he says, not meeting his eyes. Satoru lets out a long sigh as he slings his arm around Izuku's shoulders and pulls him close. That is so like you, he says as he curls his arm around Izuku's neck and yanks him closer, rubbing his head in a noogie that has Izuku yelping and stuttering out an embarrassed protest. He releases his brother after a moment and, folding his arms behind his head, adds, but, seriously though, you don't gotta keep something like that from me. We're family, aren't we? Family is all about helping each other out. I know B, but I just got. My quirk just came in that day so I didn't really know how to control it so it kinda backfired pretty badly on me. Izuku admits while Satoru, catching the slip of his tongue at the beginning of that sentence, hums quietly to himself. He was about to say he just got it but that shouldn't be possible. It's not possible to be given quirks, right? He decides not to focus on that as he considers the rest of that statement. Not knowing how to control his quirk isn't a surprise. No one can just learn how to control their power in a single day, let alone a few hours. Hell, it took him 15 years, and regaining every single memory of his past life, before he was able to master his quirk. And he still has trouble in certain cases, like his inability to use his quirk's version of Hollow Purple right now. But it's different for Izuku. While Satoru has had his quirk since he was 4, with 6 eyes being present and active since he was born, Izuku didn't. While Satoru has had quirk counseling and some training to learn how to control his quirk, Izuku didn't. Izuku has been quirkless for 15 years of his life. As a result, he didn't need quirk counseling or training because he didn't have a power that needed to be counseled or controlled. He can't just expect to use his power right away, but, at the same time, Satoru supposes it was extenuating circumstances. But to break his arm and both of his legs when he used his power for the first time is pretty severe. And the fact that he had to break his finger just to use his power during the assessment today is just as severe. He was concentrating his quirk on his fingertip at the last possible second when he threw the softball. The sudden onslaught of his full power in that single finger is why it shattered, and I'm sure that's what ended up happening with his arm and his legs. He is in an all-or-nothing state, where whenever he uses his power, he is using 100% of it rather than a far lower percentage that his body can handle. But, since he's never had to worry about moderating the use of a quirk due to living his whole life quirkless, he doesn't realize he can do that. He just needs to practice with it, similar to how I practiced with my quirk back when I was a kid, and I can probably guide him through those same exercises. Satoru blinks and then snickers to himself as he realizes his thoughts basically prove the teacher is still alive within him. He may have been a very unorthodox teacher back in his last life, and he still isn't quite sure he was a good one even if his methods were incredibly effective, but that was then. But, at the same time, the thought of being a teacher just feels right. I wonder if this means I'm meant to be a teacher again. He doesn't know, but he decides he won't worry about that because he isn't even through his first year at U, so he doesn't have to worry about what he is going to do after he graduates just yet. It's a thought to entertain though, and one that still feels right, but he'll think about that later. Are you okay? Izuku asks. Satoru, cutting off his snickers, grins at his brother. I'm fine. Don't worry. I wasn't laughing at YA or nothing like that, he says. He slings his arm around Izuku's shoulder, purposely draping his much taller, and much lankier, form over his brother and Izuku yelps as he stumbles forward from the sudden weight. But I'm gonna help YA out so you aren't breaking any more bones. How? Satoru grins at him. Our quirks may not be even remotely similar to each other, but there are exercises and such my quirk counselor taught me that are universal for learning how to control a quirk. All you gotta do is try out those exercises and find the one that worked the best for Y, he says. Pretty sure the quirk counselor you speak with will tell YA the same thing. I mean, why wouldn't they? Oh, quirk counselor. Right. I gotta find out who the quirk counselor at this school is and yeah. Ask recovery girl. Right. The two of them come to a stop outside the infirmary and Izuku swiftly makes his way inside while Satoru follows suit. Izuku seemed pretty evasive when I was talking about his quirk. Wonder what that's about. Then again, Satoru still doesn't understand why Izuku's quirk energy flows so very like All Might's. It's really weird, almost like they are the same quirk, and that goes back to Izuku's slip of the tongue. But it's not possible to give someone a quirk, right? Satoru just doesn't know. Yuji makes his way out of the main building, folding his arms behind his head as he pivots so he's walking backwards with Suguru following him. Today ended up being an exciting day, in spite of the threat of expulsion his homeroom teacher threw at them that he supposes he should have expected since Tamaki did say Aizawa did expel his entire class last year. Boy am I glad no one was expelled today, he says. But, man, that was pretty scary. You did well on every test so you weren't in danger, Suguru points out. Still though, I felt bad for that Midoriya kid, the smaller one, 'cause if Aizawa hadn't been lying about the expulsion thing then he would have been expelled, Yuji admits. His quirk's pretty harmful to his own body though, Suguru says, raising a hand to brush strands of black hair out of his eye. He literally broke his finger to throw that softball, and I overheard Ida say that, during the entrance exam, he broke his arm and both of his legs. Having such a self-harming quirk is a pretty terrible slide of bad luck. Yeah. An idea suddenly sparks in Yuji's mind as he recalls how incredibly skilled at hand-to-hand fighting Suguru is, to the point that he can beat Mirio when Mirio isn't using his quirk, and hold his own when Mirio is using his quirk. Hey, maybe you can teach him how to fight hand-to-hand. 'Cause that way he doesn't gotta rely on his quirk and he can just kick someone's butt with his fists. Suguru raises an eyebrow. I mean, I guess I can, but there's no telling if he would accept the offer, he says, but he doesn't sound surprised. Yuji is always trying to help others. It's in his nature to try and help someone, even if they don't want it. He supposes that is part of the reason why Mirio and his parents told him he'd make a good hero, since that is the essence of a true hero. Well, you can offer and see what he says. Hey! I see him now. Oi! Midoriya! Yuji yells and bolts toward where he sees the Midoriya twins walking out of the main building. Yuji! You can't just. Suguru groans but swiftly strides after him as the pink-haired boy comes to a stop in front of the twins. He tries not to think about that rush of guilt that goes through him at the sight of the taller twin, who still bears an unkindly resemblance to a teenage version of the young man from his nightmares. He tries not to think about those nightmares that are still bothering him, even if they aren't occurring every single night anymore. Oh, hey Tagata-san, Midoriya says. By the way, which Midoriya were you referring to? The taller twin asks curiously. Yuji falters and groans, running a hand through his short hair. Man, that's gonna get confusing 'cause you both got the same family name, of course, he says. Well, you can always call him the midget Midoriya, says the taller twin. The shorter twin goes to kick him and scowls when his kick stops mere centimeters away from the taller twin's leg. Once again, Yuji is struck by a sense of recognition and nostalgia and, yes, those familiar flashes of guilt, and he shoves them away. Drop the barrier and let me kick you, the shorter twin snaps. Nah, the taller twin says with a grin. The shorter twin huffs. If they call me that then they gotta call you sweet addict Midoriya, he says firmly. Man, that's a mouthful. So's what you said for me. Not by much. The shorter twin drags a hand over his face while Yuji tries hard to not snicker. There is no denying the fondness in the shorter twin's bright green eyes though, even if it's tinged with quite a lot of exasperation. And it's clear the taller twin's teasing is just that, teasing. There is no hint of malice or anything like that. In fact, though Yuji can't see his eyes because of those dark sunglasses, there is no denying the fond amusement in the taller boy's tone. It's pretty clear the Midoriya twins are incredibly close in that they are able to bicker so fondly with each other, similar to how Yuji and Mirio tease each other and bicker and yet still laugh about it together. If it will make it easier for you, Tagata-san, you can call me Izuku, the shorter twin offers uncertainly. But only if you want to. I mean, I get that calling me by my first name is like only for friends, but it might help with the confusion, and I don't mean to assume that we're friends. You totally don't have to be friends with me to call me that name, and everything else the boy says vanishes into a mutter storm that is so blended together, it's causing Yuji's head to spin in his attempt to make any sense. Call me Satoru, says the taller twin as he raises a hand and promptly smacks his brother upside the head. Oh! Izuku clutches at his head with a whine. You were muttering again, Satoru says. Oh. Sorry. Izuku's entire face goes bright red with embarrassment as he ducks his head, fidgeting and wringing his hands together. There is no denying the nervous anxiety in the shorter boy's posture, similar to Tamaki and yet different at the same time. Nah, man, it's cool, Yuji says with a bright smile. And I don't mind being friends with YA. You seem like a pretty chill guy. Izuku jacks his head up, eyes widening. Ah, really, he stammers out, and when Yuji nods, the bright smile that crosses Izuku's lips is well worth it. Whoa! Another kid with a sunshine smile, Suguru muses. Satoru laughs at that. You don't know the half of it. His sunshine incarnate, this midget twin of mine. He says. Izuku kicks at him, and when his kick is stopped mere centimeters from the taller boy's shin, he groans. Seriously? Drop the barrier. Nah. So what brings YA over here anyway? Pretty sure you wanted to ask one of us something, says Satoru, completely ignoring the annoyed glare his twin is giving him. It seems like the nervous anxiety from earlier completely evaporates when Izuku is talking with his brother, and Yuji muses that might be because of how close they are. He knows Tamaki isn't nearly as anxious around Suguru than he is around everyone else. He pushes the thought aside as his mind goes back to the reason why he stopped the Midoriya twins. Oh, yeah. That. Well, I was thinking about what I saw during the assessment test, and your quirk's pretty harmful, he says, and when Izuku looks like he is about to panic for some reason, he adds, so I thought that, maybe, you could learn how to fight without using your quirk. Suguru here is like a MSTR at hand-to-hand fighting. I'm not a MSTR, Suguru deadpans. Dude, you can beat Mirio, and he was able to take out his entire class last year without even using his quirk. Doesn't mean I'm a MSTR, Suguru says with a long sigh. But I do know some things. Some things, he says. Yuji laughs as he whirls around and beams at Izuku, who is gazing at them both with surprise in his eyes. But, yeah, if YA want, Suguru can teach YA, so if you can't use your quirk, you can just up and deck the enemy instead. Suguru snorts in amusement at that and turns his purple gaze to Izuku. If you want, I don't mind, he says. Really? Izuku says in surprise. But you barely know me. Why would you offer to teach me? We're all aiming to be heroes, Izuku, Suguru says. And the stronger a hero is, the more they can protect and defend the innocent, and that is what those who are strong are supposed to do. They are supposed to protect and defend the weak. Satoru's sunglasses-covered gaze snaps toward Suguru at that. That's true, says Izuku. So I'm all for helping my fellow hero in training get stronger, Suguru adds. Thank you, Amajiki-san, Izuku stammers out. Hey, can I join in on these training sessions? I've been wanting to test out my own hand-to-hand fighting skills against someone who has experience with it, says Satoru with a sharp grin at Suguru. He raises an eyebrow at him. You sound like you think you're gonna win, he says. Oh, I know I'm gonna win, says Satoru. Challenge accepted. The two of them start glaring at each other with challenging grins on their lips and sparks flaring between them, and Yuji laughs uncertainly. I think those two just developed a rivalry, and it's not even the first official day, he says. Yeah, seems like it, Izuku says with an uncertain smile. Midoriya. A voice calls out, and Yuji turns in time to see Ida striding toward them swiftly. Which one? Satoru asks. Ida adjusts the glasses on his nose. Ah, yes, that would be rather confusing, he says and nods toward Izuku. I wish to ask how your finger was. Oh, it's fine. Thanks to recovery girl, Izuku says, though he seems startled by Ida's sudden appearance. That's good. But Aizawa-sensei sure fooled us. He made me think this is how it is at the top, but our own instructor deceived us like that, says Ida as he rests a hand on his chin. He actually didn't, says Yuji, and when Ida and the Midoriya twins glance at him, he blinks at the sudden attention. Well, Mirio told me Aizawa-sensei did actually expel his entire class last year, so I'm pretty sure that was a real threat, but he just decided against it for some reason. What? Izuku shrieks. Is that really true? Ida asks. Oh hell yeah, it's true. The new voice startles everyone and Yuji jumps before whirling around and his eyes widen as he sees the ginger-haired girl he remembers brushing by right before the entrance exam, the same girl who bears an unkindly resemblance to that girl who features so prominently in his nightmares. At her side is Uraraka. Who are you? Yuji asks. Nobara Uraraka, says the ginger-haired girl, and Yuji tenses because she has the same name as the girl from his nightmares. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices Satoru is tense with shock, though it's hard to tell what he's really feeling because of the sunglasses. And don't forget it. But, yeah, I'm in class 2A. I was part of the class Aizawa expelled last year. We all got to come back a few weeks later, but it's like a lasting black mark on our record and it still pisses me off. Nobara ranted about it for 3 hours when it happened, Uraraka admits as she pats the slightly taller girl's arm. But, yeah, it did happen. Anyway, so these are some of your classmates, Ochiko? Yeah, the younger Uraraka says. Tenya Ida, Suguru Amajiki, Yuji Tagata, Satoru Midoriya, and Deku, right. Satoru scowls while Izuku jumps. What he says? Well, that's what Bakugo called you, so I just thought, sorry if I got it wrong, says Ochiko. Oh, no, it's fine. It's like a nickname that he uses to bully me and such. My real name's Izuku, Izuku admits. So it is a derogatory nickname then, says Ida. That's messed up, Yuji says. Considering what it can translate to, it is pretty messed up, Suguru agrees. Gotcha. Sorry. But Deku, well, it just screams do your best. I kinda like it. The way it sounds, says the younger Uraraka. Deku's fine. Izuku says quickly, face going red. Midoriya. Ida exclaims. Show a bit of backbone. It's an insult, isn't it? It's like the Copernican revolution, the what? Yuji echoes and even the younger Uraraka seems confused. The older Uraraka snorts and waves a dismissive hand. You wanna walk with your new classmates to the train station or you wanna come with me, she asks. I'm meeting up with Moata though, so I'm not going straight home. The younger Uraraka turns to Yuji and the rest of the group. Are you guys heading for the train station? Mind if I walk with you? She asks. Sure, Izuku stammers out, face still red. Satoru leans back on the ball of his feet, a huff escaping his lips. Man, if this is how you act when a pretty girl speaks to you, how the heck are you gonna get yourself a girlfriend, or a boyfriend for that matter, Izuku, he says. Izuku's entire face flames. Satoru, he shrieks and starts swatting at Satoru, who just laughs even as every single one of Izuku's swats stop within centimeters of the taller twin. Hey! Drop the barrier. Nope. Yuji laughs and glances at Suguru while Izuku continues the fruitless attempts to swat his brother, but none of his attacks are even getting close. They sure are close, like me and Mirio. They certainly bicker like you and Mirio do, says Suguru, tilting his head to the side. Well, I'm off. Text me when you get home if you get home before me, Ochiko, says the older Uraraka. Okay, Nobara. Uraraka calls, waving at her sister as she turns and walks away. After Izuku gives up on swatting Satoru, much to Satoru's amusement, the 6 of them make their way off UA's campus and start heading in the direction of the train station. The school year is off to a great start and Yuji finds himself incredibly excited to see what 𝐻𝐸 has in store for them on their official first day on Monday. Monday comes far too quickly and, while Izuku has gone through the exercises Satoru showed him in an effort to moderate and control his quirk, it's slow going and he hasn't quite found a preferred exercise. At the very least, he is somewhat confident he is out of the all-or-nothing stage of one for all. He is starting to get a bit more confident that he can use a small percentage of one for all, rather than the full 100%, and he is starting to understand how to control it too. Picturing his body like a frozen takoyaki and trying to spread one for all throughout his body as if he was heating up a frozen pastry seems to be working. Even if the comparison is something that had Satoru in stitches for a good 10 minutes, it came about because of Satoru's words. "You're doing it wrong, Izuku." "What do you mean?" "Your quirk is just as much a part of you as a limb. Since they are an extension of your body. So if they are an extension of your body, what does that tell 𝐻𝐸? Extension of my body. Oh. I have to use it more evenly. And, what am I missing? When you use your quirk, how do you use it? How do you activate it?" "Activate? Like I call it up like switching an on-off SWCH whenever I need to use it. Like only when I need it or where I need it. And there's more. I've seen your notebooks, Izuku. If you can analyze other people's quirks so thoroughly, why not try and do the same with your own? You already know what I'm missing, don't you? My 6 eyes has been feeding me information on your quirk since I started focusing on it, so I have an idea of what you're missing, but you gotta learn it for yourself." "You sound like a teacher." "I do, don't I? Whatever. So, well, I activate it by switching the on SWCH only when I need it, but that seems like the wrong approach. Like attempting to heat up a frozen pastry but only heating up a side of it. It's like that. I'm only switching on the SWCH on a portion of my body when I should be switching on all the sways for my entire body. I've got to spread the power of my quirk not to a single portion of my body but to my entire body, and evenly at that, like heating up a frozen pastry all the way through." "Satoru. Why are you laughing at me?" "Satoru." So, while his brother does still find his comparison hilarious, he did still help Izuku figure it out. Now it's all a matter of putting it into practice, and Izuku hopes he will get the chance to do so during today's first ever heroics training class. He hopes it will work out because he doesn't want to worry his brother by breaking something again. He and Satoru make their way off the train and toward the road that will take them to UA. They left early in the hope of beating the rush, and because Izuku knew his brother was going to stop at the convenience store and get some snacks he personally believes it is too early for, so they are reaching the gates with some time to spare. They aren't the only ones who are early, as Ida is striding toward the gates as well. "Good morning, Izuku, Satoru," Ida greets as he adjusts his glasses. Satoru was quick to give everyone permission to call him by his first name, so as to not get them confused, and Izuku, after some hesitation, agreed to do the same. It's still so surreal to have someone call him by his first name, and not by that nickname as was the case all throughout elementary and middle school. Then again, it's still so surreal to be treated decently by kids his own age that aren't his brother. "Morning, Ida," he says with a smile. "Morning," Satoru says around the juandar cake roll he is currently eating. Ida wrinkles his nose. "Should you not be eating something far more healthy for breakfast?" he says, chopping his hand down. "Nope," Satoru says as he finishes off the cake roll. "This tastes way better than healthy stuff. Want one?" "It is far too early in the morning for such sweets," says Ida as he adjusts his glasses. Suit yourself." Satoru reaches into the bag, pulls out a bag of myheroacademia caramel and opens it, popping some into his mouth. Ida shudders and gives Izuku an incredulous look. "How can anyone eat something that sweet this early in the morning?" he says aghast. "It's Satoru," Izuku admits, as if that explains everything, and, for those who know Satoru, it does. He does this all the time. I'm honestly surprised he doesn't got cavities or anything like that. How is that possible? One of the greatest mysteries of the world. Satoru tilts his head to the side and then shrugs, still chewing on the caramels in his mouth. Ida adjusts his glasses again. Well, I am glad to see that you are not partaking in this travesty, he says firmly. Who even talks like that? Satoru deadpans around the caramel, but the caramel muffles his words to where Izuku is probably the only one who can understand him, since he is used to decoding Satoru's mouthful of candy speech. He doesn't repeat what Satoru just said out loud, because the question is rather rude when one thinks about it. They reach the classroom and enter it, and Izuku notices they are the first ones there, with the exception of the dual-haired Todoroki. Izuku remembers seeing him coast through the various assessment tests during orientation, but since he was so distracted by doing the best he could on them, he didn't really get a good look at him. Now that he stops and stares, because Todoroki is gorgeous. His dual-colored hair, half red and half white, looks soft, and his dual-colored eyes are appealing. One is gray like a stormy sky while the other is blue that shines like turquoise. Izuku doesn't think he's ever seen someone so good-looking before. Satoru nudges him. "You're staring," he says in a sing-song voice that causes Izuku's face to flame, and he, with an embarrassed yelp, all but bolts to his seat while Satoru, laughing, follows him. The rest of the students enter the classroom and move toward their seats, though Tagata is laughing while Amajiki is glaring at him with annoyance in his purple eyes. Izuku isn't too sure what they're laughing about, but Amajiki, in spite of the glare, doesn't seem that upset. Heido slides into his seat next to Tagata and raises an eyebrow at Tagata, who leans forward and whispers something Izuku can't hear. Harada's second eyebrow rises to join the first, and he turns his head to study Amajiki, who is studiously avoiding the look as he pulls out a random notebook and promptly buries his face in it. "Wonder what's going on over there," Satoru muses. Izuku doesn't know, but when Aizawa enters the classroom to begin homeroom, he decides it doesn't matter right now. Right now, he is more focused on the upcoming classes, though he isn't too sure he will be able to pay attention to the lectures for their normal classes because he is too excited for heroics in the afternoon. After all, it is being taught by All Might, and Izuku is also looking forward to trying to put what he managed to figure out in action. Plus today's heroics lesson is his first opportunity to actually wear the hero costume he, Satoru, and their mother worked for weeks on. He also gets to see the hero costume Satoru came up with, since he only ever saw the rough ideas and doesn't know what his twin ended up deciding on. He's fully expecting it to be as eccentric as his twin's personality, but he just doesn't know. So, after homeroom, Izuku does try to pay attention to the normal classes, but it's so hard. The excitement is prevalent in everyone, not just him, to the point where the only ones who seem to be paying attention to the normal classes are Ida, Yorozu, Heido, Amajiki, and Bakugo. They are all taking notes and actively participating in the class by answering the questions while everyone else is too distracted. Well, Satoru is just gazing out the window with a look of utter boredom on his face, but that's how he usually acts. It's not that he's a slacker or anything like that. He just learns better by reading the books than listening to lectures. Izuku makes a note to share his notes with his brother later, though, since it's just the first day, they aren't really learning much. It's just getting started on the curriculum. Either way, most of the normal classes go by pretty quickly, and, after a nice healthy lunch in which Izuku had to make sure Satoru didn't only eat sweets as usual, it was time for the class everyone has been looking forward to. Heroics. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might declares as he strides into the classroom, very much not like a normal person, as Satoru is quickly pointing out in amusement, but Izuku barely notices. He's too busy geeking out over his idols and mentors' costume. He's pretty sure that's the Silver Age costume. "It's All Might," Kirishima exclaims. "Whoa! He's really gonna teach us. That's awesome." Tagata exclaims with brown eyes bright with excitement. "That's his Silver Age costume," Zero comments. All Might lets out his customary booming laugh as he strides to the front of the classroom and pivots. Hero Basic Training. The class that'll put you through all sorts of special training to model you into heroes. It also gives a ton of credits. He whirls around and shows a sign as he adds, "No time to dally. Today's activity is this. Battle training." Battle training. Izuku yelps. Battle training. Bakugo sounds like he's grinning. "Heck yeah," Satoru says, and, when Izuku glances at his brother, he sees a sharp, feral grin on his lips and sees him looking toward Amajiki. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 is leaning back in his seat and looking back at Satoru with his own smirk on his lips. The two of them have the same competitive spirit, Izuku muses, and he doesn't know what to really think about the rivalry that appeared between those two. And for that, you need these. All Might declares as he clicks a remote on his hand and the wall next to him opens up and pushes metal briefcases with numbers 1 through 20 imprinted on them. In accordance with the quirk registry and the special request forms you filled out before being admitted, it is your hero costumes. Everyone cheers and Izuku can't help but smile. He can't wait. He can still remember when he and his brother were coming up with ideas for their hero costumes. Izuku, please tell me you aren't going with All Might's color scheme. But his the best. Better than going with All Might Jr. for your hero name, I guess. Satoru. A laugh escaped Satoru's lips as he went back to sketching some rough ideas on the paper in front of him. Neither of them were artists, but they were making do, though. When Izuku leaned over to try and get a glimpse at his brother's idea, Satoru waved him away. No looky, he said. Oh. I showed you mine, Izuku protested. Satoru shrugged as he sketched another idea. I dunno if I want to keep this idea, so no looky till it's final, he said. Fine. Izuku. Satoru. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 called and the twins turn their heads as their mother makes their way into the living room with a big bright smile on her lips. Congratulations on getting in. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 added once she joined them in the living room as she yanked out 2 items. One is a pale green jumpsuit and the other is a dark blue long-sleeve jacket with a high wide collar. A jumpsuit? Izuku echoed. Is that? Satoru tilted his head to the side. Well, while you were studying, Izuku, I noticed your open notebook and saw this. I know I didn't support your dreams while growing up and just gave up on it, but you never quit, Izuku. You kept chasing your dreams. I'm sorry, Izuku. But now I'm going to be cheering you on with everything I've got, said 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, and, as Izuku stood up to take the jumpsuit, she turned to Satoru. As for you, Satoru, I know you were coming up with various ideas cause you didn't have anything better to do while you were, essentially, on house arrest, but I saw this one and it just really felt right. So I got it for you. Satoru looked surprised, but a small smile crossed his lips as he stood up and walked over to join their mother and took the jacket. Thank you, Mum, he said. I got this too, said 𝐒𝐴𝐚𝐲 as she held out a bag. I know it's very simple, but the store clerk said it's made from durable material that won't tear, so you don't have to worry about it being taken off on accident. I mean, I kind of figured you wouldn't want to have a hero costume with your sunglasses cause those can fall off. Izuku glanced at it to see it was a BLNDIF-LD. Satoru smiled again. Yeah, that'd a CK. Trying to fight a villain, lose my sunglasses, and get beat cause of sensory overload. How embarrassing that would be, he said as the smile morphed into an amused grin. 𝐭𝐴𝐚𝐲 laughed while Izuku snorted in amusement. He knew, in that instant, he would have to incorporate his mother's idea into his hero costume. It will be the base of it and he can mold the rest of his design around it. He follows the rest of his classmates into the locker room where everyone starts changing and changes into the light green jumpsuit. He also has his usual red sneakers and a belt wrapped around his waist and black knee guards and white gloves with black forearm supports. The mask that covers his face has a breathable material placed around his mouth in the shape of a smile that is reminiscent of All Might's, while the mask itself has bunny-like ears coming out of the top. What can he say? All Might is his idol. He joins the rest of his classmates and scans them, taking into account their costumes. Some of them are pretty cool, such as the classmate who is clad in white armor, while others don't really make sense, since he doesn't understand why Todoroki's costume is basically just a bunch of ice covering his left half. His eyes travel to his brother so he can see the final product of his brother's chosen costume, but they pass over Tagata first. Tagata's costume is, surprisingly, very simple. It's a long-sleeved black jacket with a dark red hood and black breaths tucked into dark red ankle-high boots. A dark red belt wraps around his waist, attached to which are little pockets, but what's in those pockets, Izuku doesn't know. His eyes travel to 𝐼𝐺𝐻 who is standing by Tagata. He is wearing black hakama breathes over black boots, over which is a black slim-fit tunic blazer with silver button sleeves, with his hair tied back in a bun with strands falling over one of his eyes. Even from Izuku's distance, he can see 𝐼𝐺𝐼𝐻's shadow is writhing behind him oddly, and he wonders if that's part of the other's quirk. It's not like he's seen the other's quirk in action before. His eyes go to Heido, who is hovering by them, and studies him. Heido's costume is navy blue in color and consists of a halter top that shows off part of his midriff, where Izuku can see the black tattoo of a snake wrapping around it, the same tattoo he summoned during the assessment test. Matching bicep-high fingerless gloves adorn his arms, and loose black breaths cover his legs, tucked into ankle-high black boots. When Kaminari says something, Heido turns toward him, and Izuku is treated to the sight of the boy's muscular back that is completely covered in black tattoos, all resembling certain creatures. Is that part of his quirk? Does he need to have those tattoos exposed to use his quirk? It would explain why his costume is the way that it is anyway. Izuku turns his gaze from Heido to his brother, who is leaning back on the ball of his feet. Satoru's costume is simple like Tagata's. He is wearing the dark blue jacket with the high, wide collar their mother got him over slim-fit black breeds tucked into black dress shoes, while the simple black BLNDFLD is wrapped around his eyes, pushing his hair up to spike around him. It fits him almost as if such a simple costume was made for him. Deku. Uraraka's voice calls, and Izuku turns as Uraraka jogs toward him. He flushes because Uraraka's costume is really nice. It's a pink, white, and black bodysuit that really fits her well, and Izuku has to quickly avert his gaze and shove that thought aside, with a space helmet covering her head. Cool costume. Really practical looking, says Uraraka with a sheepish grin. I wish I'd been more specific on my request form. This suit's so puffy and curvy. It's embarrassing. Izuku is more than grateful when All Might announces that it's time for battle training, because it saves him from having to respond to that. He, his brother, and his 18 classmates all turn their attention to the hero, who is snickering while looking at Izuku for some reason. Of course, he might have realized that Izuku was clearly influenced by him when deciding his costume, but he thinks it looks nice, so there. Looking good. All Might declares after he got over his brief moment of amusement. Sensei. His armored classmate, that Izuku realizes with a jolt is Ida, and that is awesome, says as he raises a hand. This appears to be the same field used in the entrance exam. Will we once again be performing sit-escape maneuvers? Nope, All Might declares. You'll be moving on to Step 2. Indoor anti-personnel battle training. Villain battles are most commonly seen outdoors, but, statistically speaking, the most heinous villains are more likely to appear indoors. Between confinement, house arrest, and black market deals, in this hero-filled society of ours, the cleverest villains out there lurk indoors. You'll now be split into villain teams and hero teams and face off in 2-on-2 indoor battles. So no basic training, Ridbit? Asui asks, tilting her head to the side. Practical experience teaches you the basics, says All Might. The distinction here is that you won't be fighting disposable robots. What determines victory? Yorozu asks as she raises a hand. Can I just blast everyone away? Bakugo growls and winces when a rock slams into the back of his head. All eyes turn to Satoru. What? That could have been anyone. Satoru, who is not at all discreetly tucking the hand that is glowing with the power of blue into his pocket, says with a flippant shrug. Are you threatening to expel someone like Aizawa-sensei did? Asks Uraraka, bringing everyone's attention back to the many questions Izuku is sure their classmates are having. He gives his brother a long look. All he gets is a bemused smirk and a shrug in return. Honestly, how are we twins again? How do we proceed to divide ourselves into teams? Ida says as he JRKs his hand up. One at a time. My quirk isn't super hearing, says All Might, and, pointing at Satoru, adds, and, yes, I did see that rock throw, Midoriya. Could have been anyone, says Satoru in a slight sing-song voice. Anyway, listen up. All Might clearly decides it isn't worth it to scold Satoru when he isn't the slightest bit repentant and probably won't be even after a scolding. He, instead, pulls out a note card and starts reading from it, and Izuku muses that is pretty smart to ensure that he has all the information for the exercise. Here's the deal. The villains will be hiding a nuclear weapon in the hideout. The heroes have a limited amount of time to either capture the villains or secure the weapon. The villains must either capture the heroes or protect the weapon until time is up. He lowers the note card and pulls out a box that reads lots, adding, "Your battle partners will be decided by drawing lots." Is that really the best way? Ida asks. Makes sense, says Satoru with a shrug. I mean, you can't exactly pick and choose who you work with out on the field, right? So this simulates that. I see. I apologize for getting ahead of myself. My mistake, says Ida. It's fine. Let's just get to it. All Might declares as he draws the lots, and Izuku pays attention to who is paired with who. He is paired with Todoroki, and, as he moves over to stand by his partner who gives him a stoically cool look, he casts a glance at the rest of the pairings. Kirishima is with Yaozu, Koda is with Tokoyami, Ida is with Zero, Jiru is with Tagata, Heido is with Asui, Hagakure is with Ashido, Satoru is teamed up with Amajiki and both of them exchange smirks, Shoji is with Uraraka, and Bakugo is with Kaminari, who looks nervous to be paired with the explosive blonde. Oh, I guess we're partners then. Let's work well together, Izuku stammers out. It's difficult being with someone he finds attractive. He's pretty sure he'd be reacting this way if he was paired with Uraraka too, since he does find her cute just like he finds Todoroki gorgeous. The fact that he is positive Satoru is laughing at him isn't helping matters at all. Satoru, please stop laughing at your brother. Amajiki's amused yet exasperated voice sounds behind them, which proves Izuku's suspicions to be correct. But look at his face. It's hilarious, Satoru exclaims. Izuku is so stealing his twin's sweet stash when they get home. Todoroki glances at him and hums. I am sure we can win our match quickly, he says, and Izuku can't help but admire the dual-haired boy's confidence. Right, he stammers out. But, maybe we should, talk a bit. Like, about our quirks, so we can have an idea of what we're working with when it's our turn. Very well. Moving on, All Might declares as he reaches into two boxes, one of which is labeled heroes while the other is labeled villains. First up are these. He removes two balls, a ball with the letter C from the hero box and a ball with the letter H from the villain box. The heroes are Team C and the villains are Team H. Villains, here. Amajiki comments. The villain team goes in first. The timer starts in 5 minutes, when the hero team sneaks in. The rest of us will watch via CCTV. All Might turns to gaze at Satoru and Amajiki. Midoriya Amajiki, you boys need to adopt a villain mindset. This is practical experience, so go all out. Don't hold back. Really? Satoru's eyes light up. Though I will stop you if you take things too far, All Might adds as he hands the two boys earpieces. I'm pretty sure that means don't hold back within reason, Satoru, says Amajiki in amusement as the two swiftly make their way toward the building All Might directs them to. He hands Koda and Tokoyami earpieces as well before leading the way toward the building where the CCTV is set up so they can watch. Good luck, Satoru. Izuku doubts his brother needs it, but he wishes it anyway. Satoru leans against the nuclear weapon that they had moved to the very top floor of the building where they are supposed to be protecting it. Already, his 6 eyes are examining both Tokoyami and Koda, who are gathered in front of the building while they are waiting for the timer to begin. Neither of their quirks are active, but Tokoyami's is one that doesn't need to be active for Satoru to get a good read on it because it's another sentient being attached to him. Tokoyami's the one to watch out for, he says casually. He's got a sentient being attached to him that is powered by darkness, and this building is pretty dark, so the being will be rather strong. How do you know that? Amajiki asks curiously. Satoru points to his bond-fled gaze. My 6 eyes is part of my quirk. It lets me perceive the flow of quirk energy and read it pretty thoroughly. Some quirks have to be activated for me to read it thoroughly, which is why I can't get that much of a read on Koda's quirk, but Tokoyami's is always active so I can automatically read his quirk energy. Pretty powerful, Amajiki says. It's a pain in the butt sometimes. Anyway, so we've got 3 minutes till the actual exercise starts, right? Yes. You got a plan? Do you? Satoru tilts his head to the side. Tokoyami's our biggest threat, so I suspect he'll come right at us. 𝐂𝐸𝐽 is an anomaly though, cause he's pretty quiet, and the only thing I can get out of his quirk, since it's not active, is that it is connected with animals. I've already sent a few of my smaller nightmares to the lower floors so they'll alert me of the movement of our opponents, says 𝐼𝐺𝐺𝐸, gesturing toward the wall, and Satoru blinks upon seeing a small worm-like grotesque creature attached to the wall. He supposes he was focusing on Tokoyami and 𝐂𝐸𝐽, that he didn't really pay attention to 𝐼𝐺𝐺𝐸 to see what he was doing, only perceiving that his partner was using his quirk to do something. You can speak with him, he asks. In a way. My nightmares are connected to me whenever I summon them, kind of like a telepathic connection, says 𝐼𝐺𝐺𝐸. But they can't really speak in words, so I usually only get images, depending on which nightmare I summon. My worms only speak in images, but they are the smallest nightmares I have, so our opponent shouldn't notice them. Kinda like the cursed spirits the Suguru I knew would use to gather information for him back in my last life. Satoru shakes his head, pushing that thought aside because he really has got to stop thinking about his past life, about a life that is over and done with, about a life he can't change even though a part of him does want to. No, this is his life now. That is what he has to keep focusing, not on unchangeable memories coexisting alongside the ones he is making now. Okay. That works. A beep sounds and Satoru tilts his head. Oh. I guess that means the exercise started, he comments. And we didn't even come up with any sort of plan. 𝐼𝐺𝐺𝐸 deadpans as he stretches his arms above his head. It's fine. Let 'em come to us. They won't be able to touch the weapon, let alone reclaim it, so we just gotta either run out the clock or capture 'em. 𝐼𝐺𝐺𝐸 raises an eyebrow at him. Satoru jerks his head toward the weapon, which his hand has been resting on since they brought it to this room. I'd had another part of my quirk active this entire time. Anything that attempts to touch me, or anything I'm touch, won't be able to reach me. Powerful, 𝐼𝐺𝐺𝐸 muses and tilts his head to the side. Oh. You were right. Tokoyami is heading straight toward us. According to my nightmare, his quirk is a shadowy creature that he called Dark Shadow. It's moving ahead of him and scouting out the area but hasn't spotted any of my nightmares. It's also solid and capable of thought and speech. Satoru hums when his 6 eyes picks up on the sudden flow of 𝐂𝐸𝐽's quirk energy and, as his eyes feeds him the information on his other opponent's quirk while also showing where it's coming from, he hums. Oh. 𝐂𝐸𝐽's making his move. Oh. He can talk with and control animals. That's pretty cool. I'd step away from the window, 𝐼𝐺𝐺𝐸. It seems like 𝐂𝐸𝐽's quirk energy is spread to the animals he speaks with and takes control of, thus allowing Satoru's 6 eyes to locate them. Any animal 𝐂𝐸𝐽 uses his quirk on can be picked up with Satoru's 6 eyes because they've been saturated with 𝐂𝐸𝐽's quirk energy. 𝐼𝐺𝐺𝐸 doesn't even hesitate. He just moves away from the window, right as they shatter, and a flock of birds surges through the shattered remnants of the window and flies rapidly toward 𝐼𝐺𝐺𝐸. 𝐼𝐺𝐺𝐸 splays out a hand and a bird-like creature with skeletal tattered black leathery wings surges out of his shadow and toward the birds, using its wings to swat the birds out of the way and sending them careening off to the side. It's not enough to actually hurt them, but it's enough to leave them dazed while they struggle to regain their sense of place. Dark Shadow is coming, says Satoru, already noticing the flow of Tokoyami's quirk energy right outside the door. Are you going to just stand there? 𝐼𝐺𝐺𝐸 deadpans as he backflips away from the door as it bursts open and Dark Shadow, a bird-like shadowy creature jutting out of Tokoyami's chest, surges forward. I'm keeping the weapon from being claimed by the enemy, says Satoru with a shrug. And I'm doing all the heavy lifting, 𝐼𝐺𝐺𝐸 deadpans as he dodges to avoid a swipe of Dark Shadow's claws. Satoru waves his free hand dismissively. You've got it. He winces when one of Dark Shadow's claws crashes into 𝐼𝐺𝐺𝐸, sending him flying toward the wall. He manages to twist around in midair so his back slams into the wall as opposed to his head. Ouch! That has to hurt. He gets a middle finger for that as 𝐼𝐺𝐺𝐸 jumps to his feet and waves a hand toward his shadow as a serpent with deep gashes torn into its scales surges out of the shadows and rushes not at Dark Shadow but upward. A yelp sounds and Satoru tilts his head up to see the serpent wrapping its entire body around 𝐂𝐸𝐽, who was slowly leaving the ventilation above their heads. Of course, Satoru knew that's where 𝐂𝐸𝐽 was because he felt the flow of 𝐂𝐸𝐽's quirk energy move into the S and above his head. The serpent flies toward the ground and lands on the ground, keeping 𝐭𝐲 wrapped up in its form while 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 dodges out of the way to avoid Dark Shadow's claws. 𝐭𝐲, are you okay? Tokoyami calls. 𝐭𝐲 manages to give him a thumbs up as he turns his head. Birds, flock to me again and attack the enemy. He calls and Satoru feels the surge of his quirk and he muses that the boy's range is pretty impressive in that he was able to reach further into the training field. And the birds respond pretty quickly as Satoru can sense the quirk energy they were saturated with surging toward them at record speeds. Yeah, you've got a whole swarm of birds incoming, 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸, he comments casually. Well, do something about it, you idiot. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 says in annoyance as he catches one of Dark Shadow's claws with a sharp kick that is followed up by another kick that crashes into Dark Shadow's head, sending it flying off to the side with a yelp. I don't want to hurt those poor birds though, Satoru whines. Of course, he can regulate how much quirk energy he applies to each side of his quirk whenever he uses it, utilizing the same control exercises he learned in his last life that actually work, but it's funny how annoyed 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 gets by his tone. Riling 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 up is just as fun as riling Suguru up in his last life used to be. It's even more fun because of the fact that 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸, just like Suguru, doesn't seem to hesitate to retaliate against him. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 groans in annoyance as he dodges another clawed swipe. He pivots and slams a fist straight into Dark Shadow's head and, his eyes lighting up with a gleam of mischief, jumps into the air and crashes a kick hard into Dark Shadow. It's enough to send it flying at Tokoyami who dodges out of the way, only for 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 to be there to crash a roundhouse kick into Tokoyami himself, sending him flying into Dark Shadow. There's enough force propelling him that when they collide, they are both sent flying straight at Satoru. Satoru jumps because, even though Infinity catches both Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, it's still startling for two individuals to come flying at him, and so swiftly at that. Tokoyami looks surprised to find himself as close to Satoru as he is, and not touching him. How? Dark Shadow exclaims as both of them fall to the ground. It immediately rises up and starts clawing at Satoru, but Satoru just tilts his head to the side as his Infinity catches every single one of Dark Shadow's attacks. It's not like it stops it completely, it just slows down each attack to an atomic level that it looks like each attack is being caught by something. Dark Shadow. It is useless. He must be protected by something we cannot see. We should focus on 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸. Tokoyami hisses. Yeah, good idea, 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 says as he appears at Tokoyami's side with a smile that is so reminiscent of Suguru that Satoru feels a nostalgic pang in his chest. He slams a fist straight into Tokoyami's side, followed by a sharp kick that sends the smaller boy skidding backwards before he jumps forward, unleashing a flurry of blows that is eerily reminiscent of Suguru too. His skills with hand-to-hand combat is really so very similar to Suguru's too. But Satoru doesn't want to get his hopes up. He can't. He doesn't know if he will be able to stand it if he gets those hopes up and they all come crashing down brutally. So he shoves the hope aside, he shoves those nostalgic feelings aside, as he focuses on those birds that are currently getting knocked away by the bird-shaped nightmare. 𝐭𝐲 manages to get free from the serpent trapping him and darts towards Satoru, clearly trying to claim the weapon, but his eyes widen when he can't reach it. He tries to push past the barrier but it's really useless, even though Satoru isn't even applying too much of his power into it. He doesn't need to apply too much power to his Infinity when he's not facing off against quirks. 𝐭𝐲 jumps back and yelps when Tokoyami crashes into him from a well-aimed powerful kick to the stomach. They both go down in a tangle of limbs and 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 is there in an instant, wrapping the capture tape they were given around them swiftly. The villain team wins. All Might declares over the intercom. Nice. We won, says Satoru. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 rolls his eyes at him. You did nothing but stand there and look pretty, he deadpans. Ah, you think I look pretty? Satoru gushes and bursts out laughing when 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸's entire face goes red and he abruptly looks away. Let's just get back to the control room, he mutters as he reaches down and unties Tokoyami and 𝐭𝐲 and holds out a hand to them to help them up. Satoru, still grinning in amusement as his laughter dies away, pushes away from the weapon and strides after his classmates as they lead the way out of the building. Whoa, 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 sure has some killer hand-to-hand combat skills, Kirishima is saying excitedly while Izuku scribbles rapidly into his notebook, muttering to himself about everything he's noticed about 𝐼𝐺𝐼𝐺𝐼's quirk as well as Tokoyami's and Koda's. Where did that even come from? Uraraka says in bewilderment, and Izuku catches her peering at the notebook out of the corner of his eye, but he is too caught up in his analysis to respond. Even though he didn't really get to see much of Koda's quirk, he was able to see Tokoyami's and 𝐼𝐺𝐼's quite a bit. And Kirishima is right. He knows Tagata did mention about how skilled at hand-to-hand combat 𝐼𝐺𝐼 is, but to actually see it in action is awe-inspiring. Midoriya didn't really do much, Asui comments. He literally just stood there, Kaminari says in puzzlement. He was using his quirk, says Izuku absently as he scribbles a few more notes down in his notebook. He can manifest his quirk energy in a barrier that slows down anything that touches it to an atomic level, thus giving off the illusion that the thing is stopped. He can spread that barrier to anything he touches, and that's probably what he did to prevent Koda and Tokoyami from claiming the nuclear weapon while the other was distracting 𝐼𝐺𝐼. So that's his quirk. He can create barriers. Asks Zero. Part of it. Part of it. Is it a dual quirk like Todoroki's? Asks Uraraka curiously. Now that I think about it, he used his quirk to toss that softball that ended up in Okinawa. Was that another part of it? Yup. He can basically manipulate space down to an atomic level, and that's really the simplest explanation, but his quirk is incredibly complicated. Even though I've been analyzing his quirk ever since it first appeared, I still don't understand all of it, says Izuku absently, still scribbling down notes over the fight. You've been analyzing his quirk since it appeared. Uraraka echoes in surprise. Izuku flushes in embarrassment as he lifts his head to find everyone staring at him. Why? He says, shifting uncertainly because he isn't too sure he likes that everyone's attention is now fixated on him. It's kinda a hobby of mine to, analyze people's quirks, see, 'cause I just find quirks so fascinating to study. Hey, sounds like an interesting hobby, says Tagata with a bright smile. Satoru, 𝐼𝐺𝐼, Tokoyami, and Koda make their way into the control room at that moment, and All Might gives them all a thumbs up. Great work out there. Now then, class, who was the MVP of this match? He says with a bright smile. Izuku hesitates. Satoru catches his eye and gives him an encouraging grin and a nod. Slowly, Izuku raises a hand. Yes, Midoriya. It was 𝐼𝐺𝐼, All Might Sensei, says Izuku as he slowly lowers his hand. From the very beginning, he was already on top of matters. He used his quirk to make sure he had spies in place to alert him to the approach of his enemy, and made sure to be prepared to capitalize on the information Satoru was no doubt supplying him about his enemy's quirks. He also didn't rely on his quirk entirely. He used it to keep the birds that Koda sent at him at bay, and used it to get Koda out of the ventilation, but fought Tokoyami and Koda entirely quirkless for the majority of the fight. While Koda did do well to use his quirk to keep the enemy distracted with his birds, Tokoyami's control over Dark Shadow was pretty exemplary, and Satoru did keep the weapon protected even if he literally just stood there and looked pretty. 𝐼𝐺𝐼 was the one who used every single skill he had available to pull out a win. Indeed. You are correct, Midoriya, says All Might. That was some pretty impressive fighting skills there, 𝐼𝐺𝐼. So manly. Kirishima says with a grin. You see. You are a MSTR at hand-to-hand fighting, says Tagata with a grin. I'm not a MSTR, 𝐼𝐺𝐼 says with a huff. Sure as heck close then. Right then, let us continue. All Might declares as he reaches into his hero and villain boxes and pulls out two balls. One has the letter E on it while the other has the letter F on it. Team E will be the heroes and Team F will be the villains. Yes. Let's get to it, Tagata exclaims. We have to wait 5 minutes for our opponent to set up, remember. Jiru deadpans as she twirls one of her earphone jack cords around a finger. Oh. Right, Tagata deflates while 𝐼𝐺𝐼 snorts in amusement. Heido and Asui swiftly leave the control room while talking quietly with each other, while Tagata and Jiru follow at a swift pace. So, Izuku, how do you think this match is gonna go? Satoru asks as he slips to Izuku's side, snorting in amusement as Izuku pulls out his notebook and immediately starts scribbling down his own theories on how this match will go. Where does he even keep that? Uraraka says bewildered. The world may never know, Satoru says teasingly. Izuku is too busy thinking about the pairings in the upcoming match. Well, from what I've seen about all of their quirks, 𝐻𝐸𝐽's is probably the most dangerous out of all of them. From what I can tell, his quirk is connected with the tattoos on his body. And, since his costume keeps his back and his stomach exposed, I suspect he needs to have those tattoos exposed in order to use his quirk. From what I saw during the assessment test, he can summon solidified shadow creature that resemble the tattoos on his back and stomach. He can summon them so long as he has their tattoo on his body. Those creatures are like shikigami from Japanese folklore, now that I think about it. Asui, on the other hand, can do anything a frog can do, so she will be pretty quick, but, at the same time, Tagata's quirk makes him incredibly quick too, so those two might be evenly matched in terms of speed and agility. Jiru's earphone jacks might act like actual earphones and let her hear things no one else can hear, so she might be able to pinpoint the location of any of the beasts that 𝐻𝐸𝐽 sends after them, which can help them to navigate their way through the building while avoiding 𝐻𝐸𝐽's beasts. Everyone stares at him and he ducks his head, face going red with embarrassment, but keeps his gaze fixed on the television screen. The instant the exercise begins, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 remains guarding the nuclear weapon. He holds out his hands and angles them in such a way as to form shadow puppets in the form of a dog, and, off his back, the black dog tattoo surges away from the skin and solidifies into the form of a pair of solidified shadow dogs that bound forward in an instant. They dart out of the room and Asui swiftly follows them, latching onto the walls and using them to keep off the ground as she swiftly moves after the dogs. On Tagata's side of things, Jiru is crouched on the ground with her earphone jacks inserted into the wall, and she tilts her head before saying something to Tagata. Tagata grins and nods sharply before he says something, and Jiru extracts her jacks and the two dart toward the stairs. They take them two at a time until they reach the same level that Asui and the shadow dogs had just entered. The shadow dogs vanish and Izuku glances back at 𝐻𝐸𝐽 to see the dog tattoos are, once again, in place on the other boy's back. He glances back at the confrontation to find Tagata charging toward Asui, who is quick to dodge out of the way of the taller boy's punch. She uses her tongue to try to wrap around Tagata, but Tagata is quick to dodge out of the way while Jiru slips past them and darts toward the stairs. She makes it to the level on which is the nuclear weapon and darts toward it, shouldering it open and only barely managing to dodge out of the way of the tongue that comes flying at her. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 is still standing in front of the nuclear weapon, but there is a toad resting in front of him now, one that is quickly retracting its tongue, and, in the split second it takes it to do that, Jiru slips into the room. She darts forward and, as 𝐻𝐸𝐽 brings his hands up and hooks his thumbs to form the shadow puppet of a winged beast, Jiru slams her earphone jacks into the jacks on her legs. Even though Izuku can't see what happens, he can see the result when the windows shatter and 𝐻𝐸𝐽 winces as if assaulted by a loud noise and sent stumbling back. But the bird-shaped tattoo on his back is missing. Izuku's eyes widen as a solidified shadow in the shape of a massive bird with a mask resting over its eyes surges forward with electricity wrapping around its wings. It shoots past Jiru and Jiru's eyes widen as those electrically charged wings brush her and electricity surges through her, causing her to drop to the ground. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 darts forward and, as both the winged beast solidified shadow and the toad solidified shadow vanish, he wraps the capture tape around Jiru. 𝐾𝐽𝐽 Jiru has been captured, says All Might. On the other screen, Tagata frowns at that as he dodges out of the way of Asui's tongue and he, pivoting, darts toward the stairs. Oh, bad move. Don't turn your back on your opponent, Tagata, says Satoru right as Asui lunges forward and crashes her full weight into his back and knocks him off his feet. She wraps the capture tape around him as well. Yuji Tagata has been captured. The villain team wins. All Might declares. In this case, Tagata should have remained focused on Asui rather than try to go to his partner's aid, says Satoru. Even if it means leaving his partner in the clutches of the enemy, turning your back on your current opponent is never a good plan, not unless you know for a fact they are down for the count. An astute observation, young Midoriya, All Might comments. You should just call me Satoru, All Might Sensei, cause it's gonna get confusing at some point. A fair point, young Satoru. Tagata, Jiru, Asui, and 𝐻𝐸𝐽 make their way into the control room and Tagata looks disappointed. Ah man. I thought we had a good plan, he says. Nonetheless, a good job, both of you, All Might says. Who was the MVP of this match? Yorozu raises a hand and, when All Might nods at him, she says, it was Hado, sensei. He had control of the match from the very beginning and he used his quirk incredibly well to not only scout out the building and guide his partner but also in fighting against Jiru when she showed up. He even successfully incapacitated Jiru without harming her. Yes, you are correct, young Yorozu, says All Might. Great job, Hado, Ashido says with a grin. Those dogs of yours are so cute. They really are, Hagaki gushes. Hado huffs and looks away but Izuku is positive there is a faint pink dusting on his cheeks. Tagata grins at him. Oh, you're blushing, he coos teasingly. Let's just get on to the next match. Hado deadpans with a twitching eyebrow as he bonks Tagata on the head and, while Tagata whines in amused protest, Amajiki gives Hado an approving look for that. For some reason, there is a nostalgic smile on Satoru's lips but, when Izuku glances at him fully, it's gone and he wonders if he saw it at all. He shakes his head as he refocuses on the matches. They are almost halfway through the matches and Izuku is enjoying watching them and analyzing them and writing down notes about what he witnesses. Seeing all of these quirks in action is amazing and Izuku can't help but marvel at how amazing this school is. I wonder how the next match is going to go. Alright. Let's move on, says All Might as he reaches into his boxes and pulls out 2 more balls. The first one has the letter B on it while the second one has the letter I on it. Our hero team will be Team B and our villain team will be Team I. Villain team, you may head out. Villains, here. This will be interesting, Shoji says through the extra limb that rises up by his masked face as he and Uraraka start toward the entrance to the control room. Shoto Todoroki watches his classmates walk out of the control room and hums. It isn't yet his turn to head out but he is confident he will be fine, even if he with the green-haired boy who broke his finger during the assessment test. He hopes he will be able to win this match quickly enough that his partner won't have to worry about risking breaking something else. In spite of his cold, stoic demeanor, Shoto is training to become a hero and heroes wouldn't want anyone to be hurt and that includes the ones they are working. And Shoto likes to see himself as a kind boy who wouldn't want anyone to be hurt if he can help it. His father wouldn't care but Shoto is not his father. He refuses to be anything like his father. Just like he plans on becoming a hero with only his mother's quirk, he is also planning on being a better hero than his father could ever be. Kirishima and Yorozu walk out of the control a few minutes after Shoji and Uraraka. I wonder what Kirishima's quirk is like cause I don't remember seeing it in action during the assessment test. Maybe it has something to do with his body getting harder cause his costume fits too snugly that it suggests his quirk won't tear through the material, Midoriya is muttering as he scribbles into his notebook. Yorozu's, on the other hand, seems to have to do with her skin, based on the fact that her costume leaves quite a bit of her skin exposed. Since she has what looks like an encyclopedia with her, I wonder if her quirk has something to do with, perhaps, creating items but she has to know as much information about that item. That would explain the encyclopedia, which would give her information on the item she is creating. And her skin is probably what she uses to create the items but I don't think it's just the skin itself, maybe like skin cells or lipids. As for Shoji and Uraraka, well, I already know Uraraka can make anything she touches with the pads of her fingers float. As for Shoji, he seems to be capable of generating extra limbs out of his body, including mouths as he did when he formed a mouth on the end of that extra limb that appeared by his face earlier and, the older Midoriya moves to his twin's side and clasps a hand over his mouth, causing the smaller boy to yelp and blink owlishly up at his brother. You just muttered all of that out loud, says the older Midoriya. The younger Midoriya lets out a squeak of embarrassment and buries his face into the notebook still in his hands. Shoto peers at the screen, watching as Yorozu and Kirishima lean close to each other, talking rapidly with each other with Yorozu gesturing a few times. Even though he can't hear what they are saying, he can tell just by the gestures and the determination on Yorozu's face and on Kirishima's that they are discussing AP LAN. Either way, he already knows Midoriya is right about Yorozu's quirk, even correctly guessing what she actually uses to create her items and what she needs to know about it. But he will admit he's a bit impressed Midoriya figured hers out just like he figured out Shoji's and Kirishima's. He hasn't seen them in action and yet he figured them out just from observing their costumes alone. Impressive. Holy SE, you were right. Ashido exclaims. Midoriya peers over the top of the notebook. Shoji is producing extra limbs that he is using to catch all of Kirishima's attacks when Kirishima, who had hardened his entire body like Midoriya suggested, goes to fight him. Yaoyorozu has small circular devices popping out of her skin to land in her hands that she tosses and they explode to release smoke throughout the room with the nuclear weapon. Uraraka is literally floating around the room with the nuclear weapon in her hands to avoid the smoke. Yaoyorozu literally just created that smoke bomb out of her chest. Kirishima hardened his entire body just in time to catch the blows from Shoji's extra limbs, and Uraraka and the nuclear weapon are completely weightless. It's just as Midoriya said. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 exclaims in amazement. Whoa, that's some incredible analysis there, Tagata exclaims. Spot on observation, Zero comments with a grin. That was rather analytical of you too, Ida says, chopping his hand down. Well, it's not that great. I mean, I'm sure everyone noticed the same thing. I mean, we all saw each other's quirks in action during the assessment test, right? Midoriya says. Nah, man, I, personally, was too focused on trying to get through each test, says Kaminari. Indeed. As was I, says Ida, and Izuku is surprised to see everyone else is nodding their heads in an agreement. Even Shoto nods his head in agreement because he was so focused on his own tests that he wasn't paying attention to anyone else. The older Midoriya slings his arm around Midoriya's neck and he yelps as he finds himself pitching forward slightly as his twin's taller, lankier body drapes over him. You're so smart, baby bro, he exclaims. Midoriya groans. I'm only 2 minutes younger than you, he mutters as he pushes at his brother in an attempt to get his taller twin to let go of him. In the end, in spite of Shoji's immense strength in all of his limbs, he wasn't able to get past Kirishima's hardening, and Kirishima was able to get close enough to him as a result and knock him out with a well-aimed punch to the face. Of course, this had him apologizing to Shoji even as he bound him with the capture tape. Meanwhile, while Uraraka was able to keep the nuclear weapon out of Yaoyorozu's hands, Yaoyorozu was able to produce 2 ropes, one of which she lassoed around Uraraka's leg and one she lassoed around the nuclear weapon itself. While she yanked the nuclear weapon free from Uraraka's grip with the second rope, she also tied Uraraka to the pillar with the first, so she is literally floating against the pillar like a balloon until she deactivates her quirk. Yaoyorozu reels the nuclear weapon in and rests a hand on it. The hero team wins, All Might declares. Shoto hums. He expected this to happen. Yaoyorozu is the other recommendation student after all, and he knows of how strong she is, having seen her recommendation exam right before his own exam. There are only 2 matches left, Izuku, and you haven't even spoken to your partner much, he hears the older Midoriya say. You didn't either, the younger Midoriya points out. We went first. We had to talk on the fly. Oh, true. Shoto glances toward his partner as the younger Midoriya joins him. Well, I guess we should have that talk about our quirks, he says uncertainly. Shoto hums. My quirk is half hot, half cold. I can create ice with my right side and fire with my left, but I will never use my left side in combat, he murmurs. That is the decision he made well before the recommendation exam. In fact, it's been years since he last used his fire, ever since he could get away with not using his fire and not have his BSTRD of a father take out that so-called weakness out on him. He refuses to see his refusal to use his fire as a weakness. It's just a motivation to ensure he can become the hero he wants to be, using only his mother's quirk. He doesn't need his father's fire. He just needs his mother's ice and he'll be fine. Midoriya tilts his head to the side. Well, your fire probably wouldn't help because it might end up burning down the building, and, since we should treat this like a real-life situation, burning down the building would run the risk of activating the weapon. My quirk kinda just makes me really strong, but, Satoru has taught me some exercises on quirk control, so I might be able to use it without breaking anything. Don't worry about it, says Shoto as he turns to face his partner fully. Don't hurt yourself. I can handle this match no matter who we are up against. Midoriya gazes at him with surprise in his eyes. You sound arrogant, he says with admiration in his voice before he flushes and swiftly waves his hands frantically. That's not a bad thing. I swear it was a compliment. I mean I know it didn't sound like one but I meant you're confident. That's what I meant. I swear. I know, Shoto murmurs. In spite of the way the smaller boy phrased his statement, there is no denying the tone of his voice that suggested his words were meant as a compliment. Gorozu, Kirishima, Shoji, and Uraraka make their way into the control room and, as Midoriya gives a disappointed Uraraka a reassuring nervous smile, Shoto turns his attention to All Might. Very good job. Now then, who was the MVP of this match? Says All Might. Shoto raises a hand and, when All Might nods to him, he says, Yorozu, sensei, he says. She was the one who utilized her quirk very well and she was able to not only stop Uraraka but also take control of the weapon without risking damaging it. Uraraka may have used her quirk rather well but she treated the entire exercise like it was just an exercise rather than treating it like the real-life situation it was supposed to be. Had this been an actual real-life situation, what Uraraka did with that nuclear weapon could have proven disastrous. And, even though Kirishima and Shoji used their strength and their quirks well against each other, Gorozu is the one who took matters a step further to achieve victory. Very good and you are correct, young Todoroki, says All Might. He clasps his hands together and grins at them. We are over halfway through. Let us get on to the first of the final two matchups. He reaches into the hero and villain box and pulls out two balls before he turns them around to reveal the first one has the letter A on it while the second one has the letter J on it. Midoriya pales considerably while Bakugo scowls, eyes flashing. The heroes will be Team A and the villains will be Team J, declares All Might. Fitting that Bakugo's team are the villains, the older Midoriya comments. Satoru. Midoriya cries while Bakugo starts spewing curses at the older Midoriya who blinks at him. Oh. Did I say that out loud? My bad, the older Midoriya says in a tone of voice that suggests he isn't at all apologetic by his words. The younger Midoriya runs a hand over his face even as he swats the other hand toward his brother. It stops mere centimeters from the older Midoriya and the younger one gives his twin an annoyed look. Drop the barrier, he growls. Nope, the older twin says with a smirk. The younger twin hangs his head. I will kick your butt next time, snow-headed BSE. Bakugo snarls as he turns and storms out of the control room with Kaminari darting after him with a nervous gleam in his eyes. Good luck, the older twin yells after him. The younger twin looks like he wants to bang his head against something hard. Why must you always antagonize Kaken, Satoru, he groans. Cause I can, says the older twin brightly. You'd best get going. You and the partner you think is gorgeous need to prepare. Gorgeous? He thinks I'm gorgeous. Shoto is puzzled by that as he watches the young twin's face go bright red and he, with a shriek of embarrassment, bolts out of the control room while the older twin collapses with howls of hysterical laughter escaping his lips. Not knowing what else to do, Shoto decides he won't worry about that revelation as he swiftly follows after his partner. He catches up with his partner right outside of the control and, as the two head toward the building where their exercise is to take place, he notices how tense and wary Midoriya is now that his earlier embarrassment is gone. We should be careful, Midoriya says as they come to a stop by a bench directly across from the building. Kaken's amazing. He may be a JRK but his goals, his confidence, his strength, his quirk. He's stronger than me in every way. But that's why I don't want to lose to him. Shoto studies him. It seems that you and Bakugo have a long history, he notes and turns his attention to the building. Not that it matters. We will still win. You seem to know him well though. What should we expect? He might come after me personally, Izuku admits. How strong are his explosions? Pretty strong. And I'm pretty sure those gauntlets on his arms are there to make his explosions stronger. Can he destroy thick ice? Probably. I mean I guess it depends on how thick the ice is. Why? Once I freeze the building, if he does manage to break through that ice and you're right about him going after you, that should give me the opening to get to Kaminari, says Shoto thoughtfully as he studies the building. If I am successful in freezing everything in the building, barring Bakugo since he may be able to break himself free and the weapon itself, then claiming the weapon will not be a problem. Wait, freeze the entire building. Midoriya stares at him in shock as if he can't believe Shoto just suggested that. He glances at him. "I need you to do something for me," he says, and when Midoriya nods slowly, he adds, "The instant they announce the match is to begin, I'm going to create an ice pillar beneath you. I want you to tell me the instant you spot the weapon and where it is." "All right. Hero team, you may enter," All Might's voice declares. Shoto moves toward it as he adds, "If Bakugo really is going to go after you, then that can't be helped. Keep him busy, but, please, try not to hurt yourself like you did during the assessment test." Midoriya blinks at him as if surprised by that statement. Shoto meets his gaze. "I'm aiming to be a hero, and no hero will want anyone to get hurt if they can help it, whether it be their partner or an innocent civilian," he points out. "True," says Midoriya quietly and moves to the building. Once he's there, Shoto shifts his right foot forward and activates the right side of his quirk, conjuring up an ice pillar, and Midoriya yelps but crouches down to avoid sliding off as it rises into the air. "Got it," Midoriya calls down. 4th floor. Between two pillars. Kaminari's guarding it, so that means Kaken is probably already heading down. "Okay," Shoto says, and, after he lowers the pillar so Midoriya can join him, he swipes his right hand up and, focusing his quirk, he proceeds to freeze the entire building while leaving the two pillars and the space between the two pillars on the 4th floor completely untouched. He releases a frosty breath while Midoriya just stares with his jaws slightly agape and his eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. "Oh my god. That was amazing. Your control. The sheer power behind it. Oh, I have so many questions now," he exclaims. "We have an exercise to worry about, Midoriya," Shoto reminds him. "Ah, right." The two of them made their way into the building, navigating their way around the various patches of ice and frozen furniture and railing that lay scattered throughout the building. There is such thick ice rising up in all areas of the building, though Shoto made sure to leave the stairs untouched except for a thinner layer. He won't have any trouble walking on that, since he's used to it, but it might give Bakugo some trouble if he does manage to get unfrozen. An explosion erupts nearby. "That's Kaken," Midoriya says uncertainly right as the ice in front of them explodes and Bakugo surges forward with a furious glare on his face. "Deku," he yells as he lunges toward Midoriya. "Go after the weapon." Midoriya shouts at Shoto as he bolts toward the nearest corridor and, as he said would happen, Bakugo chases after him. Foolish move. He should have gone after me. But Shoto simply lets Bakugo do whatever he wants as he turns and darts toward the stairs, not at all bothered by the slippery ice. He easily rounds the corner on the 2nd floor and bolts up the second set of stairs that will take him to 3rd floor and repeats the process until he reaches the 4th floor. An explosion erupts down below and Shoto lets loose a frosty breath as he taps the earpiece resting in his ear. "Midoriya, do you copy?" he says as he moves forward. He has to be cautious because he may have frozen the entire building, but there is no guarantee that Kaminari was frozen. He could have avoided being frozen like Bakugo did, or somehow managed to get free, or Bakugo could have gotten him free before going to the 1st floor. There is no way to know for sure, so Shoto knows it's better to be cautious. "I'm here," Midoriya says quietly. "I'm almost there," says Shoto. "But I don't know if Kaminari is frozen or not. How are things going with you?" Kaken is still chasing after me. "We're running out of time," says Midoriya. "I know. I can get to the weapon," says Shoto as he moves slowly toward the door. "Kaken," Midoriya says suddenly, and Shoto frowns because his partner sounds wary and uncertain. "He caught up with me, Todoroki. Get to the weapon. I'll handle things with Kaken." "Be careful," Shoto says as he swiftly makes his way toward the door. "Got it." Midoriya out. Shoto lowers his hand from the earpiece and makes his way toward the door, not sure what to expect beyond that door, but knowing he may find resistance, he may find a straight shot to the weapon. Either way, he is prepared to handle whatever comes next. Izuku lowers his hand from his earpiece as he jumps to his feet to face Bakugo. Part of his mask is already missing, but he ignores it just as he ignores the fear welling up within him. He just needs to keep Bakugo distracted because Todoroki is so close to claiming the weapon and just needs a little bit more time. "I'm not afraid of you anymore," he says firmly, glaring at his childhood friend. Bakugo grins sharply at him as he raises his gauntlet-covered arm. Guessing you know this from all your talking, but the sweat glands on my palms secrete something like nitroglycerine. That's how I make my explosions. Assuming they honored my design requests, this gauntlet's been storing that fluid. He aims the gauntlet at Izuku, who tenses. He won't die if it's not a direct hit. Bakugo yells and Izuku's eyes widen right as his childhood friend pulls the trigger, and he swiftly dodges to the side so that the explosion that tears through the hallway only clips him in the side. It's enough to burn through more of his costume and send him flying backwards several meters to crash hard into the wall behind him, while also causing a tremble to spear through the building. "Todoroki, are you okay?" he says swiftly into the earpiece as he scrambles to his feet. "I'm fine. That explosion kinda startled both me and Kaminari, but Kaminari seems like he's about to attack," says Todoroki. Izuku nods as he peers at Bakugo because he can't believe someone actually approved that to be part of his classmate's costume. "Use your quirk, Deku," Bakugo says with a sharp, feral grin. "I wanna crush you at your strongest. Come on now, Deku. You're not dead yet." An explosion he can direct forward. Guess he wanted a way to attack at range. "How are things on your end, Todoroki?" he asks as he rests a hand on his earpiece. "Oh, ignoring me, says Bakugo. Kaminari just unleashed the full voltage of his quirk. I'm behind a pillar, so I'm just waiting it out." "What about you?" Todoroki asks. "Time to P&D. Bakugo yells and surges forward. Izuku jumps to his feet. The movement is so swift that he isn't sure if he can dodge it or counter it, but he prepares to grab Bakugo's arm like he did earlier. But Bakugo must have anticipated that because he releases an explosion in front of Izuku and, flipping over him, unleashes an explosion right into his back. He gasps as his sent stumbling forward. "Here we go. Your old favorite. My right hook." Bakugo yells as his gauntlet slams into Izuku's side, and he, grabbing Izuku's arm, proceeds to unleashes a series of explosions as he spins in place. "Deku, you're nothing compared to me," he yells as he proceeds to slam Izuku hard into the ground, and he gasps at the sudden pain that erupts in his back. "He's not giving me time to think. DMN. He's just too strong." Izuku was hoping he wouldn't have to use his quirk, that he could get away without trying out those exercises Satoru taught him and seeing if they will work to ensure he doesn't break anything. But he needs to be able to think to regulate the use of his quirk and spread it evenly throughout his body. He can't do that now, when Bakugo isn't even giving him a chance to catch his breath, let alone think, let alone focus, let alone spread the power of his quirk throughout his body. "Kaminari is out of commission, Midoriya." "I'm almost to the weapon," says Todoroki. Izuku scrambles away. "Just a few more moments. Just a few more moments. Give Todoroki time to reach the weapon." "Why won't you use your quirk?" Bakugo yells. "You mocking me? Ever since we were kids. You always have." "Mocking you? Izuku never did that." "Sure, Satoru did that, and happily at that, but Izuku never did." "You're wrong," he begins. "I know you're looking down on me," says Bakugo. "Looking down on you? It's because you're awesome that I wanna beat you," Izuku says firmly. "I wanna win. I wanna beat you, you idiot. Stop looking at me like that, you demon nerd." Bakugo yells back and the two of them surge toward each other. Izuku tries to focus and, activating his quirk, he tries to spread it throughout his body evenly. He tries, but, before anything. "I've got it," Todoroki says calmly, and Izuku gasps as he stops and drops to the ground just in time for the explosion Bakugo unleashes to sail over his head, and just in time for All Might to declare in a chattering voice, "Hero team wins." There is pure silence as pieces of stone and shattered glass from the explosion that tore the wall behind Izuku to shreds falls to the ground. Bakugo stares in utter shock. Izuku scrambles to his feet, deactivating his quirk. He is satisfied because he did feel the power spread throughout his body evenly. He may not have used it, but he feels satisfied that he has made some progress. "Will both teams please return to the control room?" All Might states, sounding like his teeth are chattering still. Movement sounds and Izuku turns in time to see Todoroki making his way into the ruined room and guiding a dazed Kaminari right behind him. He is constantly giving them a thumbs up as an occasional way escapes his lips. Are you okay? Todoroki asks. Yeah, just some burns but I'll be fine, says Izuku and peers at Kaminari. Kaminari doesn't look so good though. I think he overused his quirk, says Todoroki, peering at Kaminari. Also, Todoroki, when you reach the control room, please thaw it out. All Might adds and Izuku muses it still sounds like his teeth are chattering. Oh, yes, of course, Todoroki says. Bakugo is still in a state of shock that, when the Medibots come to guide Kaminari away, they have to prod him before he gets moving as well. They make their way into the control room and it doesn't surprise Izuku at all that Satoru is at his side, immediately examining him with a critical eye, and it's probably a good thing his eyes are covered because they are probably blazing with murderous rage right now. He tries to reassure his brother that he's okay, but Satoru just guides him swiftly away from the still shocked Bakugo and continues to examine him. I'm fine, really. The burns aren't that bad, Izuku insists. He literally threw an explosion right at your face twice. Satoru exclaims. He missed the second time. He got part of you the first time though. It's fine, Satoru. No, it's not. And a certain teacher should have stopped it because, clearly, the match was going too far, Satoru adds, turning, and, even though his eyes are covered, All Might still shivers as if he can feel the piercing glare he's being given. Was it necessary for you to prolong that match when it was clear Bakugo was going overboard, even though you clearly stated that you would intervene if things were taken too far? So blowing up an entire room in that building was not considered too far. Well, All Might begins. Satoru, it's fine. Really, Izuku insists. We managed to get through the match without too many injuries, except for Kaminari, so it's fine. Satoru scoffs but yanks Izuku close to him and giving Bakugo "I'm watching you" gesture. Still went too far and hurt my cute baby brother too. Izuku groans because he doesn't think he is ever going to get his twin to stop calling him that, though adding on cute this time is new but just as embarrassing. For some reason, Tagata and Heido are looking at Satoru with curious and puzzled looks in their eyes that fades away a moment later. Good job, all of you though, says All Might. Now then, who can tell me who the MVP of this match? Man, I wanna be biased, but if you're looking for an unbiased answer, it was Todoroki, says Satoru with a huff. He was the one who stayed level-headed throughout the entire match. He was the one who managed to nearly prevent Kaminari from even moving. His skill with his quirk also left the weapon completely undamaged, and he even used his quirk to determine the location of the weapon and who was guarding it before he even unleashed that massive attack. He may have gone overboard with his quirk, such as freezing this entire control room on accident, but his control was pretty amazing. He also didn't overdo it by using his other side because that would have made matters dangerous by threatening to burn the entire building down. Kaminari overdid it with his quirk, which left him completely useless. The dumbass walking explosion, Bakugo, clearly prioritized attacking my cute baby brother, and, while Izuku kept the communication between him and Todoroki clear, he also focused entirely on Bakugo and not on the exercise itself. So, yeah, it was Todoroki. Izuku swats at his brother and, since his brother is still holding him, his swat succeeds in actually hitting his twin's arm. Correct, says All Might, giving them a thumbs up. I would also like to point out, Morozu says as she raises a hand, that firing such a powerful attack indoors was not a good idea. It disrupted the integrity of the building structure and could have caused the entire building to collapse, which, had this been a real-life situation, ran the risk of harming innocent people because it would have caused the nuclear weapon to go off. That is another thing Todoroki did well. He treated the entire exercise like the real-life situation it is supposed to simulate, thus keeping to the spirit of the exercise, whereas Bakugo and Midoriya's personal fight skirted the very spirit of the rules. Yes, that is also correct, says All Might, giving Yorozu a thumbs up as well. Bakugo snaps out of his shock at that and a furious expression crosses his face as he grips his hands into fists, but he says nothing. Now then, All Might declares. Let us move on to the final match. Team D will be the heroes and Team G will be the villains. Don't know how we can even compete with that, Zero says warily, glancing at Ida who adjusts his glasses. We are not competing with the previous matches. We are simply using what we know to go against our opponent and recover the weapon, or capture our opponents, as is the rules of this engagement, he says. Guess this means we're the villains, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 comments as she and 𝐼𝐻𝐸 swiftly dart out of the room to prepare. Due to the damage done to the building Izuku's own exercise took place in, the final match is taking place in a building a block away. They have to wait a bit longer to transfer the props to the new building, but it isn't long before the match is starting. This match ends up being far quicker than any of the others. While 𝐒𝐻𝐸's invisibility does allow her to sneak up on 𝐤𝐸 and 𝐈𝐷𝐷, and she does succeed in capturing 𝐤𝐸, 𝐈𝐷𝐷's speed not only allows him to completely avoid 𝐒𝐻𝐸 but also take the fight straight to 𝐼𝐻𝐸. And, while 𝐼𝐻𝐸 does try to fight him and is incredibly athletic and pretty accurate with her throws when it comes to her acid, 𝐈𝐷𝐷 is just far too quick for her to even hit him. He doesn't even stop to fight 𝐼𝐻𝐸, he just heads straight toward the nuclear weapon and grabs it. Hero team wins. All Might declares. Lackluster compared to the other ones, Kirishima comments. Pretty quick too, says Asui, touching her finger to her chin. 𝐈𝐷𝐷 was pretty awesome though, says Tagata with a grin. There was no damage to anyone either, 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 comments. Yeah. A certain walking explosion could learn a thing or two from this match, says Satoru with a huff. Bakugo glares at him but he ignores it. As the final two teams make their way into the control room, All Might gives them a thumbs up. Very well done. Now then, who can tell me who the MVP of this match was? He says. 𝐈𝐷𝐷, obviously, says 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸. Not only was he quick enough to avoid getting captured by 𝐒𝐻𝐸, but he also didn't hurt any of his opponents, or damage any part of the building, and completed the objective in a very quick and timely fashion. 𝐈𝐷𝐷 flushes in embarrassment and that flush deepens when All Might gives 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 a thumbs up and tells him that is correct. That is the conclusion of the heroics class and Izuku gathers along with the rest of his classmates right outside of the training field with All Might standing before them. Well done, everyone, All Might declares. No serious injuries. Great. Teamwork though. You all did splendidly, considering this was your first training exercise. Coming after Aizawa-sensei, such a straightforward class is almost a letdown, 𝐤𝐸 comments. We teachers are free to hold no-nonsense classes if we choose. Now I'm off. Change out of those costumes and head back to the classroom. All Might is gone so swiftly that he leaves behind a burst of air that slams into the class. He's in a hurry, Tagata muses in amusement. Izuku knows that's because he's at his limit. It seems like this heroics class was a success, even if Izuku will admit he can't get Bakugo's words out of his mind. His childhood friend thinks he looks down on him and, even though he didn't say anything during the match, Izuku has no doubt Bakugo thinks he lied to him about his quirk. He wants his former childhood friend to understand that he never lied to him, but, at the same time, he can't exactly tell him the truth. Everyone gathers in the classroom, though Bakugo is quick to leave after gathering his stuff together. Izuku watches him go and, chewing on his lower lip, swiftly darts after him. He can't just let it end like this. He needs to reassure his childhood friend that he didn't lie to him, that he would never lie to him. He barely notices it when Satoru asks him where he's going as he darts after Bakugo. "Kaken," he shouts, catching up with Bakugo right outside of the main building. "Ay!" Bakugo glares at him over his shoulder. Izuku hesitates. He hasn't told his mother or even Satoru about his secret. And yet, "I can't say much," he says. "But you should know this, at least. I got my quirk from someone else. I can't say from who, but this is like a conversation right out of a comic book. On top of that, I'm still struggling to learn how to use it right. This borrowed power. It's still a bit useless to me. That's why. I tried to beat you without it. But I couldn't, and if Todoroki hadn't won us the match when he did, I would have had to use it and probably end up hurting myself because I wasn't quite confident enough in what I have learned to apply it properly. I know I've got a ways to go, but I'm gonna make this power my own someday. And overcome you with my power." It takes Izuku only a moment to realize what he actually just said, and he pales because all he did was to tell him that he wasn't tricking him. And yet he just revealed something he didn't tell his mother. He didn't even tell Satoru, and his twin is usually the one he shares everything with. What the hell? Bakugo growls. Borrowed power. No clue what you're talking about, but I guess you're gonna just keep making a fool out of me, right? I mean, what the hell? I lost to you today. And if that weren't enough, I saw what that 𝐼𝐶BSTO did at the start of the match, and there's no way I can measure up to him either. And I've seen your DMN annoying snow-headed brother in action. I know I can't measure up to him or even that bun-headed BSTD who can control those nightmare fuel creatures. And Ponytail said it all really. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. He clenches his hands into fists. Why? You too, Deku. He lifts his head and glares at Izuku with such determination in his eyes. From here on, From on. Why hear me? I'm gonna beat you all. Enjoy your win. It'll never happen again. Damn it. He whirls around and storms off with that same furious posture even as he slouches and wipes his arm across his eyes. All Might suddenly surges past Izuku, causing him to jump in surprise, but he barely pays attention to what All Might says to Bakugo because his brother is suddenly at his side. He jumps and whirls around, eyes wide upon seeing Satoru peering at him over the rim of his dark sunglasses. Satoru, he begins. I followed you, Satoru says as he adjusts his glasses. Any particular reason why you decided to tell Bakugo about this so-called borrowed power of yours and not me? Izuku pales. Satoru leans back on the heels of his feet. I had a feeling something like this was the case, he says, and when Izuku pales even more and starts fidgeting nervously, he adds, did you forget about my 6 eyes, Izuku? Izuku's eyes widen because he did. He did forget about his brother's 6 eyes. He was so focused on learning how to control All Might's power, and using those exercises Satoru gave him, that he didn't put into perspective Satoru would be able to read the flow of his quirk energy. His 6 eyes would feed his brain any and every piece of information on his new quirk, so, of course, 6 eyes would have noticed how similar Izuku's new quirk is to All Might's. But you didn't say anything beforehand, he begins, eyes wide. Cause I didn't think it was possible to borrow someone else's quirk, says Satoru. So I just played along with your explanation about you being a late bloomer, cause the alternative just didn't make sense. But when you go and tell that walking explosion that your power is borrowed, rather than claiming you're a late bloomer like you did with me and Mom, and you sound far more sincere with those words than you did with your explanation to me, I knew I had to take it more seriously. So I started looking into what information 6 Eyes gave me when you first awakened your new quirk, and I noticed it. The similarities aren't just similarities. Izuku, the flow of your quirk energy is identical to the flow of All Might's quirk energy. Izuku swallows. Izuku, why do you have All Might's quirk? Satoru asks quietly. Izuku panics because he doesn't know how he is supposed to respond to that. It's supposed to be All Might's secret. It's not supposed to be something he can just tell anyone, and, even though he may have suggested that truth to Bakugo, he didn't outright say that truth out loud. And yet Satoru literally just threw that truth straight into his face. He didn't even ask if he really had All Might's quirk. He asked why as if he already knew, for a fact, that Izuku's new quirk is All Might, but was trying to figure out how and why that happened. What do I say? What am I supposed to say? Young Satoru, young Izuku, All Might declares as he appears in front of them with that beaming smile on his face. And why are you still here? Should you not be heading home soon? Oh, we will, Satoru says and turns to face All Might, and, to Izuku's surprise, he removes his dark sunglasses and fixes the full force of his mesmerizing and vibrant 6 eyes on All Might. But I want to know one thing, All Might. Why does Izuku have your quirk? Izuku is grateful Satoru has the forethought to say his question quietly to where only he and All Might can hear. All Might tenses. I didn't tell him, says Izuku quickly. But, All Might, I didn't take into account his 6 eyes. His 6 eyes lets him perceive the flow of quirk energy and read it, and that information is fed directly to his brain. And, Izuku, we're not having this conversation out in public, says Satoru, cutting Izuku off but not taking his vibrant gaze off All Might. Let's go home. Mom's not home from work today, so we can have this conversation without being overheard. I, personally, don't like keeping this from Mom, but something tells me we gotta have this conversation first before we think about telling Mom. All Might lets loose a breath. Very well, he says. I suppose if your quirk really does let you perceive quirk energy, then you would notice the similarities. So we can talk about this at your home. Satoru nods while Izuku lets loose soft breath, glad that All Might doesn't seem upset by the fact that Satoru is about to find out his greatest secret, or by the fact that Izuku nearly revealed the truth to Bakugo too. But he doesn't know if All Might knows he did nearly reveal that truth to his childhood friend or not. Young Midoriya, what exactly did you say to young Bakugo? All Might asks. Izuku panics again. Oh, just wanted to tell him that I didn't lie to him and that the power was borrowed, but I didn't really mean to say that. All Might studies him but finally nods. Well, it doesn't seem like he believed you anyway, so it's fine, he says. You should be more careful about who you tell about this. Why? Yeah, I know. The dingy bar is quiet. Walls are cracked. Dust covers pretty much every single surface, except for the bar where a tall warp gate with a silver metal plating around his neck, a perfectly tailored white suit, and glowing yellow eyes is currently cleaning a wine glass. In front of him is a young man dressed in black with pale grey hands placed around his arms and his neck, with a single hand resting over his face. His pale blue hair is a mess on his head and his crimson eyes peers past the single hand as he studies the newspaper resting in his hand, a single finger raised so as to not touch the paper. All Might to teach at UA High School. The headline cuts across the main page of the newspaper and Tomura Shigaraki scowls as his eyes trace over the words again. The hero name resting in the headline is enough to cause anger to rush through him. That name never ceases to cause that familiar rush of anger. You see this? He's a teacher now, he says as he slams the newspaper down. His companion hums and tilts his head to the side ever so slightly. The symbol of peace, a teacher, here. The other occupant of the room says thoughtfully from where he is leaning against the wall with his long legs stretched out in front of him. His dark blonde hair falls over his eyes, but he simply brushes them aside and Tomura briefly studies the stitches wrapping around his head like a crown. How ironic that the strongest in this time is a teacher too. You don't make sense, Tomura growls. But sensei insists that you be allowed to stay and help, though I don't need your help. Arrogant to a fault, the other man says as he tilts his head to the side and curls his upper lip. I can't say I'm thrilled to be working with you, but he sees potential in you, so I guess I want to see if that potential can really flourish as he thinks it will. Still though, are you sure you're up for the task of killing the symbol of peace? Of course I am, says Tomura as he tilts his head toward the massive dark blue-skinned creature crouched at the far end of the dingy bar, its brain exposed and its teeth bared in a snarl. Or, rather, my weapon is up to the task. You sure you don't want extra help? I know some who would kill for the chance to kill the symbol of peace. TCH. I've already gathered enough grunts. I don't need more. Fine then. But do me a favor. There are 4 individuals who are part of the class you will be attacking that I want you to pay special attention to. I have my suspicions about them and I want those suspicions confirmed, says the other man. What the hell do you want me to do with 4 random brats? Tomura says with a huff. Oh, nothing much. Just have your grunts try and kill them. If my suspicions are true, then they will survive, and I will learn far more about them than you may think. If they die, then no harm no foul, says the other man. Fine. Whatever. If it'll keep you from sticking your nose into my business for a while, I'll agree, Tomura huffs. Who are they? The other man reaches into his pocket and pulls out 4 pictures as he says, Megumi Heido, Yuji Tagata, Suguru Amajiki, and Satoru Midoriya. He holds out the pictures, casting a sidelong glance toward the television screen as if expecting a response. Tomura is more than a little surprised when the screen turns on. We have discussed this, his MSDR's voice sounds through the television screen. For the time being, I do not wish for the Midoriya twins to be harmed and, Tomura, that goes for you as well. Whatever. Tomura grumbles as he takes the 4 photos and studies them. One is of a stoic black-haired boy with sharp dark blue eyes. One is of a pink-haired boy with energetically bright brown eyes. One is of a calm black-haired boy with bangs covering one of his purple eyes. And one is of a familiar white-haired boy with dark sunglasses that cover his eyes. Ain't that last boy the one that 10 million yen bounty was placed on last year, he asks. A bounty. His MSDR's voice is low and cold. He has quite the powerful gift that became known throughout the criminal underworld, and someone decided that such a gift was too dangerous, so they decided to try and take out the one who holds that gift, says the other man. And you wouldn't happen to know this someone? I don't have a clue who it is. Tomura has this odd feeling the other man does know but isn't about to say so out loud. But, since that is only a feeling, he pushes it aside. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. It's not as if that bounty matters anymore, considering it was taken down last April when all attempts failed. Even though, according to the rumors, one attempt nearly succeeded, but the boy, somehow, managed to heal himself. So no one attempted after that because it's pointless to go after a boy with a self-healing quirk. And, rest assured, if my suspicions are right, the twins won't be harmed, says the other man. You had best hope that to be true. We have an alliance, but, should our respective goals begin to go against each other's, that alliance will be dissolved. Won't that be interesting, says the other man with a sharp grin. I strongly suggest we let the alliance we have flourish for the time being. I know you live for the chaos and enjoy watching the world struggle to handle whatever chaos you successfully unleash, but, for the time being, let's leave things as they are. Fine. Fine. But only for the time being, cause I might just get too bored with following your way and go out on my own. I've lived a really long time, all for one, but this age is, by far, the most interesting I've encountered in a very long time. I can't wait to see the kind of chaos that is going to unfold soon. So long as our alliance remains for the time being, and so long as you do not impede my successor's progress or go after the Midoriya twins, I don't care what you do, Kenjaku. Kenjaku smirks as he leans back in his seat, brushing his dark blonde hair out of his eyes. Sure, he says and tilts his head toward Tomura. But, truth be told, I am looking forward to seeing how your plan works out. Mind if I tag along? Tomura huffs. Just don't intervene unless I tell why you can, he says. Yeah, whatever. I don't like taking orders from anyone, but I guess I can make an exception, Kenjaku says in a tone of voice that suggests he isn't exactly happy with his decision but isn't going to protest. Truth be told, Tomura doesn't mind having Kenjaku around because he knows the other man's quirk is incredibly powerful and can be helpful. After all, it isn't every day that he stumbles upon a quirk capable of freezing time. Sure, it's only temporary and only affects whatever is within Kenjaku's range, but, considering Kenjaku's range is pretty large, that is still powerful. He supposes that's why a part of him is fine with Kenjaku being around. He may not like the young man, but he does like the power he brings to the table. But he is confident he won't need Kenjaku's power. He has his Nomu after all, and Nomu was bioengineered to fight All Might at full power. If those rumors are true and All Might really is weaker, than Nomu will be more than a match for him. And that means Tomura may be one step closer to killing the symbol of peace and bringing an end to the Age of All Might. Satoru huffs as he tries to weave his way through the crowd of reporters gathered in front of Yu High School while practically dragging his brother behind him. Both of them are currently engulfed by the protective power of infinity, so no one who attempts to forcibly stop them to ask their questions are able to touch them. That doesn't stop them from stepping in front of the twins and continuing to ask their questions as if the two teens aren't trying to avoid them. Maybe we should try and answer some of their questions, Izuku says as Satoru sidesteps around another reporter and drags Izuku with him. Nah. They're annoying and I don't think they're gonna just stop after we give them some answers, says Satoru with a huff as he weaves around another group of reporters. He huffs out a breath of relief upon seeing the main gates of Yu Good. We're almost there. Hey, we might actually be on time today. We would have been on time yesterday if you didn't stop at that bakery, Izuku deadpans and shivers, probably because he still remembers when Aizawa just gave them that stern, disappointed look when they stumbled into the classroom 10 minutes after the bell-beginning class rang. That look hadn't fazed Satoru at all. What can I say? Those crepes looked good, says Satoru. Here. Your sweet tooth is going to land us in detention, Satoru, Izuku says with a sigh as they finally reach the gates and are quick to dart past them. They aren't the only ones who are darting past the gates at that time, and Tagata huffs. Man, they're like vultures, he exclaims. I tried to answer their questions and they just kept on pushing and pushing like they didn't believe my answers. To be fair, you were talking about All Might as a hero, not as a teacher, 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 says as he comes to Tagata's side. It's the same thing. To them, it's not. Tagata rolls his eyes. Get lost, you annoying idiots. Ochako is gonna be late if you don't move your buttes. A voice yells and Satoru turns in time to see Nobara Uraraka shoving her way through the crowd with a cessed-off expression on her face. She practically drags Ochako Uraraka, who is giving the reporters the older Uraraka just shoved past an apologetic look, right behind her. You didn't even give them a chance to move, Nobara, Uraraka points out. TCH. They shouldn't have been crowding the area in front of the gates anyway, says the older Uraraka with a roll of her orange-colored eyes. She gives Satoru, Izuku, Tagata, and 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 a short wave and walks off, adding, well, I got YA past the reporters. See YA after classes, Ochako. Have fun. You too, Nobara, Uraraka calls, to which her sister waves a hand at her. Satoru watches her go and muses Nobara Uraraka has a similar feisty attitude that makes him think of Nobara Kujisaki from his last life. While he still doesn't know if they really are the same person, if Nobara really was reincarnated, they are still very similar in terms of their personality from what he has observed in his brief encounters with her anyway. He shakes that thought away, and shoves aside the nostalgia, as he turns, watching in amusement when Ida is cornered by the reporters and starts a long-winded answer that allows time for the vast majority of their class, and half of their sister class 1B, to slip onto the campus. All of you, get to class, Aizawa says as he walks toward them with his hands tucked into the pockets of his hero costume. I'll handle the reporters. I kinda feel sorry for him, Satoru muses as he turns and starts heading toward the main building with Izuku darting after him. No you don't, he says in amusement. No, I don't, Satoru agrees. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 snorts in amusement. I say they deserve what's coming to them, he says. And I don't mean Aizawa-sensei. You mean the barrier, here. Tagata says. Yep. Barrier. Izuku echoes. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 hums as he nods his head. The U barrier, he says. It's a protective measure designed to keep those who don't have proper clearance, such as a student ID, off the campus. My brother told me about it a few years ago. If those reporters are stupid enough to try and follow us or Aizawa, then the barrier will stop them. Probably startle the heck out of 'em too. I kinda feel sorry for 'em, Tagata admits, and Satoru can readily believe he is being genuine in his concern. I don't, 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 deadpans, and Satoru can readily believe he is being genuine in his lack of concern. He is proving himself to be more and more like the Suguru Satoru once knew, even having the same mindset of protecting and defending the weak because that is what the strong are supposed to do that Suguru had while he was still a student. Satoru finds himself hoping nothing happens to change that mindset, to cause 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐸 to spiral down the same path the Suguru Ghetto from Satoru's last life spiraled down. They enter the classroom and move toward their seats, and Satoru leans against it, peering out the window as he studies the massive wall that is currently encircling the campus. He figures that's the U barrier, which means someone was stupid enough to try and follow Aizawa onto the campus. Well, they reap what they've sown, he guesses. The door opens as the first bell rings and Aizawa, who looks a bit irritated, makes his way into the classroom and places a stack of papers on the desk. Right, let's begin, he says as he straightens up. Good work with yesterday's battle training. I've looked over your grades and evaluations. Bakugo. Bakugo looks up. Grow up already. Stop wasting your talent, Aizawa says. Got it, Bakugo growls. Midoriya, Aizawa says, turning his perpetually tired eyes to the twins, and, when Satoru casts a glance at him, he adds, the one that isn't insufferable. Satoru hums and turns his gaze back to the window. You may have avoided breaking anything during the battle training, says Aizawa. But you need to learn how to control your quirk. Trying isn't going to cut it. You do have potential, assuming you can overcome this. Work at it. Izuku looks up at that. Okay, he says firmly. Midoriya, the one who is insufferable, Aizawa adds, and Satoru casts a glance toward him. Try and work more with your classmates. Don't let them do all the work. Satoru huffs, sulking a little at being called out for that, even if he was helping in his own way. Yeah, he says. 𝐼𝐺𝐿 snorts and promptly ducks to avoid the eraser. Satoru, not at all discreetly, uses blue to chug at his head. Midoriya, Aizawa stresses with a twitching eyebrow. What? That could have been anyone, says Satoru with a shrug, and when Aizawa gives him an unimpressed look, he huffs and leans back in his seat. Fine. I won't throw random items at my classmates with my quirk anymore, unless they are Bakugo. Bakugo glares at him for that. Aizawa just keeps on giving him that unimpressed stare. Fine. Even Bakugo, Satoru grumbles, sulking a little bit. How are we twins? Izuku groans as he buries his face into his hands. I've asked myself that question every day since I met you too, Aizawa deadpans. Anyway, on to homeroom business. Sorry for the sudden announcement, but today, everyone freezes and Satoru raises an eyebrow, wondering why everyone is suddenly worried. You'll pick a class president, Aizawa adds, and the classroom explodes into cacophony as everyone clamors over their longing to be the class president. I'd like to do it. Jiru calls, raising her hand. I wanna be president. Lemme do it. Zero yells as he waves his hand. I'll do it. Kirishima exclaims. I wanna be a leader. Ashido cries, waving her hand frantically. I'll do it. Tagata cries. Izuku raises his hand slowly, looking nervous, mostly because Bakugo is being his usual loud self that's screaming that they should pick him. Satoru reaches over and grabs his brother's hand, lifting it a bit higher. Gotta be a bit louder if you wanna be heard, Izuku, he says. Don't you want it too? Izuku asks. Satoru laughs lightly. Me and responsibility go together like oil and water. That's the last thing I wanna do, he says as he leans back in his seat. It's the honest truth. This position may be one that will allow the chosen hero in training to lead the class, but it also comes with a great deal of responsibility. Izuku, on the other hand, has the makings of a true leader. He has the compassion, he has the brilliance, and he has the likability. And, more importantly, he is responsible and the kind of person who will always be there for those he is leading. Quiet down everyone. Ida declares loudly, and, as everyone goes quiet and turns toward him, he adds, leading this many is a task of heavy responsibility. But ambition does not equate ability. This sacred office demands the trust of its constituents. If this is to be a democracy, then I put forward the motion that our true leader must be chosen by election. Of course, as he says that, Satoru snorts at the realization that his hand is raised higher than everyone else's. This is a classroom, not a congress. Zero protests. Though I agree with Ida, says 𝐼𝐺𝐿 calmly, and Satoru notices he isn't raising his hand either. If someone gets multiple votes, then that would be a good indication that they have the trust of more than just themselves, since we would have the opportunity to vote for ourselves during this election after all. So true, Suguru. Tagata exclaims, giving 𝐼𝐺𝐿 a thumbs up and a bright smile. Too bright, Heido murmurs. Will you allow this, sensei? Ida exclaims. However you do it. Just make it quick, Aizawa, who is currently zipping himself up into his yellow sleeping bag, says, and promptly flops onto the ground. Then let us do it that way, says Ida firmly. So loud, Tokuami deadpans. Everyone is given a piece of paper to write down who they think should be the class president, and Aizawa, who reluctantly drags himself free from his sleeping bag once Ida declares that all the votes have been gathered, gathers the votes and counts them. Izuku lets out a shriek in shock upon seeing he has 4 votes, and Satoru grins because, of course, one of those votes is his. He has this odd feeling he knows of who the other 2 votes belong to, since he has no doubt Izuku voted for himself, but he keeps it quiet. I have 4 votes, he exclaims. What the? Who the hell voted for Deku? Bakugo exclaims. Well, it's not like we're gonna vote for you, you walking explosion. Satoru deadpans and ignores the fiery glare Bakugo gives him, though he does see Uraraka whistling innocently nearby. Just as he suspected, she was one of the other 2 votes, and he has a feeling Ida is the one who gave him his 4th vote. 0 votes. I thought as much. This is the harsh reality of this sacred office, says Ida. So you voted for someone else? Yaoyorozu says in puzzlement. Seems legit. Go for it, Izuku. I know you're gonna do great. Tagata says with a grin and a thumbs up at the incredibly nervous Izuku. So positive. Yeah, he really does remind me of the Yuji of my last life. Satoru shakes the thought away and nudges his brother when it's clear his brother doesn't want to move and is still shaking like the ball of nervous anxiety he is. Reluctantly, Izuku extracts himself from the desk and stumbles toward the head of the classroom to join Yorozu, who looks a bit disappointed even though she got 3 votes herself. Fine. So your president's Midoriya, the one that isn't insufferable, and your vice president is Yorozu, Aizawa deadpans. Are you really gonna refer to both of us like that all the time, Aizawa-sensei? Satoru says in amusement. 'Cause I get the feeling that's gonna get old soon. Is this like the first time you've ever had twins in your class? Aizawa huffs. No. Usually, I refer to them by their given names but only with permission, he says simply. Well, you have my permission if it'll make it easier. You just don't want to be called insufferable all year long, Amagiki says in amusement. Don't expose me, Amagiki, Satoru whines and, when Amagiki gives him an unrepentant smirk, he sulks a little bit. If it'll make it easier. You can call me by my given name too, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku, who is still a bundle of nervous anxiety, stammers out. Very well. Nonetheless, the results are the same. Izuku is the class president. Yorozu is the vice president. Izuku lets out a little squeak while Yorozu just lets out a soft sigh. Later that day finds the students of Class 1A navigating their way around the packed confines of the cafeteria. Izuku is walking alongside his brother, Uraraka, and Ida while still attempting to wrap his mind around the revelation that 3 of his classmates actually think he will make a good class president. It's been the thing that's been on the forefronts of his mind all morning and he just can't fathom what he did to earn that kind of respect from 3 of his classmates. Well, 2 anyway, as he is positive Satoru was one of the ones who voted for him and he already has a good idea of why his brother voted for him. The 4 of them manage to find a table by the windows that is completely empty and they sit down. Uraraka is across from Izuku while Ida and Satoru sit across from each other. Satoru immediately goes for the dorayaki resting on his tray and Izuku gives him a long look. Honestly, Satoru. At least save that for last, he deadpans. But it looks so good. Satoru protests with a pout. Satoru, fine. Satoru reluctantly starts eating the bowl of soba he also has resting on his tray and Izuku, satisfied that his brother isn't going to stuff himself full of only sweets again, returns his attention to his food. Hey, can we sit with YA? At the sound of Tagata's voice, Izuku looks up to find Tagata, Amagiki, and surprisingly enough, Heido standing by the table with their trays resting in their hands. Heido looks like he would much rather be somewhere else but, at the same time, a quick glance around the cafeteria shows that there aren't any other tables available. We haven't been able to find a table where all of us can sit, Tagata explains. Sure. I don't mind, Uraraka says. Yes. We have enough room so that is quite all right, Ida says. Satoru swallows a bite of noodles and immediately reaches his chopsticks toward the dorayaki. Satoru, Izuku says with a stern look. Fine. Satoru sulks a bit even as he goes back to eating the soba but he waves his free hand toward Tagata, Amagiki, and Heido. I don't care if YA sit with us. Great, thanks. Tagata says. He and Heido sit on Ida's other side while Amagiki slides into the seat next to Satoru, resting his tray on which is a bowl of cold soba on the table. Man, this place is packed as usual, Uraraka says as she digs into her rice. Besides the hero course, there are also students form the support course and business course. We all come together for lunch, says Ida. And the food is amazing too, Tagata says as he happily digs into his katsudon while Heido is, far more slowly, eating some ginger pork. Yeah, lunch rush is amazing. He can pretty much make anything, Izuku says. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta get his autograph. It's a wonder you didn't get the autograph of all of our teachers, says Satoru with a grin. Oh dang it. I knew I forgot to do something. Izuku pouts as he eats his own katsudon. He planned on getting the autographs of all of his teachers but, Since he was so distracted by the revelation of being elected the new class president, it just slipped his mind. He'll have to try and fix that tomorrow. Satoru laughs. But, really, I'm rather worried about whether or not I can be class president, Izuku adds as he puts his bowl down. You can, says Uraraka with a firm nod. Worry not, says Ida. You're gonna be just fine, baby bro, Satoru says and laughs when Izuku goes to swat him, only for his hand to get caught by Infinity. Didn't you want to be president too, Ida? Uraraka asks, peering at the dark blue-haired boy. You've got glasses and everything. Izuku tilts his head to the side. Uraraka really just says whatever pops into her head, here. I'm surprised this one didn't go for it, says Tagata, pointing at Amajiki. Didn't see the point since there were others who were clearly more suited for the position than me, says Amajiki. Who did you even vote for? Yorozu. Here. I did notice Yorozu got 3 votes. Midoriya, your grit and decisiveness in a pinch make you perfectly suited to lead us all, Ida adds firmly. That's why I voted for you. One of those votes was you. Izuku is a bit surprised by that. Again, ambition and suitability are different matters, Ida explains as he puts his glass of orange juice on the table. I humbly made the choice I felt was correct. Humbly? The way you talk, Ida, are you a rich kid? Asks Uraraka. A rich kid? Izuku and Uraraka peer at Ida in unison with each other. I don't like people to know, so I try to hide it, but, yes, mine is a renowned hero family, says Ida. And I am the second son. Whoa! Cool! Izuku and Uraraka exclaim in unison. Ingenium, right? Satoru says, and, when Ida glances at him in surprise and Izuku gasps with his eyes going wide, he adds, your flow of quirk energy is near identical to Ingenium's. The only difference is that, while Ingenium's flow of quirk energy is entered around his arms, yours is centered around your legs. But it has the same engine feel to it, I suppose. It's hard to really describe flows honestly. Whoa, how'd you know that? Tagata exclaims. Satoru points to his sunglass-covered eyes. My 6 eyes are a part of my quirk that lets me perceive the flow of quirk energy and feeds my mind all sorts of information about that quirk and its flow. Whoa! That's so cool. Heido studies Satoru intently, brow furrowing, and Amajiki is also studying Satoru with a small frown on his lips. But, before they say anything, Ida adjusts his glasses and says, but, yes, you are correct. I am Ingenium's little brother. So cool. Izuku says, deciding not to worry about why Heido and Amajiki are giving Satoru those curious and puzzled looks. He leads the people with his unwavering adherence to rules and regulations. A truly beloved hero. It's my admiration for my brother that's inspired my own longing to become a hero. Though I realize I'm not yet ready to lead anyone. He gives Izuku a small smile as he adds, as the superior candidate, it was right that the role so go to you, Izuku. Izuku and Uraraka stare at him before Uraraka says, never seen you smile before, Ida. Hey, is that so? I smile on occasion, says Ida swiftly. Izuku smiles faintly. Just like I have Satoru and All Might, Ida has Ingenium. As I thought, An alarm starts blaring, startling everyone. Tagata yelps and nearly jumps out of his chair while Heido and Amajiki start and Izuku, Ida, and Uraraka WHP their heads around while Satoru winces. Security level 3 has been broken. All students please evacuate in an orderly fashion. Pandemonium descends as everyone scrambles to their feet and starts bolting toward the nearest exit. What's security level 3? Ida calls to one of the upperclassmen nearby. It means someone's infiltrated the building. Hasn't happened in my 3 years here, the upperclassman calls back. Anyway, hurry up and get out of here. Izuku scrambles to his feet and yelps as he finds himself nearly swept away by the flow of students rushing to get out of the cafeteria. He feels a hand snag his arm and Satoru is at his side, clearly trying to avoid being swept away. He yanks Izuku closer to him as they struggle to get through the crowd. With everyone running and shoving at anyone in their way, it's absolute chaos in the hallways laying outside of the cafeteria. Everyone is screaming. Everyone is pushing. Oh. Oh. Stop shoving. Wait, I'm gonna fall. I said quit pushing. A yelp sounds and Izuku winces when he sees Uraraka get smacked upside the head by an elbow nearby while Heido had just been shoved into Tagata, nearly taking both of them off their feet while Amagiki only just barely manages to get to Satoru's and Izuku's side. Ida is slammed against a window and Izuku winces when he feels a particular hard shove that sends him tumbling into Satoru. Both of them yelp as they are shoved again and they crash into Amagiki and all three of them go tumbling straight through an open door. Izuku ends up right across his brother's back while his brother is literally laying right on top of Amagiki. Satoru and Amagiki stare at each other and there is a faint pink dusting on Amagiki's face. Satoru tilts his head to the side. Well, didn't think you'd fall for me that quickly, he says teasingly. You fell into me, Amagiki deadpans. Same difference. It isn't even remotely the same. Izuku, scrambling off his brother's back, darts toward the door and peers past it in the hope of trying to find one of his friends, or even one of his classmates, and try to get them out of the stampede outside before they get hurt. He spots Ashido getting shoved against the wall nearby and, grabbing her arm, pulls her into the room and into safety. Thanks, Izuku, Ashido exclaims. Man, it's absolute chaos out there. I nearly go knocked down like 3 times. Are you okay? Izuku asks as, out of the corner of his eye, he sees Amagiki shove Satoru off him and sit up while Satoru, snickering, scrambles to his feet. He does hold out a hand to Amagiki who takes it and pulls himself to his feet. Yeah, I'm okay, says Ashido. Izuku nods and peers past the door, gasping as he sees Ida suddenly float above the students' heads. He activates his quirk and it sends him spinning over the crowd of students until he slams right into the wall above the exit, adopting a pose very similar to the posture of the person on the emergency exit sign. Everyone! Ida declares loudly, firmly. Everything's fine. It's just the press. There's nothing to panic about. We're fine. This is UA. Behave in a way befitting this great institution. Izuku gazes with wide-eyed amazement at Ida whose actions and quick, firm words are enough to calm the masses and stop the stampede. He smiles softly at the way the taller boy took command of the situation, at the way he handled it quickly, calmly, and effectively, at the way he took responsibility for it and led the students to a solution that brought an end to the chaos. Ida, I think you are far more ready to be a leader than you think you are. Maybe you do have faith in me, but I think I'm more comfortable giving this position to you because I don't think I'm quite ready for it just yet. After the break-in, everyone gathers in the classroom. Paul Kirishima and Kaminari are covered in footprints and Tagata is rubbing his back while waving off the apologetic murmurs Heido is giving him. But, other than that, Izuku is glad to see no one got injured from the stampede before Ida was able to take control of the situation. Izuku is still nervous as he moves to stand in front of the classroom with Yorozu, but he knows, in his heart, he is making the right decision. He takes a deep breath, try to calm his anxiety down, even though he can still feel the slight tremble in his hands. Well, it's time to choose the other student council members, but, before that, this is important. I believe that Ida is better suited to be class president. Ida jars his head up while everyone else murmurs among themselves. You all saw how well he led everyone in that crisis earlier, says Izuku, gaining more strength in his voice as he speaks. I think he's the correct choice for the job. Ah. Sounds good. Ida really showed his stuff back in the cafeteria, Kirishima says. Heck yeah. He took control of the situation really well. Tagata exclaims. He kept calm the entire time, which was essential to help calm the crowd down, Heido says. He was like a beacon pointing to the emergency exit. Kaminari exclaims. Whatever. Just get on with it. What a waste of time, Aizawa says, startling everyone who hadn't realized he was still awake even though he is currently propped up in the corner and hadn't moved once since class began. Ida hesitates, then rises to his feet. Then I will accept the job, he declares. You can do it, Mr. Exit Sign, Zero cheers. Exit Sign Ida. Do your best. Ashido cries cheerfully and everyone starts cheering as Izuku darts away from the front and retakes his seat. Satoru leans toward him. I still think you would have done a good job yourself, but I get where you're coming from with 𝐈𝐲, he says. He grins and adds, pretty sure he's stuck with 𝐻𝐸𝐷 as his new nickname though, and that's hilarious. You would find that funny, Izuku says with fond exasperation. Satoru just laughs and shrugs. I am who I am, he says brightly. Toshinori Yagi swiftly makes his way over the various buildings, clad in his pinstripe yellow and black suit. It's already 7:30 and he knows he needs to get to you as quickly as possible because today is a very important exercise for his hero classes. They are going to be doing rescue training today and they are going to be doing that at a new location and with 13. But, at the same time, Toshinori can't ignore the calls for help that he hears as he makes his commute. So far, he's already stopped 3 crimes that were in progress and he knows he is getting to the point where he won't be able to use his power anymore. He hopes he will still have enough energy to, at least, get through his heroics class today. But, still, he's noticed that his speed is dropping, that has been weakening ever since he passed on his power to Midoriya. As he moves, his thoughts drift to his conversation with the Midoriya twins, so you know. Toshinori said once he and the Midoriya twins were gathered in the living room of their apartment. Izuku placed a tray of tea on the table while Satoru threw himself into the armchair as he adjusted the sunglasses resting over his eyes. Toshinori couldn't help but shiver because those eyes were so vibrant and held within them so much power and so much knowledge that they seemed to pierce through his very soul. He tried not to focus on how unnerving Satoru Midoriya's eyes are as he focused on the reason why he was in the middle of the Midoriya's living room to begin with. I had a feeling, said Satoru with a shrug. When Izuku first came home after the entrance exam, I noticed the flow of quirk energy around him. He's my twin and I knew the flow of his non-quirk energy very well cause of how close we are. He's been quirkless his entire life, so to suddenly see quirk energy around him, and quirk energy that is so similar to yours, I knew something was up. But he said he was a late bloomer and, cause he didn't want to tell me the truth, I just let it go. At least until I heard Izuku tell Bakugo about his power being borrowed, then I knew I had to take what information my 6 eyes was feeding me more seriously. So I sorted back through that information and found out Izuku's quirk isn't just similar to yours. It's identical. So why does Izuku have your quirk? Toshinori let loose a soft breath. There was no denying he couldn't get out of explaining matters. But it was better that he explain matters to Satoru directly. Very well. I will explain everything, he said. Satoru tilted his head to the side. Like why your quirk energy is greatly overshadowing your non-quirk energy. I've only ever seen that happen. With sick people, or people who are injured badly, he said. You perceive much with those eyes of yours, said Toshinori as he relaxed and let go of his muscle form, adopting his normal emaciated form instead. Satoru didn't even flinch. That explains a lot, he mused. Toshinori sank into the couch. What I'm about to tell you is something you cannot repeat to anyone, he said and proceeded to explain about the fight that costed him his entire stomach along with various other injuries. He finished with, I can only be a hero for 3 hours a day. On the day I met you and your brother, I had reached my limit by the time I stumbled upon the slime villain who was holding young Bakugo hostage. I kept on telling myself I was at my limit, that I couldn't do anything. But both you and Izuku sprang into action and made me realize that I was wrong to think like that. That, as a pro, I must always risk my life to save someone else's life. I guess that's your philosophy or whatever, Satoru mused. It is not yours. Satoru tilted his head back. Saving everyone is an idealistic goal, cause you can't save who you can't reach, but I believe you can't save someone who isn't prepared to be saved, he said. Anyway, that's not the point. So what does this have to do with why my brother has your quirk? Yes, I was getting to that. Toshinori decided against thinking about Satoru's thoughts on saving people and focused on the matter at hand. So, because of that, I saw the potential within Izuku. I came to this city in search of a successor, someone to inherit my power, and, after seeing Izuku's actions that day, I knew I had found my successor. So I offered it to him and he accepted. My quirk is known as One for All. One person cultivates the power and passes it on, and the process repeats to form a crystalline network of power that can be used to save those who need it. One for all is like a sacred torch that I passed on to Izuku. A power capable of being passed on to others, here. Satoru said. Here. I can understand why you wouldn't want anyone to know about this power. It's pretty powerful. Let me guess, it gets stronger as it is passed on, so it's probably really strong within Izuku right now. Yes. That explains the broke bones, cause this little idiot was in an all-or-nothing state. Seriously, though, if you're gonna pass on a quirk to someone who has been quirkless their entire lives, you should not have expected him to be able to use it, and correctly at that, right away. Especially not one that's as powerful as this one. Good thing I taught him some of those control exercises that I learned when I was a kid, and it seems to have helped a little bit. I haven't tried using it yet though, said Izuku. But you are spreading it more evenly throughout your body, which you didn't do at all during the assessment test and probably not during the entrance exam either, so that's progress right there. Good job, baby bro. Izuku threw a pillow at Satoru's face. It literally stopped mere centimeters from the white-haired boy's face as he laughed, grabbed the pillow out of midair, and chugged it back at his brother. You taught him? Toshinori echoed. Satoru shrugged. Yeah. Felt like a good idea, he said. You were pretty patient with me too, Satoru, Izuku said with a faint smile as he put the pillow back down on the couch. Do you want to be a teacher someday, young Satoru? Asked Toshinori curiously. Satoru tensed at that, then relaxed and tilted his head back. I don't actually know, he admitted, and Toshinori was surprised to hear hints of nostalgic sadness and even traces of guilt in his tone. Being a teacher? I guess it kinda feels right, but, at the same time, I just don't know. Realizing the somber mood that was starting to fall over Satoru, Toshinori decided to not press that subject. Well, you still have a few more years left to decide, he said. But, for now, I trust you to keep this to yourself. Yeah. Still think you should tell Mom, but I guess I can understand why too many people knowing would be a bad thing. I am glad you understand that. Even if Toshinori isn't quite certain it's a good idea for Satoru to know the truth, he knows he had no choice but to tell him because of Satoru's quirk. It's pretty amazing to know that Satoru's 6 eyes are capable of perceiving the flow of quirk energy and even feeds information about that quirk directly into Satoru's brain. It makes Toshinori wonder just how much information his brain is constantly being fed on a day-to-day basis, or if the fact that he keeps his eyes covered all the time helps to either slow down or stop that flow of information. But he shakes that thought away as he focuses. He is getting close to you when another scream for help sounds. He grimaces, but he cannot ignore a cry for help, so he turns and immediately heads off in the direction of the cry. He hopes he will still have enough time left to be able to teach his heroics class properly, but something tells him he won't. The bell beginning the afternoon classes rings, and Suguru watches as Aizawa makes his way into the classroom. It's a surprise that it isn't All Might, since Suguru knows All Might is their heroics teacher, and he finds himself wondering if today's class is going to be different from the others they've had since the school year began. Now for today's basic hero training, says Aizawa. This time, All Might, myself, and one other will supervise. So it is a special class. What are we doing exactly? Zero asks as he raises his hand. Preparing you for disaster relief, from fires to floods, says Aizawa as he holds up a card. It's rescue training. Rescue training, here. Suguru smiles faintly. He knows his nightmares, while not the prettiest things to look at, are helpful in getting into hard-to-reach places and carrying people to safety. He is looking forward to this training. Rescue? Sounds like another rough day, says Kaminari. Right? Ashido says. Come on. This is what being a hero's all about. I'm pumped. Kirishima exclaims. Heck yeah. This is gonna be exciting. Are you looking forward to it, Heido? Yuji exclaims with a grin toward Heido, who shrugs. Yeah, he murmurs. Man, you really don't talk a lot, here. Pretty sure you do enough talking for the both of you. Suguru smiles faintly though as he turns his attention back to the front of the classroom. One hand raises when he feels a dull throb in the back of his head, and he rubs it while trying to ignore the exhaustion he can feel going through him. It's not as if this is the first time he's felt this way since last July. It's just that it seems even more prevalent today than it ever has been. Just as those nightmares feel even more vivid, even more detailed, than they ever were before, and Suguru doesn't know why that is. All he knows is that he didn't really get much sleep last night, and, even though he is hiding it well, Yuji is the same way. He may be smiling brightly and looking alert and awake, but Suguru remembers him looking exhausted when they were heading for the bullet train that morning. He remembers when Yuji just told him his headache was back with a vengeance but insisting he was okay. It's just odd that both of them are dealing with headaches at the same time. "Hey, I'm not done," Aizawa says, and everyone goes quiet at the stern glare he levels at them. It's up to each of you whether or not you wear your costumes, as some of them are ill-suited to this sort of activity. As the metal briefcases are pulled free from the wall, he adds, "The training site is a bit remote, so we'll be going by bus. That's all. Get ready." Suguru hums but decides his costume is fine. He made sure to go for a practical approach with his costume so that he can move around swiftly, because he doesn't like relying on his quirk, not when he can fight just fine without it. His nightmares are useful, but, in this quirk-saturated world, using one's quirk is predictable, and Suguru would rather not be predictable. Being unpredictable can catch the enemy by surprise, he would think, and that can only help to solve matters quickly. He joins the rest of his classmates outside, noticing Izuku is wearing his gym uniform instead of his hero costume, but figures that's just because his hero costume did get pretty badly damaged in the combat trials earlier that week. He casts a glance at Satoru, who is hovering just behind Izuku, and looks away as memories of their encounter in the hallway during the break-in flash through his mind. Those warm feelings he felt when Satoru crashed into him, the way that smile and that teasing tone in Satoru's voice caused his heart to clench with nostalgia, and the flustered sensation that rushed through him at the same time. And those eyes. Those mesmerizing and vibrant blue eyes he caught sight of over the rim of Satoru's sunglasses that are so appealing and so familiar that it causes Suguru's heart to feel a clench of yearning. Or maybe even something deeper than his heart. Something more significant, more powerful. He shakes his head, trying to clear his thoughts as he makes his way toward the bus. Yuji falls into step beside him. "Hey, I noticed you were looking at Satoru," he says with a grin. "What of it?" Suguru murmurs. Yuji's grin widens. "Do I sense a crush?" he says in a teasing tone. "You wouldn't know what a crush was if it came up and smacked you in the face with a baseball bat," says Suguru with a shrug as he makes his way into the bus, while Yuji, a squeak of indignant protest escaping his lips, chases after him. "I so would," he protests and, nudging him, adds, "But it's all right if you do have a crush. I mean, Satoru is like ridiculously attractive." "Sounds like you have a crush." Yuji laughs. "Nah. He's not my type," he says with a dismissive wave of his hand. Suguru raises an eyebrow. He knows Yuji's type in girls, but Yuji never did tell him what his type in guys is. He just knows Yuji swings both ways, but nothing beyond that. "But I say go for it," adds Yuji, giving him a thumbs up. Suguru looks away, trying to will the blush that is threatening to decorate his cheeks away. "I've literally only known him for a week," he deadpans. "So, you can get to know him better." "Yuji," Suguru lets out a long sigh as he slides into one of the seats at the back of the bus, and Yuji sits beside him. "I mean, just cause we're training to be heroes doesn't mean we can't go on dates and stuff like that," he adds. "Honestly, Yuji, is now really the time to be discussing this?" Suguru deadpans with a roll of his eyes at his friend. Yuji laughs and pats him on the shoulder. "Fine. Fine. We can continue this later," he says brightly. "How about never?" But Suguru knows his friend well enough to know Yuji is going to bring up this subject at a later date. He watches as the rest of the students file into the bus. Bakugo and Juru end up sitting across the aisle from him and Yuji, while Kirishima, Asui, and the Midoriya twins are on one set of seats down below, with Kaminari, Heido, Ashido, and Ida sitting across from them. Uraraka and Yorozu are behind Bakugo and Juru, and Koda and Shoji are behind them, while Shiro and Hagekyo are behind Suguru and Yuji, with Todoroki and Tokoyami seated behind them. The bus pulls away from the school and heads down the street. "Hey, Midoriya," Asui says down below. "Yes," the twins say in unison, though Satoru is grinning while Izuku rolls his eyes at his brother and elbows him in the side. "Ah, my apologies. Izuku," Asui says. I generally say what's on my mind. Oh. What is it, Asui? Asks Izuku. Call me Tsuyu. Your quirk resembles All Might's kinda, from what I saw during the assessment anyway. Suguru raises an eyebrow upon seeing panic enter Izuku's gaze. Satoru promptly drapes his taller, lankier body over Izuku, who yelps as he finds himself pushed down. Nah. For one, All Might doesn't break his bones, he says, and, while Izuku mutters something no one can make out, he adds, and, in this quirk-saturated world, pretty sure all kinds of quirks resembles other quirks, you know. True. Get off me, Satoru. Izuku whines as he tries to push his taller brother off him. Still though, that sort of strength-enhancing quirk is awesome. You can do a lot of cool stuff with it, says Kirishima. He jerks a finger toward Yuji. It's kinda like Tagata's over there, except Tagata's also makes him really face and agile. Yuji laughs. It just give me a boost, really, and it's really only a temporary boost of power, he admits. Most of my strength is actually my own. I've always been really strong, even before my quirk came in, so my quirk kinda just gave that a boost. Really? That's pretty cool, says Ashido. Still though, neither of those quirks is like my hardening, Kirishima adds as he holds out his arm and hardens his arm. I'm good in a fight, but it's real boring. Izuku, who finally manages to shove Satoru off him, studies the red-headed boy with excited eyes. I think that's pretty neat. Your quirk's more than enough if you wanna go pro, he says. Don't start analyzing his quirk, Izuku. You're running out of space in your notebook and you don't got a new one yet, Satoru says with a light laugh, and Suguru feels a jolt of warmth go through him because that laugh is so warm. He shakes his head, pushing those thoughts aside and firmly ignoring the grin Yuji gives him or the way he pokes him in the cheek insistently while humming. Ah right, Izuku stammers out. Pro. Don't forget that heroes also have to worry about popular appeal, says Ashido. You wanna talk strong and cool. Shiro says with a grin. That'd be Bakugo, Todoroki, Satoru, Amajiki, and Heido. Heido looks up at that. That's true. Heido's shadow beasts are so cute and so strong and awesome, 𝐔𝐸𝐿 exclaims from her seat. Amajiki's creatures are creatures of the night who exist only in the darkness and thus are powered by the darkness, Tokoyami says. Whoa, that's dark, says Kaminari and ignores the incredulous look Ashido gives him for the pun. He's not wrong, says Suguru with a shrug. I call them nightmares for a reason. How is Satoru strong and cool though? He literally just stood there and looked pretty during the combat trials. Oh, you still think I look pretty? Satoru gushes, a teasing grin is on his lips. Just answer the question, Suguru grumbles, abruptly avoiding Satoru's bond-fled gaze and bonking Yuji on the head when he grins at him and nudges him even more insistently than before. Well, he is very good-looking, Ashido says with a bright smile. Here. 𝐔𝐸𝐿 calls. Satoru smiles and lowers his blndfld just enough to flash his appealing eyes at 𝐔𝐸𝐿 and Ashido and laughs when both girls, and even Kaminari and Shiro, swoon slightly at the sight of those eyes. Suguru refuses to admit, out loud, that he did the same because, holy hell, those eyes really are so DMN appealing. Suguru, you find his eyes appealing too, don't you? Yuji says in a sing-song voice. I still didn't really get an answer. Suguru deadpans as he bonks Yuji on the head again for that while trying desperately to will away the light pink dusting on his cheeks. I was actually in reference to the fact that he had enough power to blast that softball all the way to Okinawa, says Shiro as he shakes his head in an attempt to get over his earlier swooning. Pretty sure I saw like a burst of red energy and that was really cool. And he's got that beauty that will probably help make him popular, says 𝐔𝐸𝐿. Suguru huffs, but, even if he is not going to admit it out loud, he knows 𝐔𝐸𝐿 is right. Satoru Midoriya really is appealing. Bakugo's, on the other hand, is so unhinged. He'd never be popular, Asui adds. What the F was that, frog face? Bakugo exclaims, exploding the seat in front of him and ignoring the glower an annoyed Juru gives him. See? Asui points at him. We've only basically started socializing and already you've made it abundantly clear to us the unpleasantness of your steamed turd of a personality, says Kaminari, and Satoru bursts out laughing so hard that he actually falls off his seat. Yeah, okay, Mr. Vocabulary, how about IPNDU? And stop Fing laughing, Fing Snowhead. I don't think your mouth could get any fouler, Kaken, Satoru says around his laughter, and there is a mocking tone in his voice as he says that last word. I will Fing end you, Snowhead. I could end you with my eyes bond fled, Kaken. Your eyes are always Fing bond fled, you Fing idiot. That's exactly my Fing point. Izuku groans and hangs his head as Satoru and Bakugo glare at each other. Unlike the friendly, competitive glares Satoru and Suguru exchange, this one is filled with such fury and such hostility that it's a wonder neither of them are bursting into flames right now. What a vulgar conversation, Yorozu says while Uraraka laughs. I think it's fun, she says, and, gesturing towards Satoru and Bakugo, adding, I really hope those two don't come to blows though. I agree. We're here. Look sharp now, Aizawa says firmly, giving them all a firm glare from the passenger's seat at the head of the bus, and, as Satoru and Bakugo sit back in their respective seats, everyone else responds with a resounding affirmation. Suguru and Yuji walk in the middle of the pack of students as they follow Aizawa away from the bus and toward the massive dome-like building laying in front of them. They open it and Suguru will admit he's amazed by the sheer size of the interior and at the various places laying scattered throughout the area. There is a waterfall with a shipwreck, there are mountains, there are two domes, there is an area that seems to simulate a landslide of sorts. It's pretty amazing. There's the flood zone, landslide zone, conflagration zone, etc. Every disaster and accident you can imagine. I built this facility myself, the familiar form of the Space Hero 13 says as she moves over to stand in front of them all. I call it the unforeseen simulation joint. So it really is the UJ, it's the Space Hero 13, Izuku exclaims excitedly. The polite and proper hero who works best in rescue scenarios. Oh, I love 13. Uraraka exclaims. 13, where's All Might? He was meeting us here, Aizawa asks, and Suguru glances toward the perpetually tired teacher. About that, senpai, 13 says as she holds up 3 fingers. It seems he just about reached his limit during his morning commute. His resting in the break room. The height of irrationality, Aizawa deadpans and sighs. So be it. Let's get started. Before we do, I have 1 or 2 points. Or 3. 4, lots of points. As I'm sure many of you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole, 13 goes on. I can SCK in and tear apart anything. And you've used it to save people in all sorts of disasters, says Izuku while Uraraka nods eagerly. It's pretty strong too, says Satoru thoughtfully. Indeed. However, my power could easily kill. I've no doubt there are some among you with similar abilities, says 13. In our superpowered society, the use of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. It may seem that the system is a stable one. But we must never forget that it only takes one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. During Aizawa's physical fitness test, you came to learn your own hidden potential. Through All Might's battle training, you experience the danger that your respective quirks can pose to others. This class will show you a new perspective. You will learn how to utilize your quirks to save lives. Your powers are not meant to inflict harm. I hope you leave here today with the understanding that you're meant to help people. So cool. Uraraka cries. Nice speech, Suguru murmurs. Bravo! Bravo! Ida cries as he claps his hands rapidly. That is all. I thank you for listening, says 13 with a bow. Aizawa steps forward. Great, first off, the lights flicker. Suguru jerks his head up in puzzlement. Aizawa tenses and whirls around and Suguru turns his head in time to see a swirling mass of darkness appear and a pale hand grasps it and slowly grasps it, stepping out to reveal a young man with light blue hair with a grey hand resting over his face and over his arms and wrapped around his neck. As he steps free, more and more individuals stride out of the swirling mass of darkness. What the heck? Yuji begins. Huddle up and don't move. Aizawa yells. Here. Ida says in puzzlement. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa shouts as he moves out his arm as if to act as a barrier. What the heck's that? Kirishima says. More battle robots. Like during the entrance exam. No, that's not it, Heido says, tensing as he narrows his eyes. Don't move. Aizawa says sharply as he lowers his yellow goggles over his eyes, and Suguru tenses at their teacher's next words. Those are villains.